Everybody, thank you so much for joining me today on the Off Deep End podcast. I want to put out a disclaimer. This is going to be a definitely rated R episode. So if you have young ones or if you're easily offended, I recommend you might want to kind of slide out of this one. This is a story about a combat veteran from his experience back in the 2000s. This has nothing to do with modern day. He's going to tell it as it was back then. He's going to use the same jokes. He's going to kind of put you in a position of the type of humor that comes along with coping with combat and having to deal with live fire between you and another human being in a country that you might not even supposed to be in. So I ask that you take this with a grain of salt and take the time to listen. Some of these parts might be monotonous. Some might be amazing. Some might blow your mind. Some might make you upset. We're going to be covering veteran suicide. We're going to be covering civilian suicide. We're going to be talking about death, abusive families. We're talking about violence, drugs, and how overall you could be a better human being by just talking to somebody and letting the ego go and putting the macho away. So thank you for tapping in. I'd like to introduce you to somebody who is absolutely outstanding to me and cannot stop making me laugh most days. So Telo is somebody who is an instructor. He's also a father, a veteran, an amazing human being, and somebody who will go out of their way just to make sure that you're not hurting yourself and that he is well known to be present in your life if you have no one else. He is one of the most outstanding human beings I've ever met. You have to be an outstanding human being to really persevere through 16 months deployed in a country nonstop. So I can honestly say that having been around him and seen the light inside of him, there's nobody better that I would rather have for my first episode of Service and Sacrifice. Now, there's going to be parts of this that are, like I said, maybe hard to listen to for some people who are easily upset about suicide. So if you're having difficult, bad thoughts, one, please reach out to somebody. And two, don't hesitate to reach out to me. My phone is always on. You can get a hold of me on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. I will come to you and we'll figure this shit out. It's not worth it. Don't pass the pain to somebody else. So without further ado, let's get into my guy, Telo.
Are you thinking about making a podcast? Spotify has a platform that lets you make one, and if I can figure it out, you definitely can too. You can create your own content all in one place for free with zero hangups and even earn money as soon as you get started. Spotify lets you record and edit episodes from your phone or computer so you can go mobile, just like I enjoy to do. My favorite thing about it is that you can create video episodes if you wish and upload them to wherever podcasts are heard. You can even set up subscriptions or, if you're like me, listener support options for listeners to help you grow. I 10 out of 10 recommend the Spotify for Podcasters app. Or, why don't you just step over to www.spotify.com/podcasters to get started on your own podcast.
Yeah, I definitely did. But let's try again. Hello, I'm here with a absolute superhuman to me, one of my instructors in the elevator trade. Also, he is a veteran, combat veteran. He's
allegedly
he's experienced some pretty severe things in his life, and he's grown from them, and he shares that knowledge willingly with anybody who listen. So I'm thankful to have him in. Hopefully, you guys get something out of his years of torment on his body and his mind, and all the things that come with it. Fucking A.
Thanks for having me, brother. Good to be here. It was an absolute honor. Like when you're like, "Hey, would you do this?" I was like, "Holy shit, will I?" You know what I mean? Because it's kind of wild. Because like people that don't know me are gonna hear this, and people that do know me are gonna hear this shit and be like, "For real?" Yeah. So,
we're gonna go off the deep end today. That's the name of the podcast, and we're gonna go into your.
I brought floaties.
We're gonna completely avoid your comfort zone and go towards everything that makes Telo tick today. This is called Service and Sacrifice. So I want to hear about your service and the sacrifices that came along with it, and sacrifice that you've experienced around you, and things you've had to kind of just handle.
Well, first and foremost, I don't have a comfort zone.
Okay, that's good.
Like I'm the guy. Like people crash on the couch, and I think this is definitely from being deployed. It's just function over form.
Function over.
So like people are like, hey, I know you racked out on my couch. Be like, dude, you want to borrow my toothbrush? And I get some looks, and I'm like, oh, is that no? I mean, just rinse it with hot. No, okay, all right, my bad, dog. Like I don't care.
Oh my god. Oh my god, too funny. Yeah, I have really bad OCD, so you'd never ever catch me. Even if I like, my mom used to wash all the toothbrushes in the dishwasher like once a week, and so some of her stuff wore off on me.
I've never
all the wrong
even
ways.
Heard of that.
You know what? I'm pretty sure
if anybody else has, please comment.
Yeah, please,
I'm dying to know.
Please let me know.
Also, on a totally unrelated note, if anybody knows anybody that wipes after pooping while standing, I need to know, because I just found somebody that does this and they think it's totally normal.
Oh my god!
Wait. First off, you don't stand up while wiping, do you?
No.
Okay.
I like half squat, just enough to get my hand in.
Got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a lean to the side kind of guy.
You lean to the side kind of? Yeah. I can't lean to the side. My spine hurts too bad. I'm fucking old now. Well, shit, dude. Let's get straight into it, man. I want to know, what was your childhood like?
Ooh, here we go. It was rough. It wasn't well. I mean, for starters, we're in Minneapolis. I'm a runt of a white kid named Telo. Like legally, that is my first name.
Oh god.
Short for nothing. Yeah. And my mother is gorgeous and drove school bus at my school.
Oh.
Make it even worse, I have a sister that's 2 years older than me, and she would get picked on a lot.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dude, I literally have at least 12 scars on my hands.
From people's teeth?
Actually, this one was one of the worst ones. I tackled this kid on the running track at the playground, and we landed on my hand and then slid.
Yeah, that's not good.
I was like, oh, that's a lot of skin missing. Like right in the, that's, I don't know. That was a weird one, but yeah, so that went rough. Dad wasn't really there at all. When he was, it wasn't good at all. My sister doesn't remember a huge majority of our childhood. Her brain went, no, we're just going to lock this door,
compartmentalization.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Other than that though, like I always had a lot of friends. That was never a problem. Obviously I'm a goofy bastard, very charismatic, but like what you see now is a very refined version of this. My younger one is very, very much like me and is struggling with like how to control that, because not everybody needs to hear every thought all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like my buddy Evan put it best. Because I was in an unhappy marriage and like sheltered out for a while and like felt like, why do you have to talk to the waiter? Be like, I don't know. Makes there like no, there's no victim here. It's just bullshitting, chopping it up. And she'd get upset about that. So when I would get to go out and about, I would feel like I can, puppy off the leash, if you would, right?
Yeah.
And
being yourself.
Yeah, but I would overcompensate to make up for lost time.
Oh.
And so my buddy Evan was like, dude, you're literally one of the funniest people I know. Make them earn the jokes. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah, wise dude. Great guy. But yeah, so that childhood, and then shit was getting really bad in the area. Like, I mean, fucking fights, shooting, police officers at the school, metal detectors.
Was that like a regular thing to have metal detectors at the front of your school?
It was for me.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't
like, dude, it was bad enough that you were not allowed to carry your backpack around during the school day.
Yeah.
For fear of what might the fuck.
Because there was shootings between people.
Not at school.
Okay.
No, there was never any shootings at school.
Okay.
And I will attribute that. Never mind. That's not a joke the public wants to hear.
That's not a point.
No.
It's too soon.
Yeah, too soon. No, I wasn't going to say anything about any recent.
Okay.
That's not where I was going, dude. Yeah, even I'm not that cool.
No, I'm sure. We'll probably tap into stuff about that later, for sure.
But no, yeah, school there, and then mom and dad split up. And
was it a good decision?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because then she ended up with my stepdad, Ray. Mm-hmm. And it's funny, there's a Sage Francis lyric that goes, Ray stepped in and raised me. I'm like, holy cow, I know that,
Yeah.
And he literally taught me how to be a man, dude. He's OG, triple OG, Hell's Angel, freaking, but taught me that real men cry.
Yeah.
Like when you look in his eyes, it's nothing but love and compassion until it's not. You know, he's a badass. But also, like, man, when being a dumb kid, people call and be like, "Oh yeah, this party, that party, yeah, we'll be there," and then hang out, and be like, "We're not going," and he would lose his shit. He's like, "Why did you just tell them you're going to go if you're not going to go? Your word is everything. Be a man." You know what I mean? Like
accountability.
Yeah,
was the top of his list.
I bucked that at first because, like I said, my dad was never around, so I always looked after my mom and sister. Just, hey, are you guys good? Is anybody fun? You know what I'm saying? Like, considered myself like, all right, I'll take care of them. Right? Kind of thing. Yeah, exactly.
That's good.
And so then when he stepped in, I wasn't used to having a man telling me what to do.
Oh no, authoritarianism.
So, yeah, like I bucked that a little bit, and he rode it like a champ. He never overstepped. He never, just a stellar human being. And my sister and I are blessed to have him.
That's awesome, man. Well, I'm happy for you.
So then mom met Ray. Ray's from Queen Anne, grew up on Queen Anne Hill in Seattle.
Oh.
So the mom's like, we got to get the fuck out of here. He's like, let's go to Seattle. So we flew out here, I think in 6th grade. Yeah, 6th grade, checked it out. And the summer between 7th and 8th grade, we moved out here. Best decision ever.
Yeah. What drew him to the Northwest other than his home being here?
Well, him just knowing that the people, like, it's when we moved out here, when we first moved out here, I'll never forget. We were somewhere and we walked up to a crosswalk and the car stopped, and I went to go and my mom was like, "Hold up, like what? This feels like a setup." Because like in the Midwest, if you're at a crosswalk, you fend for yourself. East Coast is even worse.
Oh yeah, I've been in the East Coast, man.
It's you go to like Baltimore, they'll swerve at you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how high is that curb? Can the tire take it?
Yeah. If they have a Jeep, you're fucked.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because it's going to break down before it hits them. What is it? Sponsored by fucking Jeep?
No.
I know.
I have a Jeep outside.
I know you have a Jeep.
And it doesn't break down.
I think you have 2.
I do?
Yeah.
They don't break down.
No.
Everybody else does. So.
Right. No. So then we moved out here, and it was awesome. I went to one junior high for 2 weeks out in Woodinville, and got to switch and go to a different junior high, which is really, really good because I came with the wrong attitude. Mm-hmm. First off, I was like, "Holy fuck, this is a lot of white kids."
Oh, but I asked
straight up.
Was it like change?
Second off, like these kids were wearing like polo button-ups and khakis, like by choice. So I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I'll never forget, man. We were in the lunch line, and this lunch line, dude, you could like write down what you wanted, and they would make your sandwich.
Oh, no way.
With like fresh made. It was amazing. Which is why one of the reasons we moved to Woodinville, is because the old man knew that like North Shore School District has like some of the highest ratings in the state.
I'd be excited about going to school if that was the case. Yeah.
No shit, right? The lunch was epic. So I'm pumped. And I remember looking to my right, and there's like all these lines, everybody's going forward, right? So I looked at my line like 4 or 5 columns over, if you would. And here comes this like preppy ass kid, fucking looking like Zach from Saved by the Bell.
Oh yeah.
And he's like pushing people out of the way, and being where I'm from,
set off some
I don't, most, white people live by the Hope Creed, if you're late to a show, I hope nobody's in our seats.
Oh, I see.
Well, as it was best said by Cedric the Entertainer, black people live by the Wish Creed. I wish a motherfucker would be in my seats. And that tends to get a little bit more urban, and that's where I came from. Like I was wearing a fucking FUBU shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, for the
and I'm like, I wish this motherfucker would touch me. And he put his hand on my chest. I curled his wrist over, kicked his knee, laid him down. I put my foot on his chest. And I'm like, do you know me? He's freaking out. So I just push harder on his chest. I'm like, do you know me? He's like, wah. And then somebody was like, get off him. And I looked up, and dude, there wasn't a kid within like 30 feet.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? Like they were
a lot of people around here.
I'm like, no, you don't understand. I don't know him. And he pushed me.
Yeah.
Like no, hang on. Let me, I don't know. I'm the asshole. Okay. Fuck. So I got to switch schools and be like, okay, just drop the, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no need to be aggressive.
Got a fresh start.
Yes.
Okay. Was it like the end of the year when you?
No, it was 2 weeks into the year, and then I switched.
Okay.
So I showed up 2 weeks into the year at the next school, and it was still a little bit aggressive. Like people would mention shit later. I'm like, bro, like, hey, easy. Like I'm just, I don't know. But yeah, so that was awesome.
So that transition out of, I'm gonna try to put it this way. So
I didn't have
you
to
thought
carry
violence was acceptable.
Yes, and I didn't feel like out here. I don't feel like I have to carry a defensive posture 100% of the time.
Okay. Was that a relief to you at first, or was that really, really weird? Like
At
it was
first,
like
it was
joke.
weird, but once I realized, like, I don't have to try to act hard to impress anybody. You know what I mean?
Or just
like,
to be not fucked with.
Yeah, actually, yeah, for sure. To just be like, I can just be fucking goofy because that's who I always wanted to be anyway. You know what I mean? So it worked out good, dude. I freaking love it out here.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy that you did move out here because I would have never heard any of your jokes that kept me alive through my life. So you came to an area where violence is almost frowned upon, because I've had that experience here a lot too, where different areas, even in this state, is as ridiculous as it sounds, a lot of people don't realize that Washington State's very, very diverse when it comes to violence being acceptable, violence being a standard versus it being frowned upon. And I've always tried to embody and speak about this pretty often. Violence is not an answer to something. You don't respond with violence. Violence should be a solution to a problem. So if somebody brings violence to your doorstep, it should be met with like equal or lesser force.
Via an escalation of force. Yeah. It is the last option.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, I'm old, bro. I don't want to fight no more. Like, if these mice can pick that up, that's what my
wrist cracking.
That's what my wrists sound like now.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's not fun.
Yeah.
I'll try to walk away. I'll try to, hey, call. Like, my typical go-to is, you know, if we're somewhere and somebody bumps into somebody or whatever, like, dude, it's all good. Let me buy you a beer. You know,
yeah.
And
if they get that ego thing.
One thing for anybody that's listening that my old man taught me that saved my ass so many times. If you see this getting to a point where you know it's about to go to blows and you're in a crowded area, as loud as you can, yell, "I don't want to fight." That way, if nothing else, when the cops show up, at least 10 people are going to be like, I don't know. I heard the little guy yell, "I don't want to fight." And then some shit went down. And then, that's how it went down.
That's a pretty good kind of creed to live by, man.
It's helpful.
So you moved here, now you're in the 6th grade. What was high school like? Or 8th now? Okay. Uh-huh. So what was that like? You're traveling in a high school?
Yeah, it was awesome. The only thing that sucked about it was me, to be truthful. Like, I was just a shit student.
How so?
I never did homework. I was disruptive and late all the time. You know, but what would piss me off is I'd be failing on my classes and getting like A's and B's on all my tests. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Mm-hmm. Like, if you explain to me that A squared plus B squared equals C squared, little Pythagorean theorem, I got it. Go home and write it down 30 times? Nah, bro. I live in an apartment. We have a pool. You know, like, I'll be in the water if you need me.
A little bit of a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that was rough. But, like, the school was super cool. I still have, I'd say probably 6 or 7 legitimate friends that I've known since, like, met them between 8th and 10th grade.
That's pretty badass. I have like 2.
I'm truthfully, like, there's a lot of my areas of my life where it's like, it feels like I'm cursed. Like, not gonna lie, but I weigh that as the yin and yang, as like, where I'm blessed. Like, I seriously have so many people that I can call at any moment for anything because they know I do the same. But that still takes a true character that I can lean on you. I can trust you. I can know you'll be there. You're a homie. Like, that's, you know.
Got a good social credit score.
Yeah.
That's good.
Good social credit score.
Yeah, you like that?
That's funny.
Let's slide that in there real quick.
Yeah, right.
Well, I would call
it the UI-LICO FICO.
UI-LICO FICO.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
I just
made it up.
Yeah, I'm okay, like, well, you know what? Credit score, FICO. I'm like, how do I work that in? So I went from FICO backwards.
All right, I'm gonna have to bring that up to some people. UI-LICO FICO. That's a new social credit score. Well, I hope I'm continuing, because I've tried to do it for the past, since I left for the Navy. I tried to kind of reintroduce myself to the world as a upstanding citizen who believes in retribution for those who need it, and also, you know, I want a strong community of people that love really, really hard, and this fierce friends and great neighbors, no matter what your color or creed is. You know, I want everybody to kind of get along, to go along, and
you need a little bit of diversity.
You need a little bit of diversity. You can't have everything the same, living in the same.
Dude, life is like your stock portfolio.
Yeah.
You know,
diversify, motherfucker.
Right. And that's for everybody everywhere, you know, because like everybody's got something to teach. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, people of color. The one thing that, like, there's 2, I just had this conversation with a buddy. There's two major cultural things that completely skipped white people. I mean, completely. One, everybody I know of any other culture, and I just went to a graduation party and everybody was out there dancing 3 generations by 6 p.m. and not even like boozed up or nothing. It's just music's playing, we're dancing. Just dancing as a family is something that has skipped white people. And lotion. That's actually Bill Burr was the one that turned me on to that, but he's 100% correct.
I'm half offended, man. I can't live like this.
Well, you're only half offended because you're half white.
Oh man, you know what? I can't say that I ever thought about that.
It's true though. It's absolutely true.
It might have some truth to it, depending on it.
Might. I ain't telling you what I heard. I'm telling you what I know.
You're not the blackest white guy I've ever met. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Now I feel.
I got some brothers from the country. All right. So what in your high school life led up to, leaving to join the military? What was like? What was it
dealing drugs.
Oh,
100%.
Awesome.
Hands down.
High five.
Yeah.
We're friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, I had the business strategy from 10th grade on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's up on the statute of limitations, so I don't give a shit.
You know what?
I would walk around Inglemoor High School in Kenmore with a McDonald's cup. So everybody else back in the day, it was like a 1.7 gram 20 or a 3.5 gram eighth, right? Mm-hmm. Fuck that. The homies would get 2s and 4s. Okay. So I sold everybody 2s and 4s. Am I going to make as much per? No. But I'm going to steal all your business.
You know what? I think somebody did something like that. I think it was like Frank Lucas or something like that. He got
Jeff Bezos did it?
Jeff Bezos did it. He got twice the purity of heroin straight from Vietnam and sold it for half the price. So it balanced out at at a normal C.
There you go.
And Blue Magic was huge. So certain business strategies, they don't just start with drugs. It's applicable to everything.
Oh yeah,
and it works.
Well, and
1 + 1 is 3, man.
Dude, I took DECA, and it had marketing class, and it was like, oh, I know how to improve my business. So then here's the beauty of it, though.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what you want to buy. Each bag's like, you want an eighth, grab 2. They're all, and I would walk around with a McDonald's cup, empty, full of 2 gram bags, stacked vertically with a straw. Literally advertising, going 2s and 4s, 2s and 4s. Oh my! You know what I mean? Like I'm the peanut dude at the Mariners game or some shit.
The shitty thing is, I can imagine this.
And people would come and be like, "How's it today?" And I would hand them, and it would pull on the straw, and then you could taste what the weed's like. They're like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, yeah, what do you want?
Badass.
Never got caught.
There are no drug dogs or anything. Oh, they didn't believe that. This was not a thing here.
I don't know. I've seen them show up, but I never got caught.
Okay.
Dude, I never got even almost caught. The closest I ever got caught, I have a friend from Australia, Simon, and he gave me this cool little hookah shell necklace. And I had that little hookah shell necklace, and I was leaning out my bedroom window in our apartment in Woodinville, smoking the smallest little bowl you've ever seen. and my mom opens the door, and I'm busted, dude. I'm smooth busted. And I was like, shit. And she's like, is that it? And I was like, yeah. And I had like 1.5 pounds under my bed.
She took your weed.
She didn't know that was there. I went, yeah, here you go. I didn't even try to argue.
World's smallest seashell.
Yeah, right.
What the hell? Yeah, I was thankful to never have any run-ins with the police that were drug related or violence related or anything like that. I have a clean slate, but I can definitely not apply for the police force. I've talked with a couple cops who was not happening.
Yeah, the closest I came to really getting arrested for doing something, I knocked a kid out in a crosswalk in Fremont over hot dog condiments. It's the fucking, yeah, dude. Like, I just got divorced for the first time. For those that want to know, it's been twice. I'm a real elevator man. I've been divorced twice. So I'm literally picking this is Thursday night. I'm picking my kids up Friday night for my first weekend with them after they left. I'm with 2 buddies. One is very tall. One is very short. We're walking up Fremont, and I walk past a hot dog cart, and it was, oh man, what were the mayonnaise and sour cream are 2 of the choices for a condiment on a hot dog. And I was like, oh my God, who would put sour cream on a hot dog? Because I hate sour cream to begin with, let alone I just don't see in what world that adds up.
If it goes with salsa, I can do it, but I just can't do it by itself.
Right, right. So
you want me to take this rotten milk and
yeah. Oh no, I love it curdled. Okay, could you take cream cheese and go like 3 steps, like extra crispy cream cheese?
Oh no,
I'm sorry, calling sour cream extra crispy cream cheese. Anyway, so I'm like, who would do that? And there's 3 like collar up college kids and one chick in front of us, and one of them spins around. He's like, "What the fuck, man? You got a problem with the hot dog?" I'm like, "What, dude? I didn't know you."
Is that a confrontation?
I didn't know you existed until right now when you spun around, and started cussing me out. Like I meant nothing by it. It's just, to me, it's weird. You do you, bro. Have a nice life. And he kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going. And my buddy, oh, I almost, fuck it. His name's Travis. Like, you're not gonna know who it is. Travis was like, "Hey, dude, you just like cussed my buddy out." Like, Travis is a savage and a badass, but his moral compass is true north. And he's like, "You owe my friend an apology." And the kid's like, "I'm not going to apologize, and fuck you." And he was holding his hot dog in his hand, right? Like 90 degrees out, palm up. And Travis goes, "Well, then this is your fault." And he goes, "What?" And he had a horseradish on there too. And Travis grabs the back of this kid's hand and mushes his hot dog into his face. He gets horseradish in his eyes and starts crying.
Yeah.
At which point I start doing an end zone dance and quote of A League of Their Own. And I'm like, "There's no crying in Fremont. What are you doing?" Well, this pissed off his buddies. And
I don't know why.
yeah, so then they wanted to get into it, and one of them was like this little short yoked kid that looked like he could handle himself, but I'm not sure. And he's fucking with my little buddy, and when I mean little buddy, I mean talking like 5 foot. You know what I mean?
Oh no.
And I'm like, yeah. So I get in front of that
You're
kid,
a grown man.
and
You're
now we're
man-child.
yes, now we're trying to walk away, and they're in the middle of the crosswalk, and the one kid won't stop, and he's like, "Dude, go away." His friends at this point are like, "Go away," and he won't. And I'm like, "Yo, it's time for you to go right now." And oddly enough, it's quite possibly one of the coolest things I've ever said without knowing it, or ever, truthfully. I said, "If you don't leave right now, I'm going to put your ass on your heels." At which point, this kid in the middle.
I have to think about that statement while you're saying that.
Yeah, at the middle of an intersection in Fremont on the crosswalk. Well, he reaches back to yesterday like an idiot. So I'm like, "Oh, no one's coming here. All right, hook." And it comes around. I ducked under it. I came up and I caught him right on the back of the jawbone. And he dropped and his knees buckled and he laid on his back with his ass on his heels.
God damn.
And I turned to Travis. I'm like, "Did you just see that?" And he's like, "Holy shit." At which point the kid twitches and looks at me with just the devil in an eye. And I'm like, "Hey, man, think about what just happened before you stand back up." 2 cops hit their cherries and pull up. And I'm like, "Oh, fuck. I'm definitely standing over a kid I just knocked out."
But he called you the N-word.
That's what I did. He heard I got a black people's name and started being racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't call me the N-word, man. My grandmother's half Nintendo. Oh my God. So the cops come up and I'm like, "Oh shit, man, think quick. Cannot get arrested right now." And I'm like, so the cop comes up and I run up to the cop with my hands in the air and he gets out. I was like, "What?" And you know, the latch is off the holster and his hand's on it, understandably. I just knocked the kid out and I'm running at you. I get that. Hence my hands in the air.
Well, didn't your stepdad tell you to yell at the cops? "Hey, I'm white!"
Yeah,
no,
right?
No. Did it work?
So, and I'm like, "Thank God you're here." And it totally disarmed him. Like, he stepped back and went, "Fucking what?" And I went, "Yeah, dude, that dude will not leave us the fuck alone. I just knocked him out and he twitched and he's looking like he wants to come back at it. Please fucking help." And he's like, "Yeah. Okay. Sit on the hood." "Yes, sir." Sit on the hood. And then he goes, checks in, comes right back. Like his other officer covered that guy. He's like, "I'm going back to this kid." And he goes, Are you at all like, do I need to put you in cuffs, dude? Are you going to freak the fuck out? Can you sit, or do I need to cuff you and talk to you while you sit in my back seat? Are you going to keep cool?" I said, "Officer, in any way, shape, or form, do I look like I'm out of control at all?" And he went, "No, you're so fucking calm. It's making me nervous." And I was like, "Well, rule number 1 of hand-to-hand combatives, the first person to get angry loses." And this is a lesson in life that I apply to so many things, especially when trying to talk to other people and make a point they don't want to hear, but I need them to. It is impossible to be angry and logical at the same time.
100%.
So like they would sit there talking about like, and they would tell you, "Hey, I'm going to do a double leg takedown. What I need you to do is sprawl out. Okay. Tell me what's going to happen." "Drill sergeant, you're going to do a double leg takedown. I'm going to sprawl out." "Okay. So tell me one more time." "Drill sergeant, I'm going to do a double leg." And they'd slap the shit out of you and then hit you with the double leg takedown. Well, I'm mad because you slapped me and I completely forgot what to do. So now that my back done whapped the mat, I get to get up and do it again. So
Tons of fun.
yeah, so I'm like, no, dude, like that's rule one, a hand in hand, like they taught us in the Army. I never played the Army card. I played every card I had. I needed to not get arrested.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, and I was working on the elevators at King County Jail at the time. So I was like, hey, man, are we going to end up going up there to see like boop, boop, boop? And I dropped like 8 names of correctional officers in receiving. And like, how do you know all of them? Like, oh, working on the elevator, da, da, da. He's like, okay, can I see your license? Expiration date still said military. Yeet. So I'm like, that's helpful. He goes, do you have any weapons? Our box cutter in this pocket, but I don't really consider that a weapon. It's more a utilitarian thing. He's like, not a problem. Takes it, goes over, comes back. And he said he didn't assault you at all and you hit him. And I said, well, and thanks to my old man, I know for a fact, anybody that doesn't know, whenever a cop hits their sirens, they have a camera that will then back 30 seconds and start recording. It might be a full-time record now, body cams and all that shit. That's entirely possible. Technology's come a long way since 2009.
Yeah. But the dash cam?
But the dash cam would go back 30 seconds. I said, you go tell him that. And on that tape, you will see him swing over my head, me duck and hit him one time and step back.
Yeah. The threat was stopped, right?
Go tell him. And he went and told him, and he came back. He's like, yeah, he admitted to everything. So now I have to ask you, do you want to press charges? And I'm like, for what? He didn't hit me. He missed. And he was like, cool. And then Nick, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Nick and Travis are sitting on the curb, no last names. And they're just like hands on their head, like they know what I'm doing tomorrow, and come walking back. And at the end, he's like, Mr. Monahan. I'm like, fuck. I'm walking away from the scene at this point. I turn around. He's like, thanks for your service. And I'm like, holy sheep shit. I was like, we need to go buy a fucking lottery ticket, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Very good.
Yeah.
So, service in the military. Why did you join? You already told me to get away from drugs and everything.
Well, and that was just it, is I was way too good at selling drugs. I still kept like a regular full-time job at Jiffy Lube, which is where I met Brian.
Yeah, Brian's great.
Who you worked with. That's how I met Eddie, is him and Brian were working together.
Can I tell you something about Brian? I don't try not to share this with a lot of people.
Oh, really? You're just going to say it on a podcast?
Yes. Well, now that, you know what, people, I had somebody insult him the other day to my face, and I freaked the fuck out.
I will make a motherfucker bleed.
No, I freaked the fuck out. Like, oh man, Brian, he's like the most unhappy person in my life. I said, don't ever let another negative word come out of your mouth about him, or I'm gonna probably beat you like until within an inch of your life, and then I'm gonna drag your fucking bleeding body in front of people and tell them they don't say it. Because when I was hired at Kone for the first time, right, they fucked up my pay, and I'm put in perspective. I'm a probie. Mm-hmm. I came out of the military. I was making $3.
So probie means you're not actually in the union yet. You're in a probationary period where you can get fired without cause for any reason. You're not protected, and the reason for that is doing elevator shit, which is what we
weed
do.
Out the idiots.
Well, and like I've seen a lot of people that are very smart, talented individuals come in and be like, I want to do it. Well, here's the problem: you got to work around electricity. You got to work on really, really, really high heights from
weird shit. Dude.
Yeah. You got to be not scared of heights. Also, at times, you got to be not scared of confined spaces. One day you're an electrical engineer, the next day you're a welder, and everything in between. So a lot of people come out and then go to do it and like, nope. Like you're like, hey, you got to put your foot on that spreader beam, and we're on the 34th floor, and they're like, oh, I just realized I'm scared of heights. Like you're tied off to a harness in your own lifeline. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter, and they can't do it. So that's why we have probies anyway.
Yeah, you got to nut up sometimes. It sucks. Or check your ovaries, as I say for the ladies, because I believe in inclusion. So when I was a probie, they fucked up my pay for 3 weeks over there at Kone, and I had no paycheck income coming in. My wife was working at a job that wasn't hot shit. Like we never had.
Oh, you mean fucked up your pay to where they didn't pay you?
No, I had no money coming in. So
Lord,
I had zero income. I
already know where you're gonna go,
and I had nothing.
Let me guess, without you even telling me. Brian gave you money, didn't he?
No, not. He didn't just give me money. He did the math on his phone. We pulled in a chase before he dropped me off at my car. We left early once he found out my paycheck was fucked up, and he didn't tell me why. He drove me to a Chase bank, or whatever. I'm not gonna say his actual bank that he did it.
Whatever.
But he pulled up to it and he pulled out the money, and calculated my pay and gave me more than my pay, and said anything extra just keep, and when you get paid you can pay me back. He did this for 3 weeks straight. And if somebody doesn't tell you, I was like his child, and he gave me a grown man's paycheck for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And he'd known me for 3 days. at the time.
Yeah,
If that doesn't tell you the type of the character and the charisma and just the constitution of a human being that has love in their heart, he is amazing. And you know what? I will ride that wave to my death, man. He's a solid motherfucker.
When my little one at 11 years old left her mom and sister and mom's house and moved in with me, which blew all of our minds, but that kid's a little me. Wanted to do basketball, but was nervous about it. It's wintertime. I just tore my patella tendon off my kneecap. I can't do anything.
Yeah, you're around.
My ex would drive up to Brian's house where he had a shop, and he didn't have a hoop, but he would climb up onto the rafter up above and sit there with a tote and let the kids shoot into that and practice dribbling and stuff like that. Also, when I blew up my knee, he showed up with a check and like, pay me back when you can. Not sure how this is going to iron out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Dude,
amazing individual.
Yeah, man. And I've known him since.
Brian, if you hear this, much love, brother.
Yeah,
you appreciate it.
And he will. And he will. Yeah, no, dude. Like, me and that kid have had legitimate, like genuine, like, this is bare soul, freaking just overwhelmed emotional conversations. Like, when we were apprentices and trying to figure out how to navigate this, like, should I go to this department? I'm trying to go over here, but I don't want to burn this bridge. We would always lean back to each other. You know, which is funny because he forgets this. And fuck you for forgetting this, Brian. But the first time I saw him after I joined the Army was when I walked into, before the safety meetings at Kone, we would meet at Denny's in Bellevue for breakfast. I walk in and fucking Brian is sitting there. I almost said his last name because I never say his first name. And Brian is sitting there. And he looked up and went, Telo? And I went, Brian? And he goes, dude, I thought you were dead. At which point everybody else is like, who the fuck just walked in? You know what I mean? Yeah, man, that's...
Brian was great. He let me take apart a pancake motor on the side of an elevator hoistway
as
a probie. And he's like, all right, you ready to do this? And I said, yeah. He's like, all right, Mr. Rigging Man, because I told about my military history.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, Mr. Rigging Man, how are we going to do this? And I was like, I didn't even know what anchors were. Anchors to walls. And he showed me that day of what anchors can do. Great shit, right?
Oh, yeah. Brian is a rigging wizard, too.
But he has to be the smartest individual I've ever met in my life. Like, if you add all the different,
he is the best elevator man of our generation, 100%. Without a doubt,
100%.
And if anybody else wants to come,
and he won't say it. He won't say it.
No, hell no.
He's a not egotistical cunt.
No, he just doesn't talk. Like, I have literally, never mind. I don't even.
He's just awesome. We love you, Brian.
Yep.
So
anyways, this episode's called about Brian. So anyway. Hang on, since we're on the topic of Brian, which is the segue to me meeting Eddie, let me drop when I met Eddie.
Oh, no.
I met Eddie when he was working with Brian and blah, blah, blah. And for those of y'all that don't know, I don't know if you have a picture of your shit up or whatever. Eddie is a gorgeous, light-skinned black dude, right? And he's for real. Yeah, and you're smoother than snail snot. So I'm like, this kid's rad. I like the cut of your jib immediately, as did Brian, which I hope, by the way, you take as a credit to yourself as who you are as a human being.
Excellent judge of character.
Brian,
not talking about me. I'm talking
Brian.
About,
Brian doesn't like. Brian could have a bumper sticker that says, "I probably hate you."
Yeah.
But if Brian likes you, fuck, you got mustard, kid. You know, you got Max.
He introduced me to the old elevator guys, and I was a little overwhelmed because being shown off like I was a trophy apprentice or some shit. It was pretty awesome.
It's more of a token black. I'm just kidding.
You know what? I have to call myself the North End Diversity Hire at the company I'm at now. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get fired, but at the company I'm at now, I call myself this is the North End Diversity Hire. And
nice.
The people in the office, they cannot handle it. The HR lady cannot handle it. She can't even contain how insane it is that I say that. She starts laughing. I say, "Are you here to fire me?" I said, "No." And before she should speak, "No, you can't do that, can you?" Exactly. So, yeah, this is pretty nice.
Yeah, she can't even believe. So met you, loved you immediately. Brian loved you immediately, which I already, for me, like, and that's the beauty of having like triple OG homies like that, is I have so many people that are so close that all I need to say, I can call. I've literally done this. Somebody broke down. Fuck. Can't remember where in Oklahoma. And I was like, I got you covered. And it was two young, who was that? Oh, it was my cousins from South Dakota.
Okay.
Broke down in Oklahoma. And I was like, I got you. Called a buddy. And I was like, he'll be there in 45 minutes. And he came back out, their radiator hose blew. He couldn't fix it, but he could Band-Aid it together.
Yeah.
and got him out of there. And it's like, holy shit. But the fact, and that stands for Brian, the fact that all I needed to know is that he liked you, you're already good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's awesome, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, for sure. But what fucking pissed me off about meeting you is being the smooth, light-skinned black dude you are. You reminded me of Will Smith from Bad Boys.
Oh my God.
Who, if anybody doesn't remember, is named Mike Lowry. Mike Lowry. So I meet you. I start calling you Eddie Lowry. Nobody laughs. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I actually purposely ignored
this. This is like one of the first times in my life where I'm genuinely like, oh, I'm going to get a laugh on this one. You know, normally like we hear shit at the same time.
Yeah.
But I'm like, what the fucking nothing? And then we're at a safety meeting. And, you know, like, I love the safety meetings because the guys that come in be like, oh, good, you're here. Because I'm just going to fucking talk shit the whole time, you know?
Flip-flops and board shorts.
Yep.
I'm in my work uniform. Everybody else is in flip-flops and board shorts. Great moments.
Where's your boots and pants? In the truck. I'll get to that when we go to work.
We're going to go back to work.
Yeah, right. So then we're in the safety meeting. And I'm, you know, it's going well. And then I bust out the Eddie Lowry shit. And fucking crickets. And I'm like, and I had it. Do you remember this? I'm like, okay. And I stood up. I'm like, guys, what the fuck? Like, do you guys not know the movie Bad Boys? Mike Lowry. From now on, that's how you drive. You know, yeah. Mike Lowry, come on. And fucking everybody's looking at me like just deer in the headlights. And I'm like, okay. He looks like Will Smith. Do you need crayons? And that's when I think you were like, no, I think it was Brian. It was like, dude, his last name is Lowry. I'm like, you have to be fucking kidding me. The whole time I was doing that, I did not know your last name was Lowry.
Oh my God.
What are the odds of that?
You know what? Apparently, every single United States naval captain, this guy was a commander, we're off the coast of Egypt, going through the strait, and we're bringing some people aboard for some reason. I don't know whose idea this was. Or no, we just got done going right past Somalia. Sorry. So we got done past. We're done with their goddamn pirates. The son of a bitch. So the pirates are dealt with because of this lovely French ship that's with us that loves to shoot pirates because the United States Navy does not. And we're bringing out some people. That was
a thing.
Oh yeah. The French,
is that in your ROE?
No, the French don't. Oh, we don't shoot unless we're fired upon usually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is in the ROE.
We want to make sure that we talk and communicate first. Give them an option out.
I got asked once to be fucking private security on one of those ships.
No man, fuck that. No.
It would be cool for like 3 minutes a year. No, other than that, you're just sitting on a boat.
Dude, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I'll tell you that. I got
I'm sure it's not.
But we were traveling through the fucking.
I mean, you know what happens in the Navy? Dudes get so bored they just start. You know. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh my God! You going to hell, man. So we were pulling up. We at the stern dock, and the stern dock is the back of the aircraft carrier. There's like a bunch of bumpers and shit. So we can make up to docks and all sorts of stuff. And that's my job. Anything that has to do with nautical shit is my forte. I'm the old school sailor of the aircraft carrier, and I was E4 at the time.
Isn't everything on the ship nautical? Because you're...
No, there's a lot of people who don't even know how to fucking tie a bowline, brother, or a square knot.
Wait. Hold up, dude. I thought nautical meant anything on the water.
Pretty much anything nautical is on my shit, yeah. Now, I was learning navigation, anything that has to do with rigging, anything that has to do with small boat operations, driving the aircraft carrier. I could drive that shit before I could drive a car.
So let me ask you this. I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about starting a charity to teach like inner city urban youth, like kids stuck in the ghetto. I want to start a charity that teaches them nautical flag signaling.
Well, we'd have to...
No, I'm just kidding. That's a quote from The Office.
No, fuck off. I don't... That show's never been funny, just like Friends. Anyway... Moving on. So I was this.
Hang on, you can say what you want about Friends.
It was a joke.
The Office is hilarious.
So this guy walks on the ship, right? I'm letting a bunch of people on, and I'm back there with my knife because these Egyptian I'm not all Egyptian people. I'm not talking about, but these certain individuals were refusing to come on our ship because I was standing there with a master at arms, MA3, and what's horribly is they put her back there because she looks exactly like me. If I had a twin and she was a girl, this motherfucker looked just like me. And they put her back there as a joke.
Alicia Keys was on your ship?
No, shut up, man. No,
okay, you're more of an Aaliyah looking motherfucker.
Oh my God. Okay, well, Aaliyah, whatever.
You're no Beyonce. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you're damn right.
Rihanna's out of the question.
Well, this lady sitting next to me, and these Egyptian navigators were refusing to come on the ship because there was a woman there. They're like, they pointed to us, we're not, and their broken ass English came through. We're not coming on the ship. Pretty much is what all got across.
Like
so
I'm sitting there. They thought there was no females on the ship.
No, they refused to work around females because they think they're beneath them.
Bro, that shit is so like, backwards.
I bet you if it was a camel, they would be cool. But that's just these individuals. I'm not talking about all Egyptians.
On that note, do you know why they call camels ships of the desert?
Yes, because they're worth a lot of fucking money.
They're full of Iraqi semen.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Carry on, my friend.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. So we're sitting there. Me here. I got the captain of my aircraft carrier there. The XO of my aircraft carrier is on the up on the bridge, right, drive the ship. And I'm sitting there. The captain looks at me and looks at this like, is this real fucking life? And I'm sitting there with my chief, and I'm like, hey chief, I'll drive. I'll pilot the ship. We don't need a pilot. I'll pilot the ship. And my chief just looks at me, and the captain just looks at me and is like, you know what? I bet you would do that, man. But we're bringing on, so all the rest of the captains from the rest of the strike group come on, and this one guy stops. I swear to God, I could smell the wine as soon as he stepped outside of the ship onto the stern dock. He walks on.
An Egyptian dude?
No, this is the captain of a naval ship.
Oh,
one from our strike group, and he steps on, and he's like, Mike Lowry, goddamn! Oh, shit. I say, oh. So I start freaking out, and
sorry for anyone wearing headphones.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, it's over. That's how loud it was. But he freaked out, and he and everyone around me just busts out laughing. The commander of my ship is laughing his ass off, and it was just too much.
So
too much to handle.
What is it like to have won the genetic Olympics? I'm just curious.
What, as far as what?
Look at you.
Oh my god, you're going to hell, dude.
Bro, I'm thinking about it, and I'm not even that gay.
So fuck off. Being from a direct descendant of Shaka Zulu is like one of the most important things I have to pass on my bloodline. And a lot of people might not like how I say this. I believe in passing on my genetics and my legacy to my child, boy or girl, I don't care. And whatever they choose to do with their life, I'm not going to run it. You know, we live in a very different society than I grew up in, where people don't have to be with a man or a woman, and I'm okay with that. I'm not here to judge. I'm happy just to share my genetic bloodline. I plan on doing the test, but my dad did that genetic test, and it goes straight to the Shaka Zulu tribe, and they're warriors. And so I'm very excited to show.
Oh, you most definitely have warrior blood.
I'm very excited to share. Like,
we can smell our own.
Broad shoulders. I'm always anxious. I can't shake these weird things that are
situational
going on
awareness at all times.
It's really weird. Yeah, and I can't wait to share this with my children, man.
But so here's the thing, though. Never mind. That would be my younger one has the same hypervigilance, but it's the same as like the wit and the quit thinking. Like, dude, straight up, I've been tested at least 4 or 5 times for ADD in different grades. I don't have ADD.
Well, a lot of people don't have it. They have extremely fast firing off brains.
There's something. I don't remember what the shit it was. They found something that was a little abnormal, and it's just like it lets thoughts flow quicker or something.
Yes.
But
they tried to test me. They ended up giving me pills that had no effect on me.
I tell you what, I know I don't have it because I took an Adderall pill once, and it wasn't fun for anyone. No. Like, uppers are not for me.
No, brother.
Bump that.
Yeah, they tested me for everything when I was a child, and they found out that I have an extremely fast firing off brain. I can do rigging operations all at once. You want me to move bombs between 2 ships?
Right.
In my fucking sleep. Navy was, for a lot of people, it's really hard to learn something new and grasp it and just fucking shut up and listen and do what you're told. For me, it's simple. You do what you're fucking told, you don't die.
Right.
And so running evolutions, advancing, I advanced every fucking time. I was in the 98th percentile in every test in the military. And I advanced. I almost had a full career. If I advanced one more time, in my 2.5 years, I advanced fast enough. If I advanced one more time within the rest of my 18 years, or 17 and a half, sorry, I would have been able to retire no matter what. I was immediately checked when they were kicking everybody out for the Navy for retention purposes. I was signed off as to stay forever.
So is that when you're talking about leveling up? Are you talking about in rank?
In rank,
like in certifications for your
both,
rank,
brother,
or for your what do you guys call it? Rate.
Both, yeah, both.
Rate. So like we call it MOS.
I was qualified.
It's your job.
I was qualled up.
Job title.
Yeah, I was qualled up. I was rig captain. I was POIC on different evolutions. I've had my wings clipped a lot by some individuals who didn't like me, who were my superiors in the military, and I'm okay with that. I understand
So
what it's like
POIC,
to
I'm guessing that means
petty
punk.
officer in charge.
Oh, I was gonna say punk out in circulation.
Yeah, pretty much.
You do you.
I'm, I know what it's like. No, I really don't. I don't know what it's like to want someone else to fail so I can feel better about myself. I've never ever had that in my heart ever.
Dude, and that's like the one I just had this conversation today.
I just can't get it.
The one thing that really bothers me about our trade, elevator guys, is a lot of dudes won't disclose like how to read the prints to their helpers. Mm-hmm. They won't teach them this stuff. Like there's guys that have information that they won't share with other people. Mm-hmm. It's like, brother, I really could use that right now because it's, I'm in a retirement home. I'm in a exactly
my job security.
And it's like, what are you scared of? Like, dude,
we call it SDS, small dick syndrome, bro. It really is. You have to be.
No, it ultimately does boil down to insecurity.
A piece of garbage to not want to help another human being succeed.
So when I was coming up, I only worked with 2 mechanics as an apprentice. Mm. I mean, well, a little bit in the probie period for a horrible company, but that's whatever. And it was Kenny and Greg. Kenny and Greg would tell me anything I ever asked and also listen to any ideas I had. And be like, hey, look, man, like I know I'm just a dumb apprentice, but I feel like instead of these 3 motions, we could do it in these 2. He's like, holy shit. And Kenny at one point, I remember hearing him around the corner telling the office, hey, we need to rewrite the process on this. Telo just like thought of this. And this is a better way to do it. Mm. In no way, shape, or form did he have to give me credit. He didn't know I could hear that conversation. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And like Kenny used to call me scrubbing bubbles. Mm-hmm. He does the hard work, so I don't have to. Well, that's true. But his thing, and I learned best, is like teach everybody everything. Because the more they know how to do it, the less you have to do it if you don't want to.
And it also comes down to someone's ability to be a leader. A leader is not somebody who stands in the back and says, this is what we need to do, or stands in the front and say, follow me, troops, we're going in. Well, a leader gives and takes. Takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You learn more from your subordinates, in my experience.
Every time.
You learn so much more from your subordinates. I learned so much more about how to be strong from the person who I told their mom got murdered when I was deployed. I learned so much about how to deal with loss. Yeah. Not loss in life, general. By the guy who I was deployed with, whose wife cheated on him and then came home to clear the house. That's where I learned.
The phone line is the saddest place on the planet.
Yeah,
when you're deployed.
I learned strength from those people.
Right.
And if I didn't have that, if I didn't learn from them, I would just be an egotistical bitch. And you know what? We have a lot of egotistical motherfuckers ain't trying to hear shit from other people.
I know a dude, and I'm not gonna even say who it is, but at one point literally told somebody else that I know, like, why? No, never mind. I'm going to leave that out.
It's okay, man.
Yeah, I'll leave that one out. But
well, let's just swap into, what was like going through basic for you in the Army?
Oh yeah, basic was so to drop back to how I got in. Mm-hmm. Recruiter showed up. My GPA.
He asked you for some weed.
Yeah, right. my at the end of 10th grade at the high school that I went to, Inglemoor, if I could already said it. I think I had a 0.8 GPA.
Jeez.
Yeah. But I never got less than a B on a test or exam. And so I went into the office. I'm like, what the fuck, man? This is an institution of knowledge. I know the material. What's the issue?
Well, the school system is flawed.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm like, fuck you guys. And looked around, found there was a program at the time. I hope it's still there if anybody can hear this. Audison High School inside Lake Washington Technical College. It's not running start. It's an actual accredited state high school inside the college. So you can go there and get your actual diploma. Mm-hmm. They have 1 or 2 high school classes because like Pacific Rim history and something else was mandated Washington state requirements. But everything else, when you took the English class, what would have taken you an entire year in high school to get 1 credit, you got in 1 quarter. And you got a high school credit and a college credit. How's about that? And it costs $50 as a deposit. And if you don't lose your books, you get your money back. So from 7 to noon, I went to auto tech.
Okay.
And then from 12:30 to 2 or 3, I would take other classes and then go work at Jiffy Lube with Brian and fuck all kinds of weird shit up.
Yeah.
But, oh God. Yeah. I was crew chief at Jiffy Lube. this was in Totem Lake. Brian wasn't there for this one. And I was crew chief, so I was running the shop at the time. And we're all messing around. And somebody started talking about Bill Cosby. I'm in the pit. I'm running 4 bays in the pit. So I'm doing 4 oil changes underneath.
Yeah.
While they're all working up. And I love that shit. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. And somebody brought up Bill Cosby and having a fucked up sense of humor.
Oh, Lord.
I was like, if you want to have sex with a 5-year-old, you got to give her Jello.
Oh, my God.
A lady was checking out with her 5-year-old daughter.
No.
Shit that only happens to me, right?
Oh, my God.
And then she's like, I want to talk to whoever's in charge. And my buddy Seth's like,
I would say the luck of the Irish, but shit ran out.
And Seth's like, I mean, okay. Hey, Telo, come on up. Like, yeah. I'm like, that was me. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it's high energy running. It was 100% a joke. Sorry.
Didn't even know you had a daughter.
Right? Yeah.
Not,
hey, fuck me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, so came out to Lake Washington Tech. I went there, started doing that. Went from like a 0.8 to like a 3.9.
What was the major difference?
Busy work bullshit. They don't give a fuck about homework. They don't even take attendance. If you don't show up, who cares? This is college. You're paying to be here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's where the difference is.
Accountability, you would say, instead of just a check in the box or not?
Well, because technically before with the homework, that honestly I think was more accountability.
Okay.
But it was busy work bullshit.
Yeah,
you know, like completely unnecessary shit.
Do you think that people? So you know a lot about homework and how it's changed from when you were a child to current days. Do you think that
my fucking older daughter,
my
older daughter, she would have, golly, her junior and senior year taking like a few AP classes.
Yeah.
No shit would have 3-4 hours of homework a night. But the kid is a savage. Like her teachers would get excited looking at her notes. So organized, highlighted.
Well, you think without the AP classes that this stuff is made for, generic schooling, like where you think that black people shouldn't ride on the bus?
They want to teach
one-track mind kind of motherfuckers.
I honestly believe that they just want to teach people to like, hey, just get used to being a consumer, sit at a cubicle for 8 hours a day.
Yeah,
that
was my experience with school too, man.
And that's the whole thing with COVID is it's like, oh, look at that, you can actually get the amount of information you have to in a tenth of the time. Yeah. Or are you really just cutting corners? Which is it? Either way, the system's flawed.
So now you finished. So your GPA is improved.
Yes. So I'm at the college, and Nolan Koreski was the name of the head of the automotive program at Lake Washington Tech, and he was a phenomenal human being, phenomenal. And once we went over electrical for diagnostics and automotive, like that shit just clicked. Like math.
Okay.
So I genuinely believe, and this is a theory that is unproven. It's my own theory.
Let's hear it, man.
And it's something that I bring into instructing.
Yes, you do.
So math and electricity are very much the same.
Yeah.
People that are down with math don't have a problem understanding electrical theory.
No.
And the rule there is you just, my theory, sorry, is if you understand the rules and you accept them, then you know what the parameters of what you're playing with are.
This is law. You just go by it.
Right. So like to bring up, Pythagoras again, right? Like a squared, b squared equals c squared. Okay, got it. Like why? Doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't matter. Just
like the first day of basic training, they told me the alphabet now has 25 letters. Y no longer exists. Don't ever ask why. So, but then when you break it down, a squared, b squared, c squared, and then you could also look at, okay, well, when we're in parallel, voltage is the same, amperage is different. When we're in series, amperage is the same, voltage is different. You just have to understand the rules that you're playing with, and people that can just go, got it, you're good. People that can't need more explaining to.
Yeah, I'm super super dyslexic, and electricity for me has been difficult. Tracing wires, tracing prints, easy, but it doesn't click for me. What was your instructor saying that just really said go to the fucking Army?
No, so the recruiter came by the classrooms
and
was like, "Hey, do you think you know anybody?" And he's looking at me, he's like, and it started out with the reservist, and he's like,
"No,
I got one kid in mind," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm slanging and banging," you know what I mean? And I'm like, "Look, dude, I know for a fact like, this is appealing to me because I know that doing what I'm doing isn't going to go well. I also know that, and no disrespect to my parents, I have the greatest parents on the planet. Mom, pops, I love you to death. But we were broke. I'm looking at my mom working 2 jobs and we're renting an apartment.
Dude,
they talked about college money and a VA loan. But I'm like, dude, here's the deal. I will never show up for that 1 weekend a month. Like, I have all the talent and ability, but none of the discipline. And so then I shoved off the reservist, and he was like, well, let me talk to the active duty guy, Sergeant Rodriguez. And he came around, and I'm like, dude, here's the deal. I didn't even have a diploma yet. I hadn't graduated from the program to get my diploma. So he was like, look, we can send you off eArmyU until, as long as you're 21, you can get your diploma through this program. As soon as you get to your unit, we'll give you a computer. I only had 1 math class left to get an associate's degree and a diploma. And I'm like, cool, ship me off. And they gave me a $10,000 signing bonus. And I said, you guarantee I go to Europe so I can't fucking call people. And that's what we did.
All right. So you signed up and you got sent to where? Where's Army Basic for you? Because I know there's a couple different ones, I think, right?
So I joined the delayed entry program. So I could finish. Yep.
You're in the debt pool?
Yep. So I could finish that last quarter at Lake Washington Tech. And then all I had was the 1 math class that I had to take before I turned 21 years old. Could be online, could be in person. eArmyU was accredited, you know what I mean? So I could have taken it on a laptop in Germany. Contract said Europe. I was hoping for Italy. Yeah, so did DEP and then bounced out. I think it was August 26th of 2002. And I'll never forget when my orders came in, my recruiter laughed his ass off and then gave me the look that, you know, the look that, like, do you remember the movie Rudy?
Rudy,
right?
Yeah, of course
so,
I do.
Like, when he went to go in, there was like a couple of the players that gave him the look like, I'm scared for you, little fella. He read my orders, looked up at me like, oh fuck, and then gave me the I'm scared for you, little fella look. And I was like, what's going on? And he's like, oh man, you're going to Fort Benning. And I'm like, is that in Europe? And he's like, what? No, like, I was so ignorant. And he's like, no, dude, it's Fort Benning, Georgia, Sand Hill. Everyone at Fort Benning for training is infantry, except for one company, Delta 138, that was the company that in World War II held the Marne River, which was a major win for the United States. And so now it is a training company in Fort Benning, because, like, divisions and shit get, like, reclassed and companies get moved around. Fuck, bro, I was in 1st Armored Division. It's the patch with the big triangle with the 3 colors and the tank on it. It says Old Ironsides.
You have to. Oh, I love Old Ironsides.
That was me, dude. That was me.
Badass.
But that whole shit is disbanded now. 1st Armored Division no longer exists.
We're gonna have to look at the insignia after this.
Oh, it's dope. Like, I've legitimately, like, I don't have any tattoos on my right arm, and you wear your combat patch on your right side. And I thought about it, but honestly, that just seems like, dude, I don't even have any fucking, like, veteran stickers, or, you know what I mean?
We
like,
should do it. You and I should go. Fuck it. Why not?
I don't know, man. I gotta think about that. Like, I got this weird thing about
tell
the
you
whole
what,
service shit.
We'll roll the dice. If it lands on a 4, 5, or 6, we go. If it lands on a 1, 2, or 3, we don't go.
I can't roll the dice on that tattoo. That's something I got to come to terms with.
Okay. Right.
But so he was like, everybody there is infantry, dude. Like, he's like, straight up. And my recruiter was infantry. He had the fucking blue band. You know what I mean? The blue rope around the shoulder.
Oh yes, I know all about
Yep.
them. We had a BM1, so like a bosa mate, 1st class. He was an E6, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wear my blue rope in my Navy uniform," and I'm like, "Dude, fuck yourself. You're not." Do not disgrace the infantry.
Was he Army?
Oh yes, he was.
And then went Navy.
He was the Army infantry, and then he went to the Navy.
So let me ask you this:
do not disgrace the United States Army by wearing Army shit in a naval uniform.
So what is that program? Because I know if you're an enlisted, E123, sergeant, staff sergeant, private, specialist.
They let them come into the E3.
And then so if you go from being enlisted to then becoming, that's non-commissioned, and then you end up becoming a commissioned officer, they call that green to gold, because then you start with the gold bar. So hang on, if you go from Army to Navy, is that like going green to gay?
Fuck off, man!
Don't you love that I spent that much time explaining something?
So I don't know if anybody's heard, but there's a lot of the Army is known, and it's actually in there. I think
every other branch is known for calling the Navy gay.
Every single branch.
Not that there's anything wrong with being gay. If you are gay, I don't care.
They've done it for so many years. It's like a thing.
I have beautiful gay friends. But here's the thing, though: is do you guys realize the reason that we make fun of you in the Air Force? Do you know? No. We're fucking jealous. You guys got better shit, got treated better, got paid better. Fucking Air Force per diem in Iraq was $33.33 a day.
I don't talk about the Air Force.
Do you know what the Army's was?
I don't like them.
33 cents a day.
Yeah, man.
And like y'all got good shit, so whatever. We just talk shit.
I know there's a lot of sometimes leads to fights, like really bad fights, and I've had some fights with some Marines, and it was like 30 on 30 kind of thing. Thankfully,
dude.
Thankfully,
I don't ever want to get
the fighting spirit of the Navy kept up, but yeah, man, I don't want to get a fight with Marines, man.
But the beauty of it is like every branch will talk shit. Air Force is lazy. Fucking Marines are just fucking retards. Just eating crayons.
Yeah.
Army, we work harder, not smarter. And Navy, 100 sailors go out and 50 couples come back. It ain't gay if it's underway.
That, you know what? I've heard it about 100 times, man.
Hey, you know what I learned the other day? If you're,
we actually have women on ships now. Did you know that?
If you do, yeah.
I was married, so you know what I did the whole time. I'm actually holding the current world record for blue balls in the United States Navy. So yeah. I'm actually very thankful to say that I'm one of the only people I know who did not cheat on my significant other when I was deployed.
I didn't either, ever. I've never cheated on anybody in my life.
Right on. Good for you, man. Rock on. Me either.
You know what sucks, though, is like I've had some prime opportunities. Mm-hmm. Like when I was flying home after I got out of Iraq, keep in mind, this is after I tallied it up, it was 16 months.
Yeah. So 16 months, not 18.
16, not 18.
I fucked up. I'm sorry, guys.
No.
16.
That was my bad.
16.
So
those other 60 days in Afghanistan didn't count.
Right. I didn't do any time in Afghanistan.
Oh, you didn't do it?
Nope.
Iraq?
Nope. Just Iraq. Just Baghdad.
All right. Excuse me. The other sandbox.
The sandbox without mountains, which was a plus and a minus at the same time.
Dude, those mountains are fucking... We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
But land nav, you got a compass? It's flat. Fuck. All right. Wait till it's dark. Look for lights. Yeah. That's literally the rule.
So my boot camp experience was like when I was leaving the DEP program was really weird. The Navy wasn't really ready for my current situation. So I was living with my dad at the time. And I feel comfortable talking about this now. I haven't talked about it much. With a lot of people. I've covered it a couple times. So he was a really bad alcoholic.
By dad, to clarify, real father.
Like real father. His balls produced little baby Shaka Zulu light-skinned motherfucker.
You came from his loins.
I came from his loins. So my stepfather is an amazing man. And I'm so thankful.
Hey, dude. Fist bump to fucking having stepdads who stepped up when they didn't have to.
Yeah.
And I will say this, shout out to anybody that is a step parent, because that is such a unsung hero.
Yeah. It's a necessity. If society,
you know what? It shouldn't be, though.
You know how many active shooters we would have right now if we didn't have stepdads and stepmamas?
Dude, do you know how many? Do you know how many active shooters we wouldn't have if family units stayed together, so kids had a mom and a dad to look after them? That's legit our biggest problem as a society. In this country. We'll get.
I want to break that down because you've actually seen people shooting at you and you shooting back and stuff, and I want to talk about shooting related things. But when I left, I didn't have like my home unit was broken. My mom and me were having a lot of issues. I'm thankful that we rekindled our relationship, but I didn't. I was with my dad, and he was a severe alcoholic, and we would get into it from time to time. And like, I don't know if not everybody's had this experience of you waiting your whole life until you're 17 to meet somebody who birthed you, who was not in your life, just to find out that their excuse for not being in your life was they wanted to be their full-time parent or not at all because they couldn't personally deal with it, and they made that narcissistic, neglecting based
decision it's the most selfish thing I've ever heard. And I had a hard time coming to terms with that. And I still hold on to a lot of frustration and hatred. But we kind of worked our shit out because on 7 days before I was supposed to leave for the Navy, he was supposed to, we were throwing a going away party for me. I had all my friends coming over, barbecue, right? Great stuff. And, you know, whatever, there's a bunch of shit that transpired. But long story short, he burst into my room and I was sitting there with my friend. And he grabbed me around my throat and slammed me on my bed and pinned me to the ground on my bed. And so I was like, okay, well, two things are going to happen here. I'm either going to have to, I was losing my wind. I couldn't breathe. And so I was like, okay, fight or flight kicked in. I'm like, okay, let's be calm. And I said, let me go right this instant. And he refused to do it. I don't normally speak proper when I'm angry. I don't speak proper. So I calmed down, like, let me go this instant. He refused to do so. So I started striking him. I gave him 7 shots to the face probably before he realized like what was happening. He's backhanded me across my face. Ultimate sign of disrespect, by the way. Don't backhand somebody unless you're ready to fight to the death. Please don't. And then I just kept throwing shots. I kicked him off of me.
Even if you slap another grown man, that is such an insult. A backhand is actually, that scar right there is from backhanding a kid with braces.
It's got to
rip my finger open, and then I got angrier. Anyway, keep going.
It's the worst.
Either way, if you slap a mofo, just
be prepared for everything.
You basically just pooped on grandma's grave.
They either submit to your power or they, and I didn't submit to shit. I kept throwing shots. At that point, I was about to pass out. So I just started spinning right and left. I just threw 7 on my right, like just right crosses across his face. And his blood splattered my mom, who rushed up to try to stop it. Blood splattered her, my friend, the wall. Like I've never sent blood across the wall in a fight before, but I'm beating the shit out of my dad from under him, kick him off me, get up. And at this point, I know my dad. He is one of the only people I know who can honestly say that they've sparred with Tony Jaa and his dad was a crazy Vietnam vet in special warfare shit. And he's a fucking savage. Like when it comes to me and him, like joking around, fucking around, sparring and fighting and stuff, I got my ass whooped every time. Not like normal, like he picked me apart. And so I knew this was going to not something, I had no ground to stand on in this fight. And I was not terrified. Everything in my body told me that if I didn't win this fight, I was going to die. And I understood that. So I grabbed my scissors and I'm like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And my mom just said, Eddie, no, please stop. And
well, that escalated like stairs.
Escalated quickly. Well, I created distance now. And, you know, I didn't have a firearm because firearm resistance tools, all I had was my knife. And I'm like, if he's going to close, I had about 6 feet between me and him. And that's not far when you're an angry 6-foot-something black guy.
That's one jump and a punch.
That's like literally 100 pounds heavier than me, at least.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, I'm about to get
Wait, why has it got to be black?
Well, because he was black.
Oh.
So I was like, fuck, dude, this is going to be really bad. So I had my scissors in my hand, and I was like, I'm going to put this through his neck. If he runs at me, I'm just going to go for the neck and see what happens. Hopefully I don't die. You know, Eddie versus multiple-time felon, violent person.
Doesn't matter. Warrior blood. Warrior blood. I'm in the corner.
I'm in the corner, and I was backed into a corner.
And one of the best things I've ever heard, you never fucked until you're out of altitude and ideas.
I had about 2 feet. I was on my bed, so I had about 2 feet.
I mean, like, okay, we still got some time. We're sorting it. What do we got?
I had high ground, yeah.
What can we use?
I have the high ground, Anakin. So thankfully, I did. He can't just close the distance. He got to climb onto the bed, and that's an opportune moment to strike. But I told him if he ever try to touch me again, I was going to end his life. And I put the scissors down, just grabbed my shit. I had my orders. I grabbed my orders. They were covered in blood now because I'm covered in his blood and my blood. I didn't know I fucking bit through my tongue almost. I'm covered in sweat. All I had was my Property of the Navy t-shirt. I was so proud of my little sign up for the Navy.
Right.
And I called my recruiters and I'm like, and so I left I had a knife in case I had to stab him. I had my.
So were you Depp and then you called in and were like, can I go
this was
early?
7 days before I left.
Okay, 7 days.
It's like 7 days before I'm shipping out.
Yeah. Okay. So like your cycle is already picked out.
Oh yeah.
Your training schedule is yeah.
So I picked up my phone, my knife, my orders, and I put them in my little Nike little swag bag with the 2 straps and stuff. And it was.
By the way, Nike, if you want to sponsor this podcast,
if you want to sponsor, please give me money, Nike. I love people making my products in China and
let Eddie Lowry show you how to drive.
Sponsor me, please. So I grab my shit. I'm walking out and I call my recruiter. I'm like, so I'm homeless now. I have nowhere to go. And my dad's like, violent, like really violent. Like he'll kill everybody to prove a point, violent. And I know this, and he'll do it for real. Like, what do I do? Like, what do I do? Where do I go? Can you like put me in your naval protection or something? And like, oh, bro, like you can't come back to the recruiter office. And I'm like, you serious? Fuck. Okay. All right, cool. So I call this amazing woman who is now my wife, and I'm like, listen, I got nowhere to go. I don't know what to do. Her family took me in. I left for the Navy, and
How?
that was it. Huh?
What?
Her family, they put me in their home, and they,
Nice.
He showed up at my recruiter's office. A bunch of shit transpired in the 7 days. Like I just spent pretty much most of the time waiting for him to show up. I couldn't sleep. I was ready.
Yeah.
My shit was ripped. It's all bad, dude. So my recruiters were like, you can't come to the recruiter office.
That's so fucked up.
And I'm like, okay.
That's so
aren't y'all like
fucked
the
up.
military? Like, you just gonna leave me hanging? So do you want to? And I asked him. I said, do you really want to lose a recruit? Because I'm like,
Dude,
if my dad shows up,
my recruiter was so badass that he was like, "Can you piss?" And I went, "Fuck no!" And so he's like, "All right, get in the car." And he drove me to a head shop, which is like a pot shop, but before they could sell weed, but it was just like paraphernalia. And he bought me this like bottle, and he's like, "You have to drink this, fill it with water, drink that again, piss one time, and then you have a 6-hour window."
Hey, your recruiter's been
Dude,
recruiting
I
for a while.
told him about like when I was in 9th grade, my right shoulder went like 3 to 4 inches out the back because there was this huge kid playing football as quarterback. I thought I could fucking just give him a quick poke check and then hit my buddy Glenn that was 20 and in, burned him out. I'm like, easy 6. So I tried to stiff arm, tons of fun. I thought too quick, moved too fast, elbow locked, it hit. Dude, I've been blowed up, been there, done that. The only time, you know, that Saving Private Ryan, like, fog of war fucking situation.
Yeah.
I've been knocked out too. The only time I've ever had that in my life was there on the football field. I dropped the ball. My buddy Tony jumps on it. And then it's just like, when people are talking, it was like Charlie Brown's parents. I'm like, oh, what?
Oh, you're all fucked up.
So Ben, and then that whole thing got rebuilt, but it's okay at the moment. And like any previous surgeries, I fucked it up again in Iraq, which led to my discharge, but we'll get to that. So, my recruiter's like, I was like, should I put this down? And he's like, does it hurt you right now sitting in that chair? And I went, no. He goes, ignore it.
You're fine.
And that's where when I fucked it up in the Army, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to realize that I lied on my paperwork and I'm going to get fucked.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. But yeah, so I fucking get the whole shoulder thing.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. So
how's yours?
Huh?
Right now, how's yours?
Oh,
like, how are you feeling?
It hurts like a bitch, dude.
Really?
But it's okay. It's gonna be. It's a
Eddie may have a torn labia.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. It's,
I'm sorry. Labrum.
Oh
my bad.
God.
My bad.
It's just a strained rotator cuff, so I'm out of work for right now. So thankfully, I get to spend more time with my family. It's really weird to be off of work. I haven't been off of work since 7 days before the Navy. I was still working. So I've had a 7-day grace period since 2000 and I don't know when. Fucking A. But a bag of shit now.
There's to you, bud.
Get a vacation. It's kind of weird. So you went to boot camp. What was boot camp like?
Holy fuck, dude. I literally, like, anybody that's listening.
FMJ, Full Metal Jacket.
No. Oh my God, dude. Like, I will put my basic experience up against anybody's. When I joined the Army, after I joined, I flew back to Minneapolis.
Back to the hood?
Yeah, to tell my
back to rep your motherfucking shit.
Right?
Yeah.
Spit your lip, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
And I want to tell my grandpa in person. My grandpa Darwin pretty much raised me. Like, my dad wasn't there. Dude, this guy at like 5 years old would 4 years old, he would have to put a bag of cement on the seat of the riding lawnmower so that the blades would activate because I didn't weigh enough. And he had like, I think 2 acres. And he would walk the entire 2 acres behind me and tell me every spot I missed.
Letting you get after it.
I'm like, motherfucker, yeah, but pissing me off.
Yeah.
But I get it now.
But you get it
if
now.
You're not going to do it right.
Fuck, don't do it all.
You know what I mean? And then he would set up courses and put the little tractor up behind or trailer on the back of the tractor and make me back it. I'm like, Grandpa, what are we doing?
For real?
Yes. And he's like, this will never hurt you.
I do that to my wife's 10-year-old little brother right now with guns. So I'll make
Why is he backing up a trailer with guns?
No, he doesn't do it with guns. No, I make him do things again and again. If he does one thing wrong,
Right.
You know, he usually gets a backhand to the back of the head or something like that. Not in a violent way, just like
Right.
a tap, like letting him know, hey, I'm right behind you, and you're making a poor decision.
Right.
I'm on his fucking ass, and a lot of people don't like that. But I understand that you want to covet children and everything like that. If you're not on their ass, they're never going to learn that self discipline and that pride.
And
shit.
I will say this,
Mhm.
and it might cause some hate.
It's hate speech.
Women are the fairer sex for a simple fact of
They're nurturing.
they don't grow up like that.
Oh,
they don't grow up with you fucked up getting screamed at and smacked. How many times I couldn't tell you how many times I've been smacked in the head. Hey, hold the flashlight so I can see, not you.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, yeah, sorry, but I'm trying to look.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you know what I mean? But you just got to eat it like you got screamed at and slapped. So be it. You know what I mean?
You know what's interesting? Usually their fathers have been and their grandfathers learn the same way, but way worse. And so they tone it down a little bit and they do the same thing to the next generation and the next generation. I think that pain is a beautiful lesson, but not in the way that like I don't like I know my stepdad's story. I never want to feel the amount of pain he's felt in his life, and I'm glad I wasn't, because if I was dealt that amount of pain, me being in a new generation with new technology and things like that, and being more intelligent overall than the previous generation in front of us, just like we're experiencing that shit right now with these fucking kids on the internet and shit. I don't want to ever try to give that same pain to a child at that intelligent level, because they don't need it.
No,
they just need to be told, listen, motherfucker.
And unfortunately, this creates
this
a
is your
cycle of
why.
society. Hang on, to go back to like the
Yeah.
man-woman thing before we like
100%.
get into it here is like, how many women have you seen straight scream or slap their male counterpart and the dude just takes it and eats it? But how many dudes have you seen where if they actually like, I have only actually ever yelled at a female, I think like 4 times in life. I mean, like legit.
Like
And
freaked
I
out.
immediately felt horrible, you know, and it's like, you know, and as much as they like want to,
No, but that's your experience. You're just sharing your experience, man.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm going to be judged about.
I'm just saying, like in my experience, and like one of the reasons I think that is in that sometimes ladies, you know, and also they're emotional, we're logical. There is that, you know, but where they're like, a lot of women will be like, yeah, no, like guys couldn't make it without us. Like they're weak, you know, like we're the stronger sex and this and that. I'm like,
I think there needs to be a healthy balance.
well, yin and yang, man.
Yeah, yin
and again,
yang is
diversification. You know what I mean? Like
men are not good nurturers. I don't.
No.
Sorry, I
No.
shouldn't say it. I've seen a couple great ones. Great.
Okay,
Over the top.
okay. Hang on. First off,
but
can
generally
we clarify
speaking-
anything said from this point on when we say men, women, this race, that race? We don't mean every single person. It's
Yeah.
just a broad stroke.
Yeah, 100%.
Typically speaking, dude,
men are not the
I
great
can tell you what.
nurturers.
When my kids were young, I literally, when I got out of the Army, I was an electrician from 7 to 3, and Monday through Friday from 5 to 11, I delivered pizzas. And then Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., I delivered pizzas while we were living in my mom's basement to stack cash, because my wife at the time was like, I don't want to rent. I went, okay, I got this. I can work.
Mm-hmm.
And truth be told, looking back on it, I was running from demons. Can't sleep, clowns will eat me. But that's, you know, to be discussed later.
This is when you got out of the Army?
Yes.
Okay.
But that Sunday where I had to chill, and I'd be like, hey, I got the girls, y'all, the kids, y'all go do whatever you want to do. Y'all go do whatever you want to do. And I'll watch them. And after 3 hours of watching those kids, they were like 1 and 3 at the time, I was spent. Like,
is it because of nurturing
just,
or what?
Yeah, it's just like they're busy. They're doing so many different things. It's not, oh my God, I think I just had an epiphany. Men are amazing at, this is what needs to happen. This is what's on my list. This is what we're going to do. Here's what has to happen. And regardless, there's no amount of calories I can't throw at it. Women are amazing at, this is what I want to do, but whoops, this just popped up outside of my control. Is not on my list, but it's my kid, so I'll accept it. I will change pace.
Kind of going with the flow.
Right.
Guys are just like brute force and women are logic, breakdown.
Yeah, nobody
analyze.
Judge too hard on this. This is a brand new thought, but I don't know.
I think you might have some truth to this. Well, this is your truth, so it doesn't matter what the fuck people think about it.
Yeah.
So,
anywho, so back to basic. Bunny trail, how about it?
Bunny trail.
So he's like, good luck at Fort Benning. and I got there in late August of 2002.
Okay.
So after 9/11, and there was talk of maybe Saddam doing some shit, but nobody knew. I was like, whatever, dude, get me out of the country, give me that signing bonus, and away we go. Oh, and
so there wasn't anything that's saying, oh, 9/11, I gotta fucking get after this motherfucker.
no,
Yeah.
no,
No,
no.
You just wanted to.
No, dude, no,
to just go.
no, and that's just it. Honestly, and truth be told, I think that's part of the reason I don't have a fucking single sticker. I never raise my hand. I never stand when they ask about veterans. Like like my kids will be like nudging me, like, no, I'm good. Like I didn't join to try to be some patriot. I didn't join to fucking be a hero. I didn't join to try to help or save our country. I legitimately joined selfishly. Like, holy shit, the road I'm on is a dead end, and I would love. All I know about life is you gotta own land. You know, so that's why I joined.
Well, who's to say that isn't a patriotic idea? You
signed
your name on the paper, right?
No,
Years of your life?
I will argue this point all the way through. It's not patriotic because I didn't do it to serve my country. I served my country to serve myself. It was self-serving.
In hindsight, do you still feel that
100%?
It's your whole time?
Yeah. Oh, now what ended up happening fucking happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in hindsight, so that's how you went in. But you were young, dumb, and full of cum, right? So we do things at a young age, and there's I can't explain the shit I did when I was fucking 16.
Right.
I can't tell you what it's like to get shot at and
tell you what,
my friend.
I'm glad the internet wasn't around, man, because I'd said some shit that if it was on the internet, it would be really fucking bad.
Yeah, you might be
canceled. And I as an adult, no shit, right? I, as an adult, have reached out to so many people that I went to junior high and high school with.
Awesome,
I'm like,
man.
I just realized I said this to you at that point in time, and I'm fucking sorry.
So, in hindsight, do you think that after you've served, that you feel different about it? Like, I get emotional when I hear the national anthems like that, things like that. Because
bro,
9/11 for me was a cornerstone of my life.
Fucking
my stepdad
taps,
deployed, bro.
Taps.
So I was like, fucked up.
Taps and goddamn Amazing Grace. I legitimately will cry every time I hear, because whenever somebody got killed, when the flag would come down, somebody would get the bugle out and play Taps. And then once we're there, and it's every fucking day for how long?
You were there 16 months?
Yeah. So basic, hang on real quick. I flew back to Minneapolis, blah, blah, blah. I tell my grandfather in person, a Korean War veteran and a pillar stone in my life. I'm thinking he's going to be really proud of me. And I surprised him by showing up. And he's like, holy shit. And he's teary-eyed and stuff, because the dude raised me. And I was like, hey, Grandpa. Darwin was his name. Not named after the award. Because that dude survived way more shit than he should have.
Okay.
So he was the opposite. But I was like, hey, Grandpa, join the Army. And he was making a salami sandwich. And I always remember when he would whenever he would make sandwiches, he would breathe differently. I never understood it, but it was heavy through the nose, the whole. And I'm like, dude, are you just amping yourself up for this Sammy? Like, what are we doing?
Like, they don't have this back in Korea, bitch.
He loves Sammys. Loves sandwiches. So I told him that, and he was making a sandwich, and he set the knife down and wiped his hand off. And I was on his left. He was facing the counter, and he fucking turned and he hit me in the nose.
What?
So hard. I landed on my back. I wasn't even mad. I was impressed.
Why?
And he's like, why the fuck did you join the Army? I'm like, I thought you'd be proud. And he's like, why would you not call me and discuss this? I'm like,
surprise.
I'm 18. I'm an idiot. And he was like, well, do you like steaks or I hadn't even got off the ground yet. He's standing over me. He goes, do you like steaks or hot dogs? And I was like, steaks. And he goes, then you should have joined the Air Force. Enjoy the hot dogs, dipshit. Have fun in the fucking Army. And then he pulled me up and he's like, look, sorry about that. Got me a fucking, because both nostrils and upper lip are bleeding.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
ow. Old man strength is a real thing.
So impressive. So, and he's like, all right, look, fuck, first aid and land nav. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you ever want to be lost? Do you want to watch a buddy die? And I went, no, sir. And he goes, okay, then any and every time you can, take any class or course on first aid or land navigation.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, yep, that works for me. And he's like, God damn it, gave me a hug, fucking cried again. I'm like, oh shit. And he goes, you realize now might not be the time. I'm like, we'll figure it out. And then, you know, I shipped off.
Fuck. Well, shit, man. So you left for boot camp, right? And
yep, left for basic end of August 02. And like growing up in Minnesota, I thought I knew what humidity was. Like there was times moms would mop the floor, and a few hours later have to dry it off with a towel.
Oh God,
the humidity was that bad. Like you go outside and you're just sticky, icky. Oh wee, you know. And it was rough, dude. It was rough. Like it was terrible humidity. I thought I knew what humidity was. I was grotesquely ignorant on what humidity is. I got off the plane at Fort Benning and I pert near choked.
Fort Benning, Georgia?
Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yes, I've heard of this.
Georgia? Thing. Yeah, Sand Hill. Bro, that's where swords are forged.
Yes, Lord.
If you're infantry, you go there. And they break the weakness out of you.
Awesome. Fucking gladly. A. Good.
Gladly.
Good. One less dead person next to you.
So Sand Hill is Sand Hill. Oh my God, there's fucking fire ants. I popped up in the middle of a live fire range.
Okay.
Buddy said, buddy move. So like you run, you drop, you shoot. They're shooting over your head.
Yeah.
And it was hot. So we had heat category 5, which means you got to roll up your shit a little bit. And I'm laying in the prone and I look down and my entire arm is covered. And I was like, what is that? Like, I didn't know what it was.
No, brother.
And then I moved my arm and like somehow they send a signal out. I didn't know fire ants can communicate like dolphins. And they all bit at one point at the same time. And I went to jump and then realized I'm jumping into a live fire range. So I half jumped and grabbed my knees and hit the ground. It was a ceasefire, shut down the range.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Thank
my
God.
whole arm like grew. Oh, yeah.
Glad you didn't take a round of it, man.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You know, the 240 kind of hurts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get to Fort Benning. The air is so thick, I feel like I'm going to choke on it. And it is hotter than 2 rats fucking in a wool sock. It is rough, dude.
I've never even thought of that. So,
really?
Yeah, wow, it's pretty hot.
I feel like you're the kind of dude that think a lot about all the different kind of ways that rats could fuck.
No, I actually kind of avoid it.
Okay. I just figured from the cartoons that I've seen where it looks like you're drawing 2 of the Splinter characters from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the way that you draw the rats. I mean, maybe they were trying to piggyback each other. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna be honest. I've actually thought about how many ways 2 humans can fuck, but never rats or any animal at all. So
well, expand your mind.
No, man, you're going to hell.
Upgrade your brain matter. One day it may matter.
Jesus Christ.
So anyway,
your arm's covered in fire ants.
Yeah, right? Yeah. That was a live fire range. That's further down the road. So yeah, Sand Hill. It's not a pleasant place. They have 3 hills. And I cannot remember. It's Misery, Heartbreak, and something.
I've heard of Heartbreak Hill.
That's Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yeah.
So there's 3, and you would ruck it. And on all 3 of those hills, your heel doesn't touch.
Rucking is when you put a bunch of shit in your
a ruck march is a 45-pound backpack.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
For training. It was 45 pounds in your backpack. And you march, which is basically as fast as you can walk in brand new combat boots with hard soles on the pavement.
Glad that. Oh yeah, your knees must really love that.
Fuck your knees.
You know, the VA,
your shins, bro.
Oh God, the shin splints too.
Mm-hmm.
So the VA must love that.
My platoon in basic started out. We were Delta 138 2nd Platoon, Rock of the Marne, because they held the Marne River. And they I lost it. I just hit that cut on my foot and about shit my pants.
Okay. All right. Keep it in there.
Yeah, right. So we started like 52 dudes in the platoon, and I think it was 31 that graduated.
So there's quitters?
No. Oh. They broke them.
Oh, like physical injuries.
Yes. Fuck shin splints, dude. We had kids with stress fractures.
Oh, yeah, stress fractures, yeah.
So get to the unit. We do this like weird in-processing thing. I showed up with a fucking beard trying to be rebellious, and they made me dry shave immediately. That was not fun. I mean dry.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yep.
It's not fun.
No, with a cheap bic. And then everybody went through like this in-processing thing, CIF if you would, where they issue you all your shit. and you got your boots, all your shit, and then you hang out for like one day in these huge bays, and it's double bunks, like every military movie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I mean, like 6 rows deep and like 100 long.
When they issued you your shit, did everybody strip down naked and wear on their underwear, their tidy whities instead?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit
And then
sucks.
they shaved our heads.
They
and
shaved your
then
head.
and then we all went through and got so many shots. And then there's one shot that I don't know if you got it.
The peanut butter
The
shot.
peanut butter shot.
Yes,
dude.
brother. Of course we got it. Jesus.
Right in the butt cheek,
in the
bro.
ass, man.
My God, dude. So here's the thing: is somebody wouldn't shut the fuck up. Don't know who. So after we got the peanut butter shot, and like we are at parade rest, nut to butt, make your buddy smile. Like my chest is on the dude's shoulder blades in front of me.
Yeah.
My yin yang.
Focus on the wall.
Yeah, dude. My burritos, you know what I'm saying? Up against them.
Yeah.
It is. You're there.
Yeah, you're there. It's awkward.
And it's like, hey, we all know. Fucking, right?
If you're not like
right.
really awkward.
Right. Long as it stays soft.
Yeah.
But I was in when
the thoughts that come through your head. Yeah, like, but don't focus on the wall.
Yeah. Margaret, that's naked on a cold day. No, but
it was warm there in medical too for me.
Yeah.
I was not happy.
No.
I was like wishing it was cold.
So we were like that, and somebody kept talking after the peanut butter shot.
No.
And he's like, okay, everybody, half squat. And we're like, I don't know if I can. So then we all ended up sitting on each other's thighs, like leaning to the left.
You half squat for
trying
so
to hold
long.
it up. Well, and I can't, dude. I can't use that right butt cheek. Like that right glute is out of
commission, man.
No shit.
They inject like a full huge ass syringe of this peanut butter looking stuff in your ass cheek, and they say it's to cleanse you. I think it's just.
I don't know what that one was for, but to clarify, when Eddie says whole syringe, it's literally an inch in diameter and 4 inches long.
It's not a good thing.
And then it's a thick needle. Too. Yeah, dude. The needle, like you feel the needle pop when it goes through your skin.
Like if you've been stabbed before, it feels like that. But
with a screwdriver, not a knife.
But all the way through. Like it goes deep. It gets in that ass. So
right.
Real great. Yeah.
Right. So we do all that shit, go through all that, and then we get to our unit, man, and fuck. The bus pulled up. And it was Drill Sergeant Green was the first one to come up. He was cool as shit, man. Honestly, he reminds me of CeeLo.
CeeLo's a mother.
Right. But he was mean until you earned it.
Okay.
We also had Drill Sergeant Joe DiMaggio. Can't make that up. He was a super tall, skinny white dude from Brooklyn. And he would say, like, because we had to shine our boots back in the day, because I was in the real man's military.
I shine my boots.
Mm-hmm. And
I was one of the last.
Yeah. Well, now they just don't.
Now they actually have
suede
purple hair dyeing contests.
Oh God. Yeah. Right. Right. So he would say, "Kiwi, what you want to do is get some kiwi, Like the guy was awesome. The way that he talked was great, but he was fucking intense. We had Drill Sergeant Jones, who is an absolute fucking maniac. We had Drill Sergeant Whitman, dude from Augusta, Georgia. Like, I'm not sure who I would rather fight, Drill Sergeant Whitman or Mike Tyson. And I mean exactly what the fuck I just said.
Yeah.
Drill Sergeant Whitman, Augusta, Georgia.
Mike Tyson ain't the
huge old country black dude, right? And like 4 feet wide at the shoulders, 18-inch waist, huge lats, shoulders, pecs. The dude was insane. So there was yeah. It was like they were in your face, fucking screaming immediately. We then went up to, so for us there was 4 bays. Like there was a central. Okay, so hang on, let me paint the picture here. If you imagine like 3 basketball courts side by side, that would be the common underneath the barracks. Up on the left side was Bay 1 and Bay 2 on the first floor, second floor above that area. On the right side was Bay 3, Bay 4. So first, second, third, fourth
Sounds
platoon.
Like a fucking prison.
Kind of. And I don't know what your basic was like, but every bay for us, you went in alphabetical order from front left to front right, around in a circle in a horseshoe. The offices were at the front for the drill sergeants. And then in the middle, about 4 feet off of the bunks, was a rectangle that was literally tiled. in black. And that inside that rectangle was the kill zone.
Oh, yeah.
If you went in there, they will fucking kill you. Why? Because they said so, like the Mickey Mouse Club.
Yeah.
But again, the alphabet only consists of 25 letters. Y no longer exists.
Yeah.
So my
my
battle buddy at the moment, my bunkmate, was named Mobley because M.O. Monahan, M.O. Mobley. And we were right at the back, first bunk on the left. And I will never forget, man, because I was beaten as a child. So if you're an older male, I'm going to call you sir. You're an older woman, I'm going to call you ma'am.
I said miss because it gets you more favor with the ladies.
And my mom told me, my mom was straight up. My mom was straight up. Hey, dudes, if you got gray hairs in your beard, listen to my mom. She's the wisest woman on the planet. My mom told me that if you have gray hair in your beard, quit calling women ma'am. It'll make them feel old. And I've asked a couple random ones that seemed really cool. And like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, oh shit. So I go with miss, or I like to quote my buddy Vaughn from Alabama and just say darling. You know, and
I can't say stuff like that. These old ladies are around.
These old heads,
me, man, they hound me.
So day three, I call Drill Sergeant Jones sir, and he runs at me. I mean, fucking
Sarge?
Runs. Drill Sergeant.
Oh god.
Drill Sergeant. So we don't say sergeant.
Bail out.
Army. We say sergeant.
Yeah.
I said yes, sir, and he fucking sprinted across the kill zone, and I'm looking left and right, like, okay, if he goes in the kill zone, is that a crime? And then he grabbed me by the top, my top button on my BDU top and my belt buckle. And he threw me through the door of my wall locker. Literally. And then made me and Mobley empty my wall locker, carry it down the stairs, grab a new one, bring it back up and reload it. And the wall lockers in basic training it had to look perfect. When they opened it, they wanted exactly 1 inch between each hanger. Your socks were folded identically, like to the point that when the sock laid down, the crease had to be at the same position, at the same angle as all the others.
So that standard hasn't changed. They want completely insane things, just for you to get down attention.
Did you clean the bathroom? Yes, Drill Sergeant. Flips over the drain cover, wipes it with a Q-tip. No, you fucking didn't. You're
they want insanity. They want insane things. So and to be so detail oriented that you focus on it, but at first you think it's bullshit, and then you're a couple years into your deployment or a couple years into your time in the military, and then you realize, holy shit, if I didn't create these good habits of paying attention, and everybody kind of relax after boot
attention
camp,
to detail and situational awareness will save your life.
Save your ass every single time.
So many times. Dude, I have caught so many random people in odd situations, like a woman falling, a kid falling, some shit falling off of something. I run over and catch it, grab it, be like, yo, heads up. And they're like, oh my God, thank you. How did you do that? I'm like, well, I'm not a fucking human being with horse blinders on, dude.
It's because you're like one of those earthquake sensors that can feel vibrations miles away.
No, I can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
Oh, well, I can't. I got spider senses and shit.
Really?
So,
I do, but not like that.
Yeah. Well,
I got this thing where I know the cops.
I get a feeling and I'm like, something's wrong. Yeah.
That tonight's going to be a good night?
No.
That's not the feeling you get?
So it's wrong.
Yeah. So I get a thing in my gut, and I've had it since high school.
It's like one of those orchestra music. Like,
we would be right.
Like, yeah, that's what I get.
We would be at a poppin' party.
Okay. And
all of a sudden my gut would be, I'm like, time to go. And at first my buddy's like, fuck you. Like, all right, peace. And just started walking. And the cops would show up.
Well, that's what
and then after that, buddy started listening. Like, okay, got it.
Well, if you got the voice, man.
Right. So Drill Sergeant Jones throws me through my wall locker. I'm like, holy fuck. And on the way down, Mobley's like, dude, can he do that? I'm like, I don't fucking know, but I'm not going to call him sir again.
So
he was effective. And, yeah, man, it was, they fucking put us through it. So legally, the Army is required to give you 4 hours to sleep during training. So the entire time we're at basic training, it was lights off at 11 p.m., lights on at 3 a.m. That doesn't mean you got to sleep that whole time. And there was a drill sergeant shutting the lights off and another one turning them on. And I will give it to these men. They were fucking dedicated. Most of them were good. There were a few that were so fucking horrible, and I'll get to that later. They were so horrible that my grandfather, when I got out of basic, I told him about my stories. He fucking wrote letters to Congress. 2 of them were congressionally demoted. Because once you hit E7, to get demoted takes an act of Congress. They were demoted. Yes, they were demoted and kicked
at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's still that way.
It might still be.
Might still be. Might could, but I don't know. It was then. That's all I can say.
Okay.
But like demoted and kicked off the trail, which means you can't be a drill sergeant no more.
Well, if you're a human being and you're doing inhumane things that aren't going to be constructive whatsoever, you should not be in a leadership role whatsoever.
But here's the thing, dude. Like it was okay. So we're talking August.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Right? Hot as fuck, dude.
Humid as shit. So 2 weeks before I got there, they had a kid that they trained way too hard, and then they weren't paying attention. They smoked the shit out of him. So being smoked is when you fucked up. And so now you're gonna do push-ups, dude. And everything. We had a thing up in our barracks. They would call making it rain. They would pull us all at the shower, and like you'd have to just line up naked and then just walk through the showers. Like you have 8 minutes for 52 people to take a shower. Go. It's like, God damn it. And there was this one kid that didn't want to do it. He ended up getting put out. His name started with a B. I'll just call him B. I don't want to bust him out.
Be nasty.
B. You have no idea. Dude, Be Nasty would skip showers for days. Nobody wanted to run behind him because he would shit himself. He would shit himself running. Dude, the captain walked into the DFAC and he stood up and saluted him indoors left-handed.
Yeah, some people
on like week 3.
Some people
and I'm like, yeah, this ain't for you, dog.
Not for you're not gonna make it shooting at somebody so your friend next to you doesn't die.
We had so it got real hot 2-3 weeks before I got there. They had a kid that Drill Sergeant Whitman fucking smoked the shit out of. And then they weren't paying attention, and he drank like 6 people's canteens. You already know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Thinned out his electrolytes, sweating like crazy, shivering, blue in the lips, and he died. Because, dude, when you get to that point, there's nothing a hospital can do for you.
They could sing a song that brought Christ to this earth, and nothing could change.
Nothing can change that. That's undoable. 2 weeks before that, they were fucking with these kids so bad, the way that they fucked with us. So when I went through the grenade range, which is not the way they do it anymore, you got issued the grenade when you walked into the range, stood in line, and then went up to it.
Oh, no.
So the whole time...
I've seen some stupid motherfuckers.
So the whole time we're standing in line, we are holding our grenade in one hand and then literally making it look like we're fist pumping ourselves with a grenade in our right hand. I mean, granted, the pin and the spoon are still there, but it is also painfully aware that you are holding a fucking grenade.
An explosive device, yeah.
So is everybody else. We're very nervous.
Yeah.
So the one kid that thinned out the electrolytes, that was 3 weeks before I got there. 2 weeks before that happened, one of the drill sergeants, in a horrific move, had his cargo pocket unbloused. Unbloused means not buttoned up or properly secured, as conforming to AR 670-1, which is the Army uniform of regulation for uniforms, right?
Loosey-goosey.
So he had his pocket unbloused. His cargo pocket was open. Home dude ran out of line, pulled the pin, flipped the spoon, threw the grenade in the cargo pocket, and then hugged the drill sergeant so he couldn't get it, and took them both out.
Way. People go crazy, man, in boot camp.
Bro.
I had one dude right to the mom and said that we shaved our head just like those Jewish fucks.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not crazy in boot camp. He was crazy before boot camp.
Oh no, he got the juice. So in the laundry room,
absolutely.
In the laundry room is where we fight. And so people do middle of the night as soon as the sergeant goes home to sleep with his wife.
A little PT ninja.
Yeah. So he got his he got fucked up
really
bad.
Took out,
and we got in trouble really bad. But you know what?
You got in trouble?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Until they found the letter.
Yeah.
And then it kind of got swept, and I'm glad it did. Fuck them.
Right. Yeah. Fuck that.
You're
dude.
a racist
Fuck
little
that.
bitch. You gotta.
I don't give a shit what race you are. If you hate other people just strictly based upon their race, then fuck you.
Or their religion,
or anything. Sexual orientation, dude. Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
My big thing is
I want everybody to bust in that. I'm happy for you.
Right?
Yes.
Does it affect me?
I hope
then
it
let
does.
your freak flag fly.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah. So
Jesus would love it.
So that's the situation we're in, right? And we had a kid, that B kid. He tried to kill himself, and he took 4 sheets off him and his battle buddies took the sheets off the bunk.
They were helping him?
No, he tore them off, and it wasn't DiMaggio. There was another drill sergeant. Stocky fucking white dude, looked like Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. Truthfully, yeah. Like so once I saw that show, I'm like, holy fuck, is that my old drill sergeant? It's not. fuck it. It doesn't matter.
So Mike Rowe.
Drill Sergeant Rowe watched this happen. And we're like, we got to stop. He goes, no, fuck him. Let him go. And we're like, huh? And he goes, and because we got smoked previously. And the lesson of that smoking, dude, it was like 7 hours of horrendous
physical
shit.
labor. Yeah.
Like literally, like, hey, everybody line up here and like feet on head on feet. Everybody's on their back, shoulder to shoulder. 40 of us at this point. And they made us roll the length of a football field. After we'd already ran like 12 miles, flutter kicked,
No.
Have you ever sang the song on your front, on your back, on your feet?
Yeah,
you ever done that?
Sucks.
So on your front is push-ups, on your back's flutter kicks, and when they say on your feet, that's side straddle hops, which is Army for jumping jack. Why do they call it side straddle? In the Navy, did they call that a side straddle hop?
We just get beat. They call it, you're about to get beat to shit, and they say, jumping jacks, get there.
When you would do PT in the Army,
jumping jacks,
or Navy, sorry. What did we call it, jumping jacks?
Say, jumping jacks, get there.
Okay,
and
what about
3
push-ups?
seconds? And if you're not there in 3 seconds, prepare to suffer.
What about push-ups?
Push-ups? Fucking lean and rest, bitch.
Front leaning rest. Like, what the fuck is that anyway?
I don't know, man.
Like, that's just like, why are you overcomplicating
they want you to lean
this?
and rest. And
that's not rest.
You're working, motherfucker.
I've never been in the front leaning
Whoever
rest.
came up with the shit was not smart, brother. Okay,
Yeah,
it is what
facts.
it is, man.
Anywho,
that's why they're in the in the drill industry,
right? So we would have to lay head to feet, shoulder to shoulder, roll. Everybody's literally puking on each other.
Yeah,
like
you're maxing out your physical condition.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we all had to get up, and it was a 440 track, and he said, "We're gonna run until the entire platoon makes it in 1 minute." We had like 37-year-old dudes, man. We're trying to carry them and shit. we're trying to do everything we can. Yeah. And that was honestly like, okay, so fuck, bunny trail on a bunny trail. That smoking was the first Sunday. So the first 3 weeks of basic, you're under total control.
Yeah.
You have zero free
completely
time.
Micromanaged. There's no, you can't even piss without fucking thinking about it.
No. And like you go to chow. Oh, and fuck, dude, week 2, they deemed me to be platoon guy, which means they'll tell me what they want. I have to tell the platoon so that they can understand the chain of command.
Yeah, they hate you.
And I was genuinely like, that's awesome. Thank you.
You're one of them.
And then that made everybody else hate me. Yeah. And I was like, you fucking idiots. Like, do you think I'm making this shit up? Like, I'm telling you what they told me.
People just look for blame.
And there was this kid, Key, dude. He would always fuck with me. And there was one night I was like, all right, Key, it's fucking me and you tonight. And the lights go out at 11. Drill Sergeant DiMaggio leaves. I'm like, let's go, bitch. And he fucking came running across the kill zone because we're like across from each other.
Yeah, the birthing.
He came running across the kill zone with one hand like this in the air.
No, you're getting beat.
And I was like, got it. I took 2 steps and just leaned straight into it. Right in the fucking chin, dude. Like, took his head back. He went back, landed head first, and knocked out. No. And then I kind of fucked up the chin. I hit off to the side. So it was my right hand. It was his left upper canine. Went through his lip, through his cheek. Yeah. Cut my knuckle. Drill Sergeant DiMaggio left some shit in the office. Lights come on. He walks in. We all hit parade rest, except for Key, because he's unconscious. And we're in the fucking kill zone. And I was like, and keep in mind, last time that I even came close to the kill zone, said the word sir, I got thrown through my wall locker.
Yeah, you got fucked up. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it's the end of the world. And we know, I'm like, this is it, dude. This is it. So I just stand there. Drill Sergeant DiMaggio, man, he fucking had that straight brimmed hat and like these super, like, he had like 10-inch tall boots that you could see your reflection in. He walked in, looked over, and literally left face and marched straight at me. And to the point I was at parade rest, I shut my eyes and lifted my head up. I was expecting him to just hit me.
Yeah. It's in the position.
And he walked up and he was like, shit, I wish you guys could see this. So
the knife hand
in the military, if you have to take all 4 fingers with your thumb on top of your index, and that's how you point. Because if you point with one index finger, like out of a fist,
it's not douchebag.
that's considered intimidating. That's why. I'm like, dude, the knife hand is so much more intimidating. I digress.
The knife hand just makes me want to like swat it out of my fucking face.
No shit, right? So like I'm drowning in oil. I digress. So he fucking comes up, knife hand in my face, and was like, Why are you in the kill zone? What the fuck are you? And then he like drops and looks down at Key and he goes, what are you doing? I was like, well, drill sergeant. Anyway, not talking to you. And he starts kicking Key in the side of the head. Not
Wake
hard,
up, bitch.
Not hard, but like a little boot, you know? And then Key fucking jumps up, pops up to parade rest, realizes his lip is stuck on his tooth, loses parade rest, unfucks that real quick, snaps back to parade rest, and was like, drill sergeant. And drill sergeant DiMaggio was like, why are you in my kill zone, unconscious, bleeding out of your face? And Key looks at me and looks at drill sergeant DiMaggio and goes, I fell brushing my teeth.
Yes, very well. Very good.
And at first I'm like, oh, you fucking idiot. And DiMaggio goes, good answer. Grabbed whatever he wanted out of the office and left.
Yeah, fucking right, man. Violence is encouraged in the military. That's through my experience.
I wouldn't say violence. I would say appropriate level of punishment. You know what I mean? Because like as dudes, unfortunately, sometimes like I can tell you what, man.
Fuck, fight or feed.
Well, damn near every time I've really like had my ass whooped. I mean, I was a little on line back there. I probably shouldn't have said that last thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like every ass beating I've ever had, I learned a lesson in one way or another. Either what to do, what not to do, you know. So, anywho, get there, name me platoon guy, and do like this shit in this fucking unit is so rough that being platoon guy, I'm at the end of the food line. Mm-hmm. And we would walk in and then get our food, sit down. You sit in a table of 4. You can only have 3 people in the milk or juice line at a time. So every time somebody would drop out, 2 people would stand up, and it was an immediate visual paper, rock, scissors. Who's going to go? Because if we both go, then, if everybody's got time to get juice, then we must be done eating, and the whole platoon would go hit the track.
God damn.
Right? Yeah. So typically when I would get my food to when I sit down, I would have like, and I'm not even joking, like 2 minutes at best to eat. Yeah. You know, you just get used to that.
I can't eat slow anymore. It's really weird.
Dude, it fucked my stomach all up. Like I got I got like Barrett's esophagus. They had to like dilate my esophagus.
Pull the dick out of there?
Yeah. No, actually to do it, I think they put a dick down there. No, for real, what I think they did is put a hockey puck on a string, shoved it down with a stick, and then pulled it back out.
Oh, that's solid, man. Good.
That was brutal. Yeah. So painful. Do you have any idea how many muscles work in the swallowing motions that you're unaware of?
Escalator grease, it goes right down.
Right? So, yeah, we'd have to sit down, and we had this one drill sergeant Pittman. Drill Sergeant Pittman was harder than a coffin nail, but he was true, and he was just. And he would pick out of all 4 platoons Pittman's pit bulls. And that was dudes that he's like, I think you show prowess and like an ability to excel. So I'm going to see how fucking hard you are. And what he would do is like, if you're in the club, and this was like a club for punishment, but we were happy to be a part of it, right? Mm-hmm. Like,
hard asses.
Yeah, he was like, there's one female. Who wants to meet her? My dumb ass is like, yee yee. You know? Name's Melanie. Melanie's a 350-pound log. Pick 3 friends. You're going to run a mile out and a mile back carrying Melanie and switching shoulders halfway. Bro, brutal. He would walk around the DFAC, and when you're in the middle of eating, grab your chin, pick your head up, and chop you in the fucking throat.
Was he with the Rangers or some shit?
He was actually Ranger Tab. That's funny that you say that. He was.
I don't know. I have a something draws me to.
He had a Pathfinder tab too. So that dude was legit.
He's an RMF, real motherfucker. Right?
Oh yeah. So he would do that and then be like, yeah, meet Melanie, blah 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 blah. So he would walk around chopping the fucking throat in the middle of eating, and if you choked, you're out of the club. It was like, oh, son of a bitch, right?
I'll be waiting for him to come around, man.
Oh, dude, yeah. So then all the ruck marching, running with rucks, full of weight, you know, just destroyed kids' shins. It was ridiculous, to be honest, fucking uncalled for. But the shit that
stuff will damage you for the rest of your military career, right?
That could ruin your, like, stress fractures could ruin your military career. Mm-hmm. Also, did you know they kick you out the Army if you're allergic to bees?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think about it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, you get stung, you're fucked.
Right. Proper fucked.
Yeah, proper fucked. So it sounds like boot camp was definitely a difficult experience compared to the ones I've heard in the past.
Right. Which is funny because I'll put mine up against anybody's, but yeah, being non-infantry at Fort Benning,
they gave you the juice.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, they try to just, work you through, like make you recycle.
Mm-hmm.
It was bad enough that when I got out, I was really proud of it because I thought that's what it was supposed to be like, because what do I know? I went and talked to my grandpa and told him, Grandpa Darwin, and that motherfucker wrote letters to Congress.
Yeah.
Which resulted in...
I've never heard of anybody writing a letter to Congress, so that's pretty big.
No shit. Well, and especially for a dude that went through basic during the Korean War. So I figured, like, whatever you went through wasn't shit. I told him what I went through, and he fucking lost his mind. I was like, damn, all right, well, fuck. Like, it was the cool part is when we went to AIT after basic, so I think it was 29 or 32, somewhere in there, that graduated, and 17 of us all went down to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, on a bus for AIT, Advanced Individual Training, based upon your MOS, which is your job in the Army.
Yeah, like A school for the Navy.
Right, and I chose motor pool because I'm a fucking idiot and I like working on cars. So don't make your hobby your job, kids. So when we got there, we like on the bus ride down, we're like, all right, look, man, they're going to make us wear our full on, canvas bags full of shit as we get off in our Class A's when we travel, your dress uniforms, dress greens. And they're like, look, they're going to smoke us. And when they do, don't drop your bag. And so then that platoon became like 35 people in AIT, and like 19 of us were from the same basic unit. And when they say half right face, the reason they say that is because when you're standing in formation, if we go to do push-ups, your head is going to hit my feet. If we make a straight right turn, we're totally fucked. We'll be on top of each other. But if you rotate 45 degrees to the right, everybody's head clears everybody's feet, and now it's time to push. Beat your face.
Yeah.
So he said half right, and everybody else dropped their canvas bags. We didn't. Rotated, banged them all out. And we're used to lights going off at 11 and on at 3. And we know the fucking shower hinge trick, the back of the toilet handle trick, the hinges on the stall doors trick, the inside of the drain trick to like you didn't clean your bathroom. So they would leave us alone at like 9 o'clock at night. And we would self-sufficiently be like, all right, we're going to meet the fucking standards straight out the gate. And we just kept rolling, and we would clean until like midnight. Day 3 at AIT, my drill sergeant was like, y'all have met every fucking standard I've ever set on the 3rd day. They're like, well, we don't need any more training on how to clean. We're here to learn how to do our jobs, That escalated terribly because now we're thinking we own the joint. Some of the kids that were over 21 jumped out the barracks window and took off, bought a bunch of booze, and got like 6 platoons drunk.
Oh, God.
To the point that the drill sergeants came out, smoked everybody till everybody puked. I didn't drink. I'm fucking smarter than that. Like, nah, y'all do you. And then it was like, okay, nobody ever talk about this again because all of you will get kicked out of the military. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Did that. And then, yeah, it was a good time. So that was AIT. And then from there was me and 4 other kids. We all caught the same plane out to Frankfurt, Germany. And the cool part about Frankfurt, Germany is when you get there, nothing's in English because fuck you, you're in Germany.
Yeah.
But the weird part is the airport security is walking around with MP5s.
Yeah.
Mag in. Bring it. And you're like, oh. And there's a lot of smoke glass and German talk. And I literally like, I'm not going to fucking... It's like somebody can tell me where to go. I'll be right here till you need me.
Yeah.
I just stood there looking around, like looking at people like, what do I do?
Yeah.
And then like, yeah, you go through here, you hit like... It's like going to Mexico. You hit a button. And then it either gives red light or green light, depending on like you're getting searched or just walking through. Walked through, got to my unit. My unit was 127th Aviation Support Battalion, which was part of 4th Aviation Combat Brigade, 1st Armored Division. So we were the support battalion for the combat brigade, and we were basically like motor pool third shop, which is like motor pools, like starters, wiring, stuff like that. You need your motor swapped out and rebuilt. That's third shop. So it was DS direct support is them, and headquarters platoon. Got there and everybody was gone. Everybody was gone. They're on FTX, field training exercise. So the same day that I got to my unit, the dude that I wear his bracelet and he's on my arm, Brock Moe, he got to the unit the same day. We had our slight, introductions. We were at the old barracks. You go up the stairs, like third door down and left, straight across the hall from each other. Hey, Brock, Telo, blah, blah, blah. Like, all right, man, new here. Yeah, you too. And when you get to Germany, they do this like in-processing thing, which is really a good idea. It's basically teaching you a little bit of German and making sure that you understand the culture and etiquette with which you now live. This isn't America. Like,
act accordingly, motherfucker.
If you mess with the cops in Germany, like they don't carry guns, but they travel in packs of 6 to 8, and they literally have what we would call a soldier be good stick. It was a baton that was spring loaded, so the cop could whoop you but not wear his shoulder out. So it's a 2-week thing, and there was one dude, we would call it a broke dick is the term. So Randolph was broken. He couldn't, was that somebody knocking on the window? Okay. He couldn't, go to the field training exercise. He had a PT profile. He was broken. I think it was his knee or whatever was jacked up. Nice guy. So he has to pick us up in the morning and take us to our first day of in-processing. And he does. And I got to my unit on January 26th, 2003. Go to our first day of in-processing. And on the way there, Brock is like, dude, did you hear that scream last night? I was like, you mean the one at like 3:16 a.m. from upstairs? And he was like, yeah. Did you go up and look at that? And I was like, I did. He was like, okay, I thought that was your door and footsteps. So at 3:16 a.m., there was a scream so loud, it woke both of us up out of a dead sleep. I went up and looked with the flashlight, and there was a door with, crime scene evidence tape on it. And I was like, that's yucky.
Ooh. And
walked away. We say this with Randolph driving, and we're on the Autobahn. He stuffs the brakes, slams over to the shoulder, is like, what did you just say? And Brock and I are like, oh, what? There was a scream. A girl screamed. Not sure, maybe she was sleeping. I don't know. A nightmare. And he's like, oh my God. Puts it in park and gets out and starts walking around the car, shaking his hands. And now Brock and I are like, what the literal fuck is going on? Come to find out, there was a female soldier that had been sexually assaulted and then murdered in the floor above us 3 months prior to us showing up. They still don't know who or what.
Jesus Christ.
We were the only ones in the barracks that night. Everybody else was gone. That's why Randolph got out and walked around. I tell you this, from that day until the day that we deployed to Iraq, either Brock slept in my room or I slept in his room. That scared the ever-loving shit out of both of us.
Jesus Christ, man.
Right?
Sexual assault's a huge issue.
So then the next day comes, and I'm like, yo, where's my commander? I got to talk to my CO, commanding officer. Because you earn leave while in training. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, here we go. I got to go home because while I was in AIT, I was blessed. I got to listen on speakerphone to my older daughter being born. But now I got to go home and meet the kid. So CONUS means Continental US, C-O-N-U-S, right? And OCONUS means outside of Continental US. Well, OCONUS is Germany, anything that isn't in actual America, right? my unit was under orders for the whole Saddam Iraq thing.
Okay.
I didn't understand what that meant. So I went to them and was like, hey, my daughter was born while I was in AIT. I have some leave saved up from my time in, training. I would love to go back home and meet the kid real quick. And they were like, yeah, we're under orders for deployment. And I was like, nope, you can't deploy me. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah, no, man. It says right here in my enlistment contract, I will be stationed in Europe. And they're like, yeah, you're stationed in Germany. We're deploying to Iraq. And I didn't even know there was a difference. That was a rough day. And they're like, well, here's the deal. If you're outside of America and you're under combat orders, if you go back to America, they won't let you because so many people have ditched out and deserted. And it's so hard to track them down. So that was the day I realized that I don't get to meet my kid before I deploy.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Rough day. And now here's the thing is now this is where like, whatever wisdom I've tried to express in life, the only thought I had is the next fucking dude I see, I'm fucking him up on sight.
Violence. Yeah.
I'm fucking him up on sight. The next dude I saw happened to be this dude named Shook from upstate New York. Shook ain't the one. Shook looks like if a white dude was Shrek. For real. I just thought of that, but anybody that's listening that knows him will nod their heads.
Big old country boy?
Not even country, just fuck you. Like
cornbread from New York, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he comes around the corner, like, hey, brother, because that's how he talked. I was like, hey, man, hey, never seen you before. I'm like, yep, second day here. All right, well, come on into the barracks, because like they'd come back from FTX that day. So I'm like, okay. And he has a scar on his forehead that looks like a Mercedes symbol without the circle. Come to find out, he got that scar. Like they were fixing, dude, this is one thing I didn't know about getting into the motor pool. Bar fights are a regular thing.
Yeah.
Like the motor pool, our motor pool.
It's so it's not like Sergeant Bilko. They actually fight and stuff.
Yeah. Like each dude in the platoon drags people to a different spot and makes a pile to compare piles. Like by the time that I went to Iraq, there was 6 clubs in Germany that if any of us walked in, they were like, nope. The Happiness and the Boat were the most unfortunate because I love those places. But the problem is when they play hip hop in Germany, like the Turkish dudes would just start line dancing, no disrespect, whatever. This isn't racism. This is just stereotypes.
Okay.
If there was a lot of hair grease, bedazzled jeans, crazy boots, vehicles with lots of adhesive chrome attachments, what would you think? Probably Hispanic guy, right? Probably.
How big were the belt buckles is the question.
Yeah, right. And the boots and the hats. But yeah.
Man. It's swag, man.
Right. So
the
same thing applies. So like the Turkish dudes in Europe are like legitimately like the Hispanic dudes here in America.
Okay.
Like they do the jobs that nobody else wants to do, but they fucking slay it.
Yeah.
Like
they take pride in what they do.
Oh yeah. No, and they kill it. And I love the fact that 3 generations of the same family listen to the same music. Like you have to respect that. Like that level of passing down family tradition is lost on lots of other people.
Yeah, so they're cultured.
Right, exactly. So, but part of their culture is line dancing. They'd be playing 50 Cent, Go Shorty, It's Your Birthday, and these dudes would all get out there and line dance.
Oh Lord.
And like my mom taught me at a young age, if you ever want a good woman, you need to learn how to cook and how to dance. And so straight up, I can break some ankles. It's the third gayest thing about me is I absolutely love dancing. So that shit would come out and I would just start walking around fools and their ladies would love that shit. And all the other buddies could dance too. So then the ladies want to come dance with us. Therein lies the problem. Like there was a kid, Kevin, and I remember a night where we were trying to pick the glass out of his head because he got smashed with a pint glass, trying to get all the glass out of his head before PT, which what physical training started in 15 minutes. I was like, okay, shit, at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And we ain't been to bed yet. Like, it was such a good time. Those guys would always throw down. So get to the unit, Shook comes back. So the reason Shook had that scar on his forehead was he was about to take on like 4 dudes solo mission. And in Germany, they have half liters and liters of beer. If you get the liter, that's the Stein thing, like that big glass. That glass by itself weighs like 6 pounds.
No.
Shook to get himself going, whapped and broke one over his own forehead, blew his forehead open, and was like, all right, let's go. And the dude saw that happen. They're like, we're done. I'm out. Dude, they didn't even try. I saw this dude pick up a cot at a staff sergeant when he was in E4. He picked up a cot because they woke him up and told him to do something and started hitting him with it, with a cot.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude was gnarly. So he's like, hey, brother, come on in. And I'm having a rough day. Don't get to meet my kid. We go into his barracks room, and I imagine, like, minus the fire, that's what hell looks like. It's fucking gargoyles everywhere. Satanic shit. There's like death metal.
Death metal.
You know, like, oh my, like, this is not my scene. But I'm trying to play it cool. I got a Mickey's 40 because, you know, and I sit down and he's like, all right, man, have a pull off my hooch. And he hands me a bottle of Jägermeister. I'm like, okay. I take a shot, hand it back. And he goes, I said, take a pull, brother. I didn't see any bubbles. I'm like, okay. What? Okay. So I fucking put some work in on the bottle. And then he grabs it and is like, don't drink all my hooch. And I'm like 2 glugs in. I'm like, where's the whatever? And he's spinning it. Keep in mind, I'm like fresh out of training. So like going through the gas chamber and basic and like all that shit is fresh on my mind.
Parade rest. And,
do all that. Yeah.
Yes.
So, he's spinning this fucking can. It says CS 700 and they hit you with the CS gas in the chambers. I'm like, CS 700? Is that like what they hit you with in the chamber and basic? And he's like, I don't know. Haven't tried it. You tell me. And he's sitting on his chair and I'm sitting on his couch. We're 90 degrees. We're perpendicular to each other, but 3.5 feet at best. And he pops the cap off, holds his arm out, so it might be 15 inches from my face, and maces me. And I'm just like, all right, don't look like a bitch. So first thing I did was cup the fucking mouth of my Mickey's. I'm like, we're not ruining 2 things tonight. You know what I mean? And I just sat there and like, you know, you can't breathe for a while. And then eventually, like, I was able to open my eyes up and breathe a little bit. I'm like, yep. And he's like, really? And then he fucking hit himself point blank. And at that very moment, I was like, you know, I said the next dude I see, I'm fucking him up on sight. And I'm so goddamn glad I didn't try to climb this mountain.
You know, I just want to tap it real quick and just say, this shit does not happen anywhere but in the Army. The Marines would not do something like this.
Dude, did you know that the Marines... Did you know that the Marines have been... the Marines would absolutely do that. You need to know more Marines.
I got a buddy who I work with named
the Marines
Ray got CS fucking 9 times in less than a year. They got him to gas chamber.
Ray, does his last name start with an A?
Yes, Ray Aspinall. Yeah. Our guy. Yeah, he got fucked up.
Ray J. Yeah, dude. So I actually used to tell, when I first started dating my girlfriend, I would tell her that, like, you know, I don't know that it's due to the way that I lost my virginity, which was a little bit weirder than most people, but sometimes I find I can't maintain an erection unless I'm being maced.
Is that a party trick?
Yeah.
Is that what you say? Is that what you say to get people going? God, man, you got some good ones.
No, that's how you sort out snowflakes.
So how did this? So you, that's how you get introduced.
Hang on, and then Shook lit his table on fire and danced on it barefoot. For the record, like that, I just got to recap that.
That's who this human being is. Just
dude, that was the old bees. The old bees was wild west, old barracks.
Yeah,
like this shit was crazy. So interesting thing about like the whole Nazi army. 95% of them didn't give a shit about Jews or anything else.
Yeah,
they were just like, well, this Hitler's guy's crazy. We'll fall in line. after we won the war, a massive portion of them came and worked for the U.S. Army. They built all of our barracks, and they had an amazing strategy. So, like Hanau, Germany is where I was stationed. It's like 30 minutes outside of Frankfurt. And it wasn't one base. It was like 5 outlying, because good luck hitting all 5 at once.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? Like intelligently laid out.
Okay.
You got to give, credit where credit's due, Like when most people, shoot like a free throw and they make it, what do they say? Like what name?
Kobe.
Right? You know what I say? John Wilkes Booth. The guy who shot, Abraham Lincoln. No, I'm just saying.
Hey, I got
terrible human being, yes. But he never missed a shot. Game recognizes game.
Going to hell, man.
You invited me, bro.
Hey, man, it is true. It is true. So that's the type of individual you were.
Yeah.
Were these same people where you were deployed with, right? So you.
Oh yeah.
You've gone through this. Let me just recap real quick. You've gone through this emotional, horribly traumatic experience. You have a child that has been brought into this world, and you want so dearly to be reunited with it.
Yeah.
And you got that moment robbed with you by your servitude to this country. So you're probably feeling a little all sorts of fucked up right now. And then you meet this guy.
Yeah.
And he gives you some CS gas.
Well, first off, but even before that though, just meeting Brock just made me like knowing that dude was there, like me and that kid immediately.
Brothers.
Yeah. Like we were both scared, alone, way outside of our element, trying to act like we got it going on, but we fucking don't. And in the moment that Randolph admitted that there was nobody else there, and we realized that at 3:16 a.m., that scream that we both heard, that was terrifying. So I had solace in that. Like, that was my dude. So that was like, okay. And then they did say, like, yeah, no, we're going to deploy. my platoon sergeant was like, don't even unpack. And they're like, yeah, no, we're going to deploy. But we tell you what, we had until late March of 2003 to fucking party. And that was like the earliest, hottest shit of all time in Germany. Like we're at the beach all the time. Bro, I got beat the fuck up naked. I mean, my ass kicked completely naked. It was, well, because, it's warm. We go to the beach.
Yeah.
In Germany, they don't give two shits about
nude beaches, yeah.
No. That's where I fucked up.
Oh.
That's why I got my ass beat.
Oh.
I saw titties and went rad. I don't like clothes and dropped trout. My buddies are like, really, dude? I'm like, yeah, fuck yourself. And we're playing catch with a football. And this cute, like Dolph Lundgren looking motherfucker comes over and just starts screaming Nazi talk at me. And I have no idea what he's saying. I'm like, what? And then just boom, out of nowhere, right cheek, he drills me like I'm seeing stars. And it's so weird because...
Was he naked too, or was he
No, he was definitely not naked. And his whole problem was that I was. So he hit me so hard, I saw stars. And then for whatever reason, like, if nothing but boxer shorts, like, that's not going to protect your junk at all. But if you have them, you feel safe.
Mm.
And like, I genuinely still think about this as like a human psychological condition. Like I'm naked, so I feel like I cupped both my hands over my nuts and took like 12 consecutive hits. Like he was sending them airport style. The first one takes off, the next one lands. Like it was rough. He taught me some respect, young man.
So you got deuced up.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
good. And then afterwards, like, looked at my buddies. I was like, what the fuck, guys? And as mad as I was, there was like 7 of them right there. And I loved them to death because they were like, it was one-on-one. Respect.
Street justice is what it is.
Well, amen. Yeah, so turns out he was mad. He had like a wife and 3 daughters.
Oh.
Yeah. All beaches are topless. They don't give 2 fucks about boobs. So
it's topless, but not bottomless.
You hang wang or show vajaj, you got a problem.
I see.
And
it's a culture issue, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cultures are weird things. Like, I guess.
Oh yeah.
In Dubai, Dubai and Bahrain are very interesting things, and they're
for many different reasons.
People think that people are religious in this country. They have no idea until you've gone over and been around people who wear hijabs. They don't. People think they're conservative in this country. No idea what the fuck is overseas. They will They will cut off body parts.
A man can legally kill his wife if he thinks that she looked at another man out of lust.
Because somebody wrote it in a book. Insane, right?
Yeah.
It's just wild, man. So you got dusted for having your meat piece.
Here's another fun thing that happened, and I'm gonna bring up Timmy shit again later. So we'll start with Timmy shit right here, right now. I put my shorts back on.
Yeah.
We stayed at the beach, we're playing catch with the football. And then this absolutely, people want to talk, oh, the most beautiful women go to Paris. I'll tell you two things that most people don't fucking know. First off, German women 9 times out of 10 look better than people from Paris, right?
I think it's called Parisian.
Honestly,
Parisian, yeah.
Honestly, like one of the most attractive human beings on the planet when it comes to female. Like, I realize Brazilian is what most people want to go to, that exotic shit, right? Iranian women. Dude, the facial structure and the eyes, holy shit. I don't even need to see the rest of your body. Like, just that. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I don't think I can control this. Yeah, no. Yeah. They're ridiculously good looking, as are Iraqi women.
I've only seen their men, and usually down at Abreu Fidel.
Yeah, right.
At pointing at me.
Right. Yeah, no. So that was getting to meet the folks, getting to the unit. We were at the beach, and this ridiculously good looking lady comes in, sits down, and we're all like, please take your top off, and then she rolls over on her and lays on her stomach, and then does take her top off, but then stays on her stomach. And I had a buddy named Timmy, and he was from a very rural state in a city I'd never even heard of before. And we called him Timmy Shit.
This is country boy?
Country boy.
Chew tobacco, spit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's like, we called him Timmy Shit because at the end of every sentence, he would say shit. Oh, hell yeah, man. We can get that PTO off that Hammond. I mean, I have to stand on my goddamn hand, but by God, we'll get her done. Shit.
Yeah.
And what's funny is Timmy fell in love with a Latina chick that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 90% sure doesn't give a shit about dudes. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And we tried forever to talk to him about this. Like, dude, what's the wedding gonna look like? You know what I mean? Like, hola amigos, shit.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Culture wars,
right?
Man.
Right?
I've seen it happen. It's a beautiful thing, man.
Donde el baño? Shit. Like,
would not be good.
But you could always call on Timmy and he would always be there. Also ate more spam than any white dude I've ever met.
Oh, good.
I'm like, if you weren't from where you're from and ginger is all get out, I would have questions about whether or not you're maybe perhaps in some way, some kind of Pacific Islander.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Because, dude, tell you what, dude, the best part of having those dudes downrange is you go on the convoy, like, got some rice, some spam, a couple vegetables, a little sauce.
It's got to be good.
Got you. They'd throw it in a hot plate, and when you got back, like, thank you, Sergeant Loma Han. Oh, my God.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the guys you're deploying with. So you have a solid crew. You got Timmy Shits.
Oh, yeah. And we all do. Okay. All right. Yep. So that's what this tattoo right here is for, is that Roman numeral 5. There's other dudes, but there was a like 5 of us that were turtle pussy tight. That's waterproof, if you're wondering.
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. Yeah.
And we went in and came out completely unscathed. It was like, holy shit.
They're miracles.
Right? Yeah. Good dudes. Good fucking dudes.
So you have a name? Like the Wolfpack or something like that?
Nope. No, we didn't even come up with that till after we got back.
Because you 5 made it.
Yeah. And then, we had a bunch of other dudes that were super close. Super close. And what's crazy is a lot of other dudes continued with their military career. And I mean, first sergeant, I just talked to him a couple weeks ago. He did 23 years. He was an E8 when I got in. He was a motor sergeant. The first thing he ever said to me and Brock were carrying a GP medium, which is a tent, a maintenance tent, and it is rough to carry with two people.
Yeah.
It's hard. And it kept touching the ground down a little bit on my end because
dragging.
Brock was 100% stronger than me. So it was my end for sure. And Big Ben goes, if that tent touches the ground one more fucking time, I'm going to make you both wear your ass as a hat. And we both stopped and looked at each other.
Trying to figure that out.
And then like did the mental math. And I'm like, I'm going to put the handles on my elbows. He's like, it's probably a good idea.
So you had your crew and you get ready to deploy.
Yeah.
What was it like? Wait, what did you board when you were leaving for Iraq? You're about to go to this other fucking country where people are going to want to shoot at you and end your life just because you're stepping in country.
So before we get into that, I want to try to express like what it was like for us before that.
Okay. Yeah.
Like we all know we're under orders. We can't go anywhere. We are stuck with nothing but each other, and we're about to go to war, and everybody's talking to everybody, and like the arm, like.
And how old are you?
So Jag, I'm 19.
You're 19 years old.
Yep. So Jag, which is the Army, legal system, they're straight up like, yo, get your parents co-signed on every account, every vehicle, because it'll just make it easier if something happens. That's where shit sets in, and you're like, oh fuck.
Like you could die tomorrow type
and
shit.
We fucking like the song Prince, we're gonna party like it's 1999.
One of my favorites.
Hey,
I'm
from Minnesota, bro. I fucking know some Prince shit.
Yeah.
I know some Prince shit. So we all fucking just grouped together and we fucking rode hard and got put away wet. Like we would work 12-hour, 16-hour days, 7 days a week, and still be fucking out partying for 4 to 5 hours a night.
Just like you're about to.
Like, fuck it. This is like literally, and and we're like 19 to 22.
Yeah.
So who needs to fucking sleep?
Yeah, it's all good vibes. And
right.
So you created this magical bond between each other.
Yeah. And what's crazy, and where I brought up Big Ben, the old motor sergeant, was I just talked to him quite recently. He did, I think, 23 years. Yeah. And he was like, I never experienced a unit that had cohesiveness like that.
You know, it hurts me to hear that, man, because I had the same thing said to me when I met my Chief Brontes recently when he flew in this area, and I went to meet with him just for some dinner and some drinks and just to talk. Mm-hmm. And it was one of the most emotional things I've ever done, being told that there's never ever been the same Navy in a positive standpoint.
So he didn't say it at the time. Mm-hmm. He said it just recently.
Yeah, and that's
like
it comes around full circle.
Okay, it's weird. Did you talk to your chief like way later?
Way later.
Okay, thank you. I thought he said it in the moment.
So what was the feeling for you getting told that?
Sadness for them. Sadness for them. Because I can't fucking imagine, and I've talked to buddies, I cannot fucking imagine going on a deployment with people that like, dude, I damn near got court-martialed. I didn't give a shit. Mm. Something happened to one of my boys, and I'm driving gun 1, which was typical. Gun 2, you're up fucking flipping a Huey. You're not supposed to do that. Mm. But fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, truth be told, the worst 2 weeks of my deployment were from, oh God, December 23rd, 2003. No, 2002. No, 2003. December 23rd, 2003 to January 8th, 2004.
Was that because of your first Christmas without your daughter being there?
No, that's when I got to come home and meet my daughter.
Oh.
That's when I got to come home and see my family.
And why was
that was the worst fucking time of my entire deployment. Because I know that I don't give two shits about the rule of engagement. I don't fucking care what convoy, the ROE for the convoy is. I don't give a shit. If one of my buddies is getting something's going on, I'm going to go figure that out. I'll be there.
Yeah.
And me not being there was terrifying. Constantly. So that is where, for the first time, I understood what it must be like for my mom and pops. Because, like, me being in Iraq wasn't as scary as being a parent who has a kid in Iraq. Because, like, I know I'm there. I know my buddies got me. I know I got them. They don't know anything. And unfortunately, every time that somebody got killed, they would black our phones out, as they should, for the record. Because the worst possible thing to happen would be to have your spouse get killed in combat. What would be even worse than that is hearing it through the grapevine.
Oh, like Kobe Bryant's family in the news.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and the military, like, just the chatty Cathys and the whatnot.
It'll be all over CNN.
Like, no, it's just word of mouth, and then it's like, maybe dude got shot. Well, by the time he gets back home, via all the different people that it's went through, it was, oh, he killed himself with a can of canned air. Like, who knows, right? Weird shit happens. So whenever somebody would get killed, they would black our phones out until the family members could be notified appropriately. Sorry, I get the hiccups.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was then that I was like, oh man, like, this has to be brutal for my mom. And so reached out to a bunch of other buddies that were very, very close in my platoon, and, like, we put our parents in contact. Like, hey, this is so-and-so's number. And while I was on R&R, I think I did mention earlier that I had the best teacher of all time in 8th grade named John Vandemortel. And he gave me a full day. I got to talk to every period in his class. While I was in Iraq, I sent him pictures and I wrote a speech for him to read for a Veterans Day assembly.
Wow.
My mom and stepdad went and cried their damn eyes out. There is a video of it. I've never seen it.
It's kind of beautiful to hear.
But I remember it took 3.5 hours per picture to send. And I think I sent 32 photos.
Damn.
And I just did that free time at night in the phone tent once we had that, that was late 2003. Yeah, obviously before November 11th. But so put the parents in contact, and then after the Veterans Day assembly, and then me going back and getting to like I would literally have the kids be like, all right, you guys want to know what convoy training is like? And they would come up like, okay, you're in this vehicle, driver TC, left rear, right rear. Okay, back up, you're the gunner. Like this is how awesome. This is how we exfil, this is how we infill, like this is how we stop down, pull security, and it's like, that's why in the pictures, like, people on a bitch like, oh, you had knee pads? Like, yeah. We would dive onto our knees on gravel. For sure had knee pads.
Rocks and knees. I don't know if anybody's if nobody's ever experienced the knee and rock thing.
Oh,
it hurts.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, I've dove on a non-skid. I don't know if you experienced non-skid a lot. It feels like gravel, except for there's a lot of little more pokey things.
Right.
And then it's just solid metal underneath. So it's more blunt than a rock.
Right.
And it sucks.
And I can tell you directly that if Dwayne Johnson ever jumped on my knees, it would be a terrible day. Yeah. I don't ever want the rock on my knees.
Yeah, rock sucks. Rocks are horrible.
But Vandy, John Vandemortel, being the stellar, phenomenal human being he is, he had an idea. And he took one class that he liked a lot, like all this group of kids, and they became pen pals with my whole platoon.
Jesus Christ! What was that like for you over there?
Amazing.
You're sitting in a different country.
They sent us care packages. Like, everybody got like moccasin sandals and stuff, because we're in Tent City, just right off the airstrip. Like, we're right off the airstrip at Biop, Baghdad International Airport.
Is that where there was those two big ass swords crossing?
No, that's the cross sabers.
That's cross sabers, different place.
There was pictures of that.
Yeah, I seen the pictures.
Yeah, that was cross sabers, dude. That shit's rad.
Yeah, so
best thing I saw in Iraq, period. The Lion of Babylon. hands down.
Sick.
Hands down.
So what was it like to? Is there any letters that stood out to you? Because I've received
Every
letters
single
as well.
one.
Every single one of them.
Dude, I just talked to a buddy 3 weeks ago. Still keeps in touch with his pen pal.
It's really uncanny, and I thought it was outstanding. I never thought I would be receiving letters. My first ever I ever really received was from my mom's pen pal from high school named Yumi from Japan.
Okay.
Because she stayed right up the street from here.
Dope.
But the second one was from my wife when I was in boot camp. I received about like a couple months into deployment, and I was going through some rough shit, right? Everybody goes through rough shit when they're deployed. Most people do. Other people, it's a cakewalk, and I'm happy for them. Not to bring down their shit,
yep,
right?
Not to knock nobody.
I got this letter from this kid. His name was Aaron, and he was 11 years old, and he wrote a letter to me, and like a couple months later, another one came through, and he told me he wanted to be like me when he grew up, and that was the most like out of the ballpark feeling I've ever probably felt in my life. I had a child tell me they want to be like me when they grew up. I've always wanted to have people to look up to like that, so it was pretty awesome. My wife tells me sometimes. My wife
and
will look at me.
especially like us with dudes who our fathers weren't the best, there is always that like
want to be great
and accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes,
can I make somebody proud? You know what I mean?
And
so if it comes from that, it's like that's rad. Like that just, it's like Michael Scott in The Office said. I know this is the second quote. It's like, it's not that I have to be accepted. It's that I need. No, I'm sorry. He said it's not that I have to be liked. It's that I need to be liked.
Yeah, 100%. Only thing I can equate even close to it is that when my wife told me she'll look at me from time to time, like when I'm watching a movie and I get all emotional during some random shit or when I'm hanging around with kids. I love being around children. The youth are the future, and you have to impact them.
I cry like a baby at weddings every time.
So my wife
just seeing just pure love and just coming
it's
together.
overwhelming.
I'm so happy.
Even in these goddamn Disney movies they coming out with, too much. So my wife will tell me, "You're gonna be a great dad," and that's the thing I cannot handle. Being told, "Oh, you're gonna be a great dad." That's the same. It's not the same because not my wife. It's it's Aaron. He's 11, but this child is telling me that they want to be like me when I grow up. That means I'm doing something that inspires another human being, and that's what I think everybody should strive for, that feeling.
Okay, so let's play a game called Hide and Go Fuck Yourself. How do you think I felt? Yeah, why are you making that face, motherfucker? You heard
me. I'm not hiding.
The motherfucker.
I can't fuck myself.
Hey, for y'all that can't see, Eddie's eyes went open, his jaw dropped. He's like, really? Bro, your intro to this on Facebook? I'm like, there's no way I can live up to that.
You're a phenomenal
I'm like,
man.
There's no way I can live up to that. Yeah, but like I've been life's punching bag for the last year and a half for a bunch of stuff that I will not even bring up on here.
Fucking right.
And to the point that it's like I literally lost sense of self. So like we had a union meeting. I swore in, an awesome dude, Kevin, love you to death, and I did that. And there was a dude in our trade named Eric.
Yeah.
And he came over from the other side of the mountains and was like, hey, are you going to go out to this after the meeting? I was like, yeah. And he's like, you promise? Because I'm going to my hotel unless you're going to be there. And me and him sat there and chopped it up. And like, this dude's an old head in our trade. Like, I trust and respect him beyond belief. And he, it blew my mind. We sat there and cut it up for like 3 hours. And he was like, dude, the only reason I'm here is because you were going to be here. And like, shit has been so shitty that I was like, why? Like, what the fuck? Like, you are an amazing human being. What do you give two fucks about you know what I mean? Because like, this dude had 20 years in when I joined, I think. I don't know. He might be 190 years old. I'm not sure.
You know, it's fucking wild, man. There's this beautiful quote that I read, and it was, I picked out this pair of pants when my dad took me shopping one day. And he was like, I'll take you shopping. Come on, let's go shopping. We drove all the way to Tacoma from Linwood, okay, to go shopping at this place, this store.
That's weird, but okay.
And it was a really nice, it's like a fucking superstar store, right? Expensive shit. So I got some nice Nikes.
It's called The Buckle.
Oh, no, it's not The Buckle.
I know.
It was not The Buckle. It was definitely a more Negro-oriented store, I would say.
It's called The Bluckle.
The black, oh Jesus Christ! But we got some. I got these $200 pair of pants, and I'm like,
God bless.
I didn't know.
Let me guess. They already had holes in them.
No, they were by a coup. It was TI's brand, and I didn't
Mm.
know. Amazing quality, right? Really nice.
Right.
Not that skinny jeans shit. Fucking, they were fitted jeans. They were nice.
Hey, by the way, for those dudes that wear skinny jeans, when your father
take them off, get fitted jeans.
When your father told you to get into a woman's pants, that's not what he meant. Hey, first off, they're jeans, not chandeliers. Your butt shouldn't be bedazzled. Third off, if I can count the change in your pocket from across the street, by God, you're fucking up.
Yeah, something like that, man.
Your jeans shouldn't be as tight as your man bun.
100%. But that's why I did not get the skinny jeans. They didn't even sell skinny jeans there. But I got these fitted jeans. They were really great quality. And I didn't realize until after I put them on the first time, there was this little piece of wood, and it was engraved in it on this piece of wood inside this little container. It was all fucking purple, like royaled, gold printed, everything. And I pull out this piece of wood, and it's laser engraved. It says, "Don't let this world tame your heart. Tame your wild heart. Be the hunter and not the hunted. You are here to," or it's like something like, I wish I could say it just perfectly, but you're here.
Way to set up and not deliver.
I know. It said, don't let this cold world tame your wild heart. Be the hunter and not the hunted. And I want to remind you, and because this ties into what I'm saying, the light you shine on others will always shine the brightest when you're in your darkest place. Because people are going to see the light inside of you, and they're always going to be attracted to that. So your friend coming to you and be like, "I came just to see you." It's a fucking sign. It's a reminder.
Dude, that
to
wasn't
yourself
my friend.
of
That
who
was
you
a
are.
fucking legend.
Well, yeah, it's
trade.
a reminder to you.
And that's what I was like, dude, I am a peon.
You know what? That's something that society's made you think. You're not a peon.
Yeah.
And he reminded you of that.
No, in the trade.
Yeah.
For real. Like, no, hang on. Like, there's dudes.
Oh, he's hot shit?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I guess you're hot shit too, because he came to see you.
And this is where I want to call it Buster Rhymes, but that involves an N-bomb.
Yeah.
No, hang on. I can say hot shit got all you ninjas in wet clothes.
Yes, 100%. This is true. So, yeah, that's what I got, that great feeling. It was an emotional thing.
Yeah.
What do you have any, how do I say this in a non-violent way? What was an interesting experience that had to do, was there anything you had to deal with, like with bombs or with any major firefights that you want to talk about that really stuck out to you? Anything you're comfortable with? Of course, I'm not here to just exploit your war experience.
No. There was.
Okay.
So bombs, like here's I don't know who the fuck picked. So obviously we're an aviation combat brigade.
You're an aviation combat brigade.
Yeah. So we had everything from M1 Abrams to the Apache helicopters. And the Apaches that we had were the first ones to come out of Fort Hood, Texas, to be equipped with the longbow system. So for those that don't know, if you look at an Apache helicopter, if above the rotors there's a disc, that's the longbow system. The beauty of the longbow system is we would keep one bird 1 mile above us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That high in the sky.
Yeah. He was just observation.
Yeah.
Day and night, no lights. Birds fly blacked out at night.
Yeah.
Got a great story about them coming back in. Got a great story about them coming back in and hitting lights. So the longbow system, what that means, and most people might not know this, but when an Apache pilot is flying, he has a reticle over his right eye. And if he chooses, he can lock that into the minigun underneath the cockpit.
Yeah.
And where he looks, like literally moves his head, the gun moves. Shit is gangster.
Yeah.
Like
badass.
People that want to say playing video games won't take you nowhere. It might. Look at the Predator drone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway,
100%.
100%. So the longbow system was so filthy because an Apache pilot could lock in on a target and get a lock and be like, anybody got this tone? And I think it's like 5 miles, I believe. If they're within 5 miles, any other Apache can go, yeah, send it. And then that Apache will flip the switch and hit the button. No idea. That Hellfire drops down, takes off, and rotates and goes to wherever the other dude. So the bird above our base would watch mortar fire. There's a heat signature.
Like Overwatch kind of thing?
Yep. Okay. Exactly Overwatch.
So Overwatch, and it would direct, so you're saying it would direct missiles based off of its targeting.
Yes. And to be quite honest, I think I know now what my answer is to like what you asked was the scariest part. And it's fucking mortars and rockets.
Okay, yeah, I was waiting for you to bring those up.
Hands down. There was a 4th of July where a good buddy, Chris, showed up at our unit. That was 2003. 4th of July, 2003. We lost count at 74. My buddy Toddy reminded me it was 74 or 78, and he lost count. We had that many mortars and missiles come in that day.
Was it the C Ram that picked him up? That little fucking R2D2 with the dick that goes brrr?
I love that you think we would have had one of those. No, we did not.
I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
So instead of C Ram, we had laydown. Like when you heard tunk, 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 it's a very unique
distinct
sound.
Noise, yeah.
And it's like,
and they're not far, are they? How far are they out?
At best, like 400 yards, 500 yards.
Yeah,
like they're not far.
Right down the fucking street. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're tunk, 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 which means you got like 2 to 3 seconds. And then you look at the bunker and you're like,
there's a target.
I'm not going to make that in under 5.
And cars are bullet magnets. So,
no, fuck you. Cars are bullet magnets. Dude, we're on the biop.
Oh,
like all of our birds are right there. Our hangars are right there.
Oh, so you're right. Oh, yeah, you're right next to
the airport. And they're like, we'll sleep right here.
Oh, yeah, why?
And it's like, why is this tent city? Funny part about tent city, they waterproof the tents in kerosene. There was a fire. It went really fast.
Yeah.
Nobody got hurt.
Thank God.
There was dudes standing in their tents, and it went and caught fire and went over them. They didn't even get burned. Like, the fuck is the tent?
Thank God, dude. Fuck.
Right?
Fires are terrifying, dude. I don't know if this is a little sidebar. I don't know if you saw the movie or not. The guy that plays in Top Gun as Goose's son, he plays this firefighter in this movie fighting wildfires, and it is straight up the most emotional shit.
You know Orion. You know Orion, right?
Yeah.
He used to do that.
Fight wildfires?
Yeah, for the National Guard. Like,
yeah, well, dude, they cover the wildfire
he would talk about where like they go around and dive the shovel in.
Fuck yeah.
And like I didn't realize a fire like a wildfire will burn a tree trunk down to the point that where the roots burn underground, and as you walk over, the ground will cave out, and you fall in, and your legs are now in
like fiery shit. Yeah.
Side note,
this is the same one where all those firefighters burned down.
Ugh.
Every single one, except for one.
I know that movie, and I didn't watch it for that exact reason.
Man.
I won't. I already know what's going to happen.
Man. I have a friend. I've lost a friend doing that shit, and I didn't know. I didn't know until the show. Like I didn't know, but it was going to cover that. Dude, I thought it was just a firefighter movie. I fell apart at the end. My wife had to like hold me. Like I could not do it, man.
Dude, my girlfriend used to drive trucks for them. Like some of her friends are females and go and do that shit. Like.
Tough shit, dude.
Fun fact about wildfires that I never thought of. If you think about the physics of how a helicopter can fly, and when they go to dump the water onto the fire, they can't go too low because at that high temperature, the oxygen level thins out. And they don't have the rotational force to maintain velocity.
Yeah.
And they will drop.
You lift your shit.
It's wild.
Man, fuck that, dude. Fuck fires.
Right?
But you're getting mortared. You're getting mortared in.
So, and that's where you look and you're like, if you can't make it in 5 seconds, and that's where there's a lot of places talk about this, like songs and whatnot, like when shit pops off. And the God's honest truth is, if you can't make it, you know it's coming in 3 to 4, and you can't make it in less than 5, your only option is to accept what is going to happen and lay on your belly. a mortar can land within 10 feet of you if you're laying on your belly. Like, it's not going to be a good day, but you'll live. If you're standing up and the same mortar lands 10 feet away, it's going to cut you in fucking half. They come up like a daisy cutter. They come up and spread out.
Okay, like a firework coming off the ground.
Yeah.
I
Not to quote Katy Perry, but yeah.
Fuck. I hope this is not overreaching.
Go ahead.
Did you experience a lot of close range mortar fire, like right next to your fucking face type shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are the after effects of that, man? Because a lot of people.
What do you mean by that?
Because a lot of people look at a person who served overseas, and there's like, oh, look at this person. They probably have PTSD. What is
Dude,
the
I
after
fucking
effects of
hate
mortars?
those 4 letters so bad.
Yeah, I think
Because
put out there,
I've seen so many people
the stigma around
reach
it
out.
is garbage, dude.
Oh my God. And you know what? Yeah. Fuck it.
Be honest.
No, I am. So I had my ex-wife call a buddy of mine out. One of the 5. Like, we all had the same tattoo.
Yeah. Brothers.
His name's Adam Mick. She called Adam and was like, Telo's out of control. I think he's suicidal. This was after Brock killed himself. She called Adam on Tuesday. He was at my house on Thursday from Ohio.
He loves you. That's your brother, man.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Bro, that fucking yeah. We have each other's backs.
A lot of love there.
And he came out because he thought, and immediately was like, oh, you're not suicidal. Like, this is a relationship issue. And, and I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to sound like that guy, but he was like pointing the finger and out at me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Take the $700 flight back to Ohio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's nice to know that he showed up for you, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, after all of that and everything we've been through, but I think the biggest thing about the mortars constantly coming in, like it was like quite literally nonstop. It got to the point.
Except for when they pray, right?
No, when they pray, like fucking Ramadan, dude. Holy shit, that's a whole nother ball game. But the mortar thing in general, the hardest part is when you would hear like the tunk, 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 and you would know that you couldn't make it to the bunker just having to lay down. Because unless that thing lands right on you, you're going to make it. You might be roughed up, but you're going to make it. And we got hit so often being right on the BIOP airfield, like we're right off the corner. You would just give up on it. Like, you would hear it coming and you wouldn't even run to the bunkers anymore. We had sandbags 3 feet tall around our tent. You just roll off your cot and lay on the ground. I think one of the funniest stories about getting mortared and being in the bunker that I got would be it was my buddy Adam's birthday, and I had to do head count KP in the kitchen that night for midnight chow. Well, there was an Australian guy running the kitchen. And I'm like, yo, it's my buddy's birthday. What do you got? He's like, all right, mate. Well, we got a bunch of Indian blokes, got some whiskey. I'm like, that would be rad. What's up with the cake? I gave him $20. He gave me a cake and a Coke can full of whiskey. And I walked with both of that back to my tent 131 in Tent City. And then I kicked at him in his damn head because it was like 1:13 in the morning. It's his birthday now.
You're a great friend, yeah.
And he yeah. And he turns around, like, what the fuck? I'm like, happy birthday, bitch. Here's a cake and some whiskey. We all ate the cake.
In a different country, that's pretty emotional, yeah.
There was no getting booze in Iraq.
Yeah.
Like, this was so
secret squirrel shit.
Yeah. And we all had a little sip of the whiskey. Adam ate most of the cake. We all had some cake. And then we got fucking waylaid with mortars. So now we're in the bunker.
Like
and
one sip getting you drunk at this point?
One sip would give you a buzz.
Oh,
this
shit.
sumbitch had gulps. He's hammered.
Okay.
He is hammered.
And now he's like
we're like
crawling. Was he
him.
like crawling or for life?
No, not crawling. Adam's a fucking soldier.
No, from the mortars. You're like crawling on the ground for your life.
No. It's just run, carry.
But you were carrying
Adam's
him.
Adam's like, well, it was a guiding, not carrying. Adam's like two dudes down from our first sergeant, smashed.
No.
And the mortars keep coming in. So we're stuck in the bunker. He's like burping and trying to blow it the other way and shit, you know. And then I got another buddy that has horrific farts. And two dudes literally were like, I can't handle any more of his farts. I'm running to the next bunker. And they risked life or limb to get out of that bunker.
Jesus Christ.
That
must have been horrible.
Yeah. It was.
I hope he slept like in a different fucking tent from you.
No, he's in my tent.
Oh,
actually, funny story is that dude was trying to convince me of how good this apricot foot scrub was. I'm like, dude, I don't give a shit.
Stop farting.
Eventually, he's like, no, he wasn't farting. I'm like, I'm not gonna use a foot scrub, dude. That's weird. And he's like, look, man, I will do it for you on your feet just so you can experience this to know what's up.
It must have been a good foot rub.
It was. His mom sent it to him like it was an exfoliating apricot foot scrub.
Man,
it was amazing, and he did it. But he did it. My full colonel walked in the room, in the tent, while we're doing it. And by doing it,
so what did he say?
He said, "At least you don't have a wig on," and walked out. There was a small incident.
You should have said, "At least you don't have a wig on."
No, there was a small incident with a wig.
Oh, okay.
To like my OG first sergeant, he was like, just so you know, that's the funniest thing I've ever firsthand witnessed in my life.
Man, I've experienced some pretty crazy things. We got raided one time when we were, I think it was like not even 2 weeks on deployment. We had a raid on our fucking barracks, right? Or on our berthing is what it's called, and on the ship.
What?
Berthing. It's not called barracks, it's called berthing because you're in the ship.
It's weird.
I don't know why it's called that. I got to look it up. But we're raided. They're raided.
Out of my belly come sailors.
Yes, pretty much, man. Giving birth to us every single night. So this guy had a pocket pussy in his rack, right? So we're getting our racks raided. No, this wasn't. Sorry, this wasn't when I was deployed. This was when I was taking leave when my father passed. Right after I did. So we're going back, right? So we're going back to. I go back home and I come back to my rack raided, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, this is bullshit. My shit gone through. I got a zip tie instead of my lock there. I got to buy a new fucking lock because you broke my lock off because I wasn't here. Navy sucks, right? So I'm like, this is bullshit. I told them I should have joined the Marines. I told the Marines I should have signed with them. Oh God, whatever. Fuck it. So
I promise you, you're better off.
So I go up to the forecastle. It's where the anchor is, where we drop the anchor from, right underneath the flight deck. And I walk up there. I'm like, who the fuck cut the locks off this shit, right? So this little E3, little E nothing, doesn't mean shit. They look over like, we got our shit raided and someone had a pocket pussy. And I'm like, oh yeah, who had the pocket pussy? So what? I said, so what is a pocket pussy? And my boss made somebody look it up, and we pulled out we looked up on the internet what a pocket pussy was, and I'm like, guess who it was? And I'm standing there in front of like 200 motherfuckers.
I love guys you had girls. Phones and internet while deployed.
No, we were not deployed at this point. We were in port.
Okay.
So that's why I corrected myself earlier. Sorry. So we're like, what the fuck is pocket pussy? I didn't know there was a pocket pussy. There's a pussy you can put in your pocket. And I'm saying exactly this, and everyone's dying laughing right now. We had guys and girls in our entire department of deck. So I'm like, what the fuck is a pocket pussy? And so I look it up. I'm like, guess who had it? And I look around. I look at everybody. And
the one dude looking down or
the up? One dude looking down. I'm like, Howard, you had a pocket pussy in your rack. And this southern accent, because shut the fuck up about it already. And I fell over laughing, and I fell on non-skid, but I didn't give a shit
I'm laughing at this dude who got caught with his pocket pussy. And I said, it's supposed to go in your pocket, dumbass. And I got in ranks.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
Jesus Christ.
Ultimate side tangent. But this is quite literally what I'm best known for, unfortunately.
On your deployment?
Mm-hmm.
Other than being the whitest black dude named person ever.
I will say this. There is the title, the illest honky ever.
Illest honky.
That does not belong to me. That belongs to Von Eccles, and he earned that shit.
All right. I'll take it.
Yep. So, there was a kid in my unit. Once we finally got shower huts, which was funny, like they had to put up a sign, "Stop masturbating in the shower huts." It's fucking
that's everywhere in the military. If you're in the military and you haven't seen a sign, put it up.
Right. So it was funny, actually. My full bird came through the gate one time, and we're inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire. And we're in full battle rattle. Second week in August. We're literally rotating out of the air conditioning every 7 minutes. And when you stand with your feet at shoulder width, in 7 minutes, the puddle of sweat dripping off you will touch both feet.
So how hot is it?
The hottest it got, like, not undercover or in a contained area, I think was 123.
Okay. The hottest I've ever experienced was 160, but that was on the water with the humidity index and all that shit.
Right. So that's not heat index, humidity, whatever.
Just plain old flat out.
But I can tell you this, man, is like you like once we had the porta potties, you learn to not go in there during the day. The urea would separate from the urine and fucking mace you when you walk in. We had camo nets over and we had everything we could do. So full bird Colonel Smith walks in. He's like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "This is fucking stupid." And he's like, "What?"
Oh, no.
And my E7 is Sergeant of Guard. He's SOG at the point, Sergeant of all. And he's looking at me and he's giving me like the knife hand on the throat. Like stop. And I'm like, "Yeah, man, this is fucking dumb." And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Well, not one fucking vehicle we have is up armored.
Oh, God.
39 of the vehicles we have out of 74 have plastic fucking doors. You're sending us." Yeah, dude.
Okay, I just want to tap on it real quick.
Oh,
I know Black Hawk Down was fucked up with the whole stripping down of armor and shit on the helos.
Hey, we didn't have we didn't have one up armored vehicle the whole time we were there.
I don't know if you guys know the different calibers, but 7.62 plus plastic equals it goes through.
It tumbles.
It goes.
I literally have I have a pair of pants where right behind my left knee while driving. And I remember like arguing with myself. I'm like, my knee hurts. I should move my foot. It's like, well, then move your foot. I don't know. It's not that bad. And then in my head, I go, why are we talking about this? And then a 7.62, a tracer went over my hood and a 7.62 because they tumble.
Yeah.
It tumbled and went through the door and fucking hit my pant leg and went through the floorboard.
Searing like a motherfucker, right?
Yep.
Like some alien spit in the movie. Yeah.
And then that was a convoy where, for whatever reason, Alpha Company's commander and driver were in front of us, and they weren't worth a shit. And I literally punched them in the back bumper to be like, "Hey, we're getting shot at back here."
They hurry the fuck up.
They're just cruising.
Was it 55's Day Live?
Yeah, just driving Miss Daisy.
No, baby.
Easy like Sunday morning. They're just hanging out.
So I heard this rumor about Telo rhyming with Hilo, and I wanted to know, because a couple Tank and me talked about it. Is there a story about you and a certain Little Bird helicopter?
That is not something that we can discuss on
the
podcast.
All right, we're going to avoid it. All right, okay.
I will say this. When I first joined, like once my ex-wife and I broke up and whatnot, and I could have Facebook again, I joined the 127th ASB group. And the first post I saw was, "Does anybody know anything about this?" And I was like, I didn't say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing.
All right.
I don't dude, Pertinier got court-martialed over that shit.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm glad. I'm just gonna scratch it off the list here.
Yep.
So, what's the worst part of obviously other than missing your child's birth, which I can't put my heart out enough to you, man. That must
Dude,
be
you want to know the crazy part about that is when I did go home, my homeboy Jason Welcome skipped his family. I landed Christmas Day.
Okay.
I traveled for 86 hours.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And actually, what was fun about that is when we took off on that flight, that's some of the pictures that you saw in the C-130 there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the wing length of a C-130 is. Rough guess, we'll say 100 feet. When that plane was 103 feet off the ground, it hit 90 degrees. I'm staring straight at the ground, and it spiraled up.
Why would it?
It spiraled up to stay over the base because 2 weeks prior to that, I was filming. No, I won't say full names. We'll just go with Jennifer.
Okay.
Love Jennifer to death. Filming Jennifer from Honduras. Bad chick, dude. Bad chick. Like the last person you would expect to hit the ground running and just start plunking triggers, but she was down by law.
Okay, shooter.
Yep. From Honduras. So I'm filming her promotion. And then a DHL plane takes off down the airstrip.
DHL?
DHL is like UPS in Germany.
Oh, the mail people.
Yeah, mail people.
Okay.
So they take off up, and then they come up like from the right to the left as I'm filming, and we're so close to the airstrip at Baghdad Airport, like it's in the peripheries. And when the plane came down the runway and took off, clear as day, you could see a SAM surface-to-air missile come up and hit the left wing. And then he turned, and I'm like, well, sorry, Ramos, filming this now. Because all through Iraq, man, I had a little handy cam.
Okay.
Like little mini DV tapes.
Yeah,
I still have
a couple guys.
I still have 27 or 37. I can't remember. But Fritzler held them forever. Like, I've never watched 1 minute of these tapes.
Would you be willing to do it later down the road?
Yes. Okay. But
if you need somebody to be outside the door while you watch them,
100%. But like, I would lock the camera in, and I usually drove Lee gun truck through all the markets, all the bullshit.
Yeah.
I would lock that camera in, film all of it. We're up on water towers pulling QRF, quick reaction force.
Oh yeah, I know QRF.
Yeah, we're hanging out, and if it pops off, we're fucking fast roping down and bouncing and shooting whatever. So, anyways, back to Ramos' promotion. DHL takes off. Sam clearly hits it left wing.
So Sam is a surface-to-air missile.
Homie turns around. And I'm like, don't bring that shit back here, motherfucker. Like, I yell it on the tape. The dude is so fucking smart. He can't drop landing gear. He is fucked 3 ways from Sunday.
Okay.
He comes back to BIOP. And I'm like, what are you doing? So BIOP has 2 runways. In between them is a sand gully.
Oh, yeah.
He put the belly of the plane in between the lanes on the sand gully. That way it couldn't spin and it couldn't flip.
Okay.
Fucking heads up ball. Crazy part is when that plane landed, it was a good half mile away, and you can see the camera shake. My feet shake. Like, airplanes weigh so much.
Yeah, man.
Like, you don't realize that until one punks down half a mile away, and you're like, whoa.
No, it's wild shit. My stepdad was actually deployed. I don't know if it was the exact same time. I'm pretty sure it was the exact same time as you were over there.
I think it was.
And I really do. And I can't wait.
0304.
I can't wait.
OIF 1 and 2, apparently.
He spent some time over there, man.
Yeah.
And I really want to get you two together and just kind of chalk it up. So what is?
Hold up. Back to the DHL thing.
Okay. So after it landed.
Fun fact.
Crash landed.
Fun fact. The reason that like a lot of veterans don't have like a healthy trust in the government.
Okay.
Is the reality of what happened with that plane. In all reality, we shot that fucking plane.
Okay.
So there's a friendly fire beacon they flip, and then that disarms the Patriot missiles. It lets them know, no, dude, we're cool. The pilot didn't hit that switch. The operator of the Patriot couldn't identify the target in time. We shot down the DHL plane.
It's unfortunate.
Dude, that fucked the mail up for like 9 months. Like, people wouldn't ship shit. Nobody would fly in. And when we went to go on leave, instead of taking off like a normal plane would, we went 103 feet, cranked her hard left, and corkscrewed and gained altitude until we were clear of that.
You know, I've heard other vets that were deployed overseas talk about corkscrewing up as well.
Dude,
I never knew why.
Look, man, I'm not asking for much, but like a heads up would have been cool. That scared the shit out of me when they fucking cranked it.
You kind of think you're getting shot at, right?
I didn't know what was going on. I thought the wing was going to hit the ground. And like, we are 90 degrees to the left, right? On the port side. And I'm on the starboard side, if you would, trying to put it into your terms. And so, like, I'm grabbing the netting behind me because we're sitting in cargo net seats. Just like, what the fuck are we doing? And then there's this one hardcore holy war motherfucker at the back of the plane, like, it's good, they got it. And he's just standing up, holding on to I don't know what.
You know, he was doing that just to get a hard on or some shit like that.
Nah, that was a flex.
That was a flex. Definitely a flex. He's like, oh yeah,
flex.
Hey, we're good, bro.
Kid Rock said it best. It ain't cocky if you can back it up. Well, he was backing it up, so you do you, bro.
You know, back in Nam, we used to do this shit all the time.
Yeah, right. Fuck.
Fucking A, man. Wow, that must be that's an experience to have.
It was.
I haven't experienced anything like that. The closest thing I can say that we've had is when we were doing aircraft carrier sea trials. When I tell you, you haven't drifted until you drifted a fucking aircraft carrier. The whole ship was shaking so hard. Oh. I swear to God, the bitch was going to split in half. Beautiful CVN-71, the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Fresh out of the dry dock, we were headed. We were moving real fast, and we cranked that bitch all the way to the right, starboard side for nautical living motherfuckers, and we were going full speed. I cannot tell you what it's like to literally drift through the water and shake. And when you turn in, it's not like when you turn to the right, your whole ship doesn't list or lean to the right. It lists the opposite fucking way because it's so top heavy.
Centrifugal.
The whole aircraft carrier's weight feels like it's going to the left. So I think, oh, this bit's gonna flip. I've been on top heavy shit before. This is like a Jeep. It's gonna flip. It's over. We're fucked. It's end of story. I'm sitting there. They're like, they said everyone stay away from every single weather deck, which is in the exposed area where you can, like, I don't know, fall to your death in the water and get sucked underneath an aircraft carrier drifting over your body. You know, any normal person would stay away. I go to the motherfucking starboard davit, which is the boat sponson where we launch the fast boats for. So I'm on the right side of the boat, of the ship with the boat, and I'm hanging on for dear life to this fucking rail while the ship is leaning hard to starboard, and this whole thing is shaking and it's convulsing, and the whole ship is literally shaking me like it's going to shake me off into the drip. And I'm like, oh my God, wouldn't it be a good time to shut the fuck up and listen like I preach to everybody at all given time?
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yes. Well, I ignored all 3. So so I got a rude awakening as well, man. Damn.
So speaking of starboard, do you know where the term posh comes from?
No.
You know, posh means like posh spice, you know, from
like
back
fancy?
in the day, like, yeah, fancy.
Yeah.
So posh.
Swagged out.
Yeah. You got it like that, you know. Back in the day, old school London, they would run cruises that would go down the coast and then back up. Well, when you're going down the coast, like, there's fucking, who wants to look at water? So when you're going down the coast, the view is on the left side. And then the ship would go so far, turn around and come back up. Well, then when you come back up, the view is on the right side. So the view was on the port side on the way out, starboard side on the way back. Port out, starboard home.
Well, shit, that makes sense.
Doesn't it?
It's a cruise way.
Posh.
Yeah, it's posh.
I like the origin of words.
Fuck yeah, man. Well, what was the worst part of you being over there, other than the mortars? Was there anything else that really took the cake for you
in Iraq?
Yes. In any of your deployments.
Tell you what, honestly, man, camel spiders are like.
Oh my God! I was
hang on.
hoping you were gonna avoid this.
No, they're an issue.
Oh, I'm terrified.
They're an
of
issue.
spiders.
Camel spiders are an issue, but
The
fucking
screeches.
white scorpions.
White
The
scorpions.
little white scorpions.
Are they small?
Yep.
So they're poisonous as fuck.
They're under the toilet seats. They're fucking like you put your socks over your boots at night. Like, bro, I got bit by.
I'm not cringing.
I got bit by a fucking cricket in Iraq in my toe, so hard it made me bleed. I screamed. You want to know how bored we would get in Iraq?
I don't want to know.
We would take FIFA soccer on PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
Bro, we're talking OG.
FIFA.
Right? FIFA.
Not Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Oh my
FIFA.
God, dude. My older daughter was like, oh my God, Dad, this is where all the soccer games are from. We're coming back up from shooting out down at Jay Lou's house, right? And we're coming back up and we go through Fife. And she's like, is this where they make the soccer video games?
Oh my God.
I'm like, dude, that's FIFA.
Oh no. Oh my God. It's the Iraq shit, man. But these goddamn scorpions.
The scorpions were bad.
So what do? You put the scorpion on the person's forehead?
No, I stay the fuck away.
I
stay the fuck away from scorpions.
Thank God.
I will tell you this: the first time I ever saw a camel spider, I thought it was a lizard.
You shoot it?
No, I threw my shower bag at it.
I know 3 people that shot it.
And then tried. Yeah, we have shot them, but not the first time I saw one. Okay. We were walking to the tents, and by tents I mean you stand on a piece of fucking a pallet. And I hold the hose while you wash your naked ass, and then we switch.
Yeah,
like we were shitting in burning barrels.
Yeah, you make good friends.
Well, I mean, yeah, you get pretty close pretty quick. Yeah. You know, but that's to go with the territory. I don't know. Honestly, dude, like
those fucking scorpions, are they like?
No,
so what's so bad about them?
I don't know what's so bad about them. Just they're little, they're white, they're like almost incandescent. Like it's hard to see.
Oh, they're hard to see too?
Yeah, you're terrified.
No, fuck that.
So I had a buddy named a nun, and he was fast as shit. And I got out in the middle of the night, had to pee, went to go piss, came out of the fucking pissers because eventually, like Toy Foy is like Biffy in the Midwest or Honey Bucket out here. Eventually, we had porta potties, which was cool. Until you open the door and catch a dude whacking his pud.
Yeah.
Which is why, until the end of my life, I will knock on every porta potty door, even if it says green. Because you only got to open the door one time and catch a dude in the midst of his vinegar strokes.
Oh, no.
And be like, never again.
Never again.
So where it gets fun is we all start knocking. If somebody knocks on your door and you're taking a shit and it's locked, be like, come in. And they instinctively pull on the handle and be like, you're so gay.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, so the white scorpions would hang out under the seats and those things. So a nun, I got up middle of the night, took a leak, came back. A nun's on QRF, so he's full battle rattle. You know, he's got all 210 rounds, etc. You know, sappy plates, the works. And this kid is fast. He's at a dead fucking sprint. Well, I went to take a piss, but I still got my weapon and 2 mags on me.
Yeah.
As are strapped into the stock.
This is a 9? M9?
No, M16.
Okay.
And like, dude, we didn't even have M4s.
So you have the M16. How many rounds did that thing
A2, 30. And you had 7 mags, so 210.
So the standard
every week, 30. Every week you had to drop all 210, count them, and load them back up.
It's a good habit to do, is clean out your mag. Or is it?
It's fucking terrible. It's fucking stupid.
Make sure you didn't share with a friend or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. So a nun's at a dead sprint. I fucking take off. And man, I've been trying to find this sling ever since. It was a Blackhawk sling. I would carry my weapon on my right. It went over my left shoulder. It went down to the front sight and the stock, but it had this elastic band that would go underneath my right arm that would hold it perfectly. it would sit level. I could fucking sprint, and when I needed it, I could hit my elbow down on the stock, and that would flip it up in front of me, catch, grab, pew pew. It was glorious.
That's badass, man.
Glorious.
We gotta
I
find this
cannot.
sling.
Dude,
I'm gonna make it.
I've
I'm
been
gonna write
looking
this
forever,
down.
ever since Black Hawk Sling.
Black
dude.
Hawk Sling.
Yeah, look up their whole catalog.
I'm gonna
So,
too.
so I hit the sprint after none. I'm like, you good? And he's like, Camel Spider, save yourself. And I was like,
Oh no.
and I stopped and I went, what? And then like 11 feet behind him, you can see the fucking
No, chasing him,
bro. The first time I saw one, Eddie, I ain't playing. I thought it was a lizard, bro. Like it was 8 inches long, 1.5 inches wide, and that was the body. I tried to stomp at it. It jumped back. I threw down my shower bag, and then it jumped. It literally bent itself in half like a horse rearing up, and then launched and punched. I still have the shower
man.
bag. It's got
fuck
holes in it.
no.
Shit. But I didn't. I was unaware.
Don't these things screech too?
I've never heard them make noise.
Oh, thank God. You're blessed. Bill has.
That would haunt me forever.
Oh no, he told me about him.
We used to catch.
He told me about him, and I'd freak out.
We used to catch camel spiders and big scorpions, and then lock them under a Tupperware bucket and bet money. So to go back to how bored. Anyway, so that fucking thing reared up, punctured holes, and Sack, my squad leader at the time, was like, dude, if that thing fucking gets you, you're done.
You're done, yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, why do you think they call it a camel spider? If it bites you, you will be dead before we can get you the cash. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, yeah. I was like, oh.
You know what? I think the scariest thing about them is their numbing ability for the poison in their in their shit, in their mandibles. It took out my stepdad's buddy. It got his face. Fucking, they just ate all night. His face. He woke up. His face was fucking half gone.
So my super good buddy rolled over on a baby, and it ate his back out.
That's terrifying, man.
Right?
Some alien shit.
Right?
So something that's scourging the world right now, and I personally dealt with it a lot. I've had over, at least, I think the number right now is about 37 of my friends who I served with have ended their lives, sadly. I don't know if it's a culture issue. I don't know if it's a military issue. I don't know if it's a human being issue. I don't think anybody has the answer to it, man. And I was wondering your take on what's going on in the world with veteran suicide.
That is a subject that is very near and dear to my heart. So I talked about previously the 5 of us that went in and came out unscathed. This is going to sound stupid and childish, but in my heart, I dead ass was like, we are unfucking killable. We're unkillable. Like, I've had a chain link get shot while I'm hooking up tow chains while it's in my hand. I've had fucking, like, literally bumping the truck in front of me and had a round tumble through a plastic door through my floor pan. Like, just, and the number of us that have been that close that many times for all of us to get unhurt is quite literally why we're like, all right, we'll get this Roman numeral 5 tattooed. In 2016, I wear a bracelet for a brother and have a tattoo on my right forearm. My good buddy killed himself. And this was Brock that I talked about with us being in the barracks and us being that close. Like, that was my dude. And I know that Brock hated being alone. We talked quite a bit after we got out of the Army. He got out shortly after we got back from deployment. I got out in 2006. And we talked often. And then that happened. And that fucking destroyed my whole world. Like, literally. We all went back for his funeral. What was dope was his family postponed the funeral by, I think, 3 or 5 weeks so that we could all eat some magnets and get our shit together and get there. And everybody came from everywhere. It was a good time, as best it could be. A lot of funny stories to be told on that are definitely not microphone appropriate.
Yeah.
For a million reasons. I ended up emceeing the whole wake. And like, hey, everybody asked like who should hold the mic. And I was like, oh, I mean, yeah, I'm down to do it for sure. Stood up there, fucking ran the mic, the whole thing. But I was like, y'all can't bring your feelings, and like, don't be mad if there's cursing. And it was a great send off. So Brock was the first one to do that. And the shit part was, it was because he didn't want to be alone. And he got, cut off at 2 different places, his favorite places. It was 3 a.m. It was time to go home. He didn't want to be at home. He didn't want to be alone. Called a few people. His own people couldn't figure out what was going on because he had like 3 5.56 rounds next to his AR that were pinched in the case, in the side of the case, right in the middle of the casing. There was a pinch. I've fired tens of thousands of rounds. I've never seen an AR malfunction and pinch like that. It wasn't until we went into his bedroom with his mom's blessing and we sat there and there's still material on the wall and carpet. And we all sat there, poured a little beer on that spot in the carpet because it's going away anyway. And we said our goodbye. But once we were there and saw those rounds, this motherfucker was trying to chamber load a round. And he kept fucking it up. And when the bolt came forward, the round was sticking sideways. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's exactly, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? That's what that is. And he tried 3 times with the AR, gave up, and then went to the shotgun. Because he was liquor drunk, fucking war scared, and depressed. And that's where if anybody that has any combat experience or if you're ever going through some shit in life, one of the most important things I can tell you on this planet, first off, your life means everything. Not today. Just make it through today. That's all you have to do. Second off, stay the fuck away from any form of hard alcohol. If you are I'm sorry, I don't mean to say fucked up. If you're not doing well in the head, drinking liquor will take you to a place you should never be. If you drink beer, like if you feel like you got to drink to, not, I get that. But if you drink beer, your body will shut down before you can get to that place. Combat veterans and liquor are genuinely not the best experience unless they're doing well. And this was our first example. So he was the first. We all flew in and we all felt fucking absolutely sick to our stomachs. My buddy Adam, when he found out, he had to buy a new fender on his. It was a, what's that Nissan full size truck? Frontier? No, Titan.
Nissan Titan, yeah.
Yeah, Nissan Titan. Adam got that call and fucking caved in multiple places his fender. That was brutal, dude. Like, that was so fucking brutal. And it hit us all in a way that we never even thought could happen. And it's all because Brock just didn't want to be alone. And he had to be alone that night. His best friend Brian was the one that found him. His dog Penny was in the back, and Brock wasn't answering his phone. And Brock is famous for waking up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday and calling you. He's that guy. Yeah, we drank till 4. What do you want for breakfast?
Sleep.
Right. Well, fuck that. I'm coming over. I'm making breakfast. Yeah, I don't have one bad word to say about Brock. Like, literally.
He sounds like an outstanding human being.
He was the best, dude. He was the best. He was strong in so many ways and so weak in others. You know? And honestly, it was him doing what he did that made me genuinely reconsider my own stance on life. And this wasn't pointed out to me by me. It was by a buddy. And they were like, "Hey, man, so Brock loved everybody, but didn't value his own life at all." Yeah. It's like, and do you realize where that's bad? Like, maybe you gotta take yourself into account sometimes. I was like, yeah, I don't think I do. And he's like, do you fucking see what just happened? And that's the fact, dude. Like, I consider myself quite literally like a court jester. I am nothing but a clown for your entertainment, for years and years and years. Because all of the, dad issues, everything, abandonment, I was like, fuck it. I'll make people laugh and then they'll like me. And then once I started making people laugh, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Not self-serving at all. But while you're laughing, you forget about all your other shit. So if I can make you laugh for fucking 3 minutes, well, by God, I done did my best, And that was Brock's stance as well. But he didn't value himself at all. His life to him didn't matter. That's the fucking problem. That's the issue. We don't value ourselves. We are but what we can do for others. When in actuality, we need and do. I'm the worst. Like, keep in mind, this isn't me preaching to the choir. This is me preaching, trying to tell myself this.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be there for each other and ourselves. Like, if you ain't worth shit as yourself, and then not to mention, if you think of deleting yourself from the situation, how does that affect the people around you? Probably not good.
It passes the pain.
Right.
We've experienced that.
Yeah. And so that was the first one. He was the first one. And I'm not even gonna lie, that was the hardest death I've ever dealt with. Ever. Because I felt like I failed them. And it wasn't until they postponed It wasn't until they postponed the funeral and we all got to go to Bakersfield, California and meet his people. He had good people. So it was funny because his people and us Army people, we were at opposite ends of this same spectrum. All of his people were like, fuck, we should have been there for him. We were like, oh my God, we should have been there for him. And when we all came together, we were all there for him. It just, yep. So that was moving. It was at that point that I ran into a dude. So Chewy's is a bar in Bakersfield. Oh man, there's no way I'm gonna. So Chewy's was a bar in Bakersfield, and it was Brock's bar. So we went there with a bunch of us. I mean, a fucking shitload of us. Every Friday night is a car show at Chewy's. We were there on a Friday. Great time for me because I needed to walk away for a minute, right? Just go look at fucking hot rods. Great cars. Come back, go to the bathroom. When I go to the bathroom, there's this dude in POW, POW, MIA suspenders. He had a leather U.S. Army Ranger hat. No, U.S. Army Vietnam hat with the Ranger tab on it. So I'm paying attention. 5 days before we went down to that funeral, I got this tattoo on my right, inside of my right forearm. This is the only tattoo I have that can't be covered up by a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Because if shit hits the fan and I can't use my hands and I have to go into the office world, I don't want tattoos to be an issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I wouldn't give a fuck and I don't give a fuck, but I got kids that need me to make money to support them.
100%.
Therefore, so be it, right? This was the first one, and I put it right there so that when, like, dude, I tried to hide from the army thing for so long because I grew up a runt and always getting fucking picked on, always getting whooped on. And then I moved out here, and I was the poorest fucking kid in the richest school district. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it was always like, I will never admit that shit hurts or affects, right? I never wanted to admit that my military career has an effect on my daily life. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever tried to do.
100%.
How would it not? How would it not?
Well, it's a part of you forever.
Exactly. It
It's
affects my
embedded.
daily
It's
life.
it's like woven into your soul.
As much as I don't want it to be or admit that, you're absolutely correct. And it took me like, fuck, dude, 12 years after deployment to even get to that point. Therefore, it's on the inside of my right forearm. So when I shake your hand, you can't help but notice the Roman numeral 5, the rifle, and battle tested.
So the rifle stands out the first to me, and I'm like, oh, Army.
Do you know why that rifle looks so fucked up in that tattoo? Do you know what you're not supposed to do after that too? Don't go in the water, in a pool. Don't be in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
I got that tattoo. And then, so here's the fun part about Adam Mick. Adam Mick, when he came out, when my ex was like, oh, he's going crazy. And he came out, I was like, yeah, you're not suicidal at all. But he did drag me down to the vet center and get me talking to a counselor. And God bless him for that. I've been doing it every other week at least.
Has it helped?
Fucking exponentially.
What is the number one benefit you get from expressing yourself to another human being? Just to be heard, or
lack of solidarity, if that makes sense.
So it's just a stranger.
So like when I'm like, hey, this is what's up, and dude, Beth has been straight up. Like Beth honestly is part of the reason that I ended up getting divorced.
Good for you, man.
And she was like, you are a protector of women. I've talked to your kids. I've talked to your wife at the time. You might be protecting the wrong women in your life. Like,
yeah.
You know, and just, oh man, because at one point, you know, like, dude, shit gets low.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck, I'm better than this. And she said something that I will never forget. She's like, do not compare yourself from today at your lowest point in life to your highlight in life. Compare yourself to yesterday. Did you improve your life from yesterday? It's okay to take a minute, wallow, stay under the covers and hide. Been there, done that. But at some point, you got to come back out.
My boy Anthony Tripp talks about that on his veteran Overwatch type stuff, and he says, "Let's get 1% better today." And it's this powerful thing, and I talk about it all the time with my wife, with her brother.
Yeah.
Did you get better
today?
Good. And if you didn't, you're there's the other part of it. The other part of it. A lot of people say, "Let's try for tomorrow." I say, I tell myself in the mirror, I failed because I have to be this example to other people around me.
Yeah, that's you. You're too hard.
And but I'm too hard on myself.
Yeah.
I'm working on that. And I'm working on that.
Yeah.
Other people, all they need to hear is, "Let's try again," instead of "Let's fucking give up."
There is no giving up.
Yeah, there's no giving up. 1% better is it a just try?
Like, fuck, I just hope people know that, like, if you bow out and take yourself out,
it's gonna hurt other people.
Your children, you know the statistic on this one? 74%. 74 times more likely to do the same.
We've seen it.
I tell you what, man, I called my sister. Me and you just cleaned out a buddy's apartment. Yeah. Me and you just cleaned out a buddy's apartment that took himself out.
That was tough.
And his sister was his only family member there. And seeing her so fucking broken when we left there, like,
I could never kill myself.
In the last year and a half, I'm not gonna lie, I've had some moments that I'm not even almost proud of.
Yeah.
It's been bad.
Yeah.
Shit has happened.
Yeah.
After cleaning out that apartment and seeing her that way, I called my sister on the way home. I called my sister on the way to meet you for dinner.
Yeah.
Right afterwards, because me and you had to decompress.
Oh yeah, we had to. Yeah, we had to get something off our chest, man. That was unreal.
And I called my sister, and I was like, I just witnessed firsthand what it would be like for you if I was to ever do that. And I fucking am telling you now, I will never put you in that position.
Yeah. God, I didn't want to cry this day.
Yeah.
You know, thinking about my beautiful sister, Brienne. I could never put her through that. I could never put my wife through that. I've seen a human being in a state of utter turmoil before. A similar situation. It was just a gunshot wound to the head for how he took himself.
That's not a state of turmoil.
But the sister.
That's the state of
no. It was like it wasn't the sister. It was the girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
And when I talk about me, when I say sometimes I'll say, man, I love my wife so fucking much. Loving, like, I never understood the depth of the love can be until I heard the like gut wrenching,
guttural
emotion filled wailing
Uh-huh.
of somebody realizing that this person will never ever smile at them again, or look at them in the eye, or touch them, or never hear their laugh again. And hearing that from Jessica was kind of tough, because and seeing her, how strong her husband was, and how, okay, I'm gonna give her space right now,
dude,
or I'm not gonna give her. That is a strong ass man, and dude, if I could embody,
he was patient, strong. He was everything he needed to be.
I'm pretty
that man is a king among men. And that's what I was like, have you eaten today? And we went on a walk to that market.
Jesus
and
Christ.
She picked up 15 things and somehow put down 17 things, all in the wrong place. Me and her husband are looking at each other, and I'm like, I ain't saying a goddamn thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You do you.
This is lost. I lost at sea is how I described it, and that I've only felt that way, the way that she like carried herself.
She was literally up to her chin in water.
Up to her chin in water, and you know what?
And we're asking her questions,
she still persevered.
Like, do you want to keep this? But like at the same point, we have to.
Yeah, but she's seeing that strength in her, and her husband was at the same time. It was a huge, overwhelming thing as well.
Oh yeah. Also, hats off to you, Eddie, because you fucking drove them all around town to how many different funeral homes? 3, 5?
They couldn't do it more than 2, man. The second one, they were like, we're not going to go anymore. And it was tough.
Bro, you are such a king among men.
Thanks,
brother. For the fucking way you handled that.
It's hard to hear sometimes. You know,
hey, you didn't want to, but you did what you had to.
I didn't want to.
You did what needed to be done.
I knew for a fact.
And that is where we separate men from boys.
Yeah.
Facts?
This is nothing but facts, brother.
Yeah.
I knew that someone had to do it. You know, my boss called me. He was like, "What the fuck do you mean you need to take tomorrow off?" And I'm like, "Listen, man, this is going to go to it." And I just told him I need to take tomorrow off. And he's like, "But we just like our whole company, everybody is taking emotional days, mental days, right? Because we just spent all this time looking for our buddy who, you know, ended his life." Mm-hmm. And everybody's freaking out. The whole company is just in turmoil. And I'm like, "Listen, man, I got to take tomorrow off." He's like, what? Like, I need you to come tomorrow. I'm like, "Listen, brother, like, the family just showed up in town, and I got like a 10-minute notice. I'm like, I'm taking the day off. I'm going to drive the family around." And they didn't get a hold of me until like 4. Right. And I don't know if you know about Seattle, Washington. Traffic is kind of a thing here, really bad. So I'm like driving them through traffic,
go south,
and they want to go all the way to Tacoma, which is like the most traffic-filled drive ever. Tacoma, and I'm sitting there.
Seattle to Tacoma
is rough.
Mid-morning is a 35-minute drive. Seattle to Tacoma
during
at 4
traffic
p.m.
time
is a almost 2-hour drive.
And then we get, and I'm driving this place. I'm trying to like stop shaking because I'm around somebody who looks like the spitting image of my friend who I got hired at my company, and he ended up, you know, taking his own life after being at my company.
I didn't know.
And it was like super tough.
Working with him.
Yeah. We worked like a 20-hour weekend.
How did the van sorting go?
kind of tough.
Kind of tough, right? But like,
everyone was super respectful. We figured it all out. Yeah, we got everything situated.
Did all his tools get into
Yep.
the?
Okay. They're all in storage.
Yeah,
and
storage unit. Okay. Sorry, side tangent. This is
yeah.
going to be fun for anyone else listening.
Yeah, but dealing with, looking at hindsight, dealing with this is a suicide that was pretty close to home because you are a teacher in elementary school for me and him.
Instructor, not teacher.
Instructor. We taught me a lot, so I say teacher. So you're our instructor, and me and him had a bond of fitness and of life, and it was difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that
Yep, me too, dude.
And but the hole that left.
I taught him twice.
Yeah, I know. The hole that left, it wasn't a hole of like sadness. It was a horrible, horrible, horrible way of a reminder of how beautiful this life really is. When I can sit down and look at my wife or look at my dogs, because I don't have kids yet. My dogs are like my children, and look at other people's children laughing.
You got a little bro.
I got a little brother. He's like he's more than the world could ask for. But looking at these people, I'll never look at them the same after that. I'll never call the veteran suicide hotline again with a knife in my hand, and I'll never think about ending my life again, no matter how bad it gets, because I realize the responsibility I have to never give up. Because how great is it that I can sit here and let the leaves fucking blow with the wind and know that I have an opportunity to have impact on somebody else.
Yeah.
So being there for his family was the most gratifying, emotional shit ever. And I'm thankful.
It was
hard. I cried a lot.
6:17 a.m. You texted me.
I cried a lot.
And you were like, "Hey man, there was supposed to be some other dudes."
And they bailed out.
And no disrespect to them.
Yeah, no, they can't handle it, man. It's tough.
At all. Like, this is rough. And they're like, "Yeah, we'll help clean out the apartment." And they bounced. And they're like, "Is there any way you would help me?"
Yeah. I knew I could rely on you.
I fucking didn't want to do that. I know. So bad. But I was like, yep. Well, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Brock was the first one. And there's just been a plethora since.
Yeah.
And like I genuinely have some theories on that.
Okay. Well,
so if you remember being in the military, we're around time there. What do we got?
We got 5.
Okay. Being in the military, race isn't even a fucking issue.
At all.
At all.
Like, what the fuck is
like
that?
To the point where my platoon sergeant would be like, "Okay, Sarge time training on Thursday today. Tomorrow's Friday. We're going to have a company barbecue. Monahan," which is me.
Mm-hmm.
"You going to bring the cheese sandwiches with extra mayonnaise."
Mm-hmm.
Gundren, the Filipino kid, "If you show up with dog meat, I swear to God."
Yeah.
Jones, Entree Jones. Black dude, "You're in charge of chicken." Yeah. You know what I mean? Nobody give a fuck. Like, that was about official
social stigmas, no stereotype. No. It's just people just saying
no,
shit.
Hang on. There are stereotypes. Okay. Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Yeah.
And anyone that wants to argue that, I beg to differ.
Mm-hmm.
I dare you to go out tomorrow and start telling everyone you know and all on media that fucking Asian kids can jump like a motherfucker and black dudes are rad at math. It's not going to stick.
Not going to stick.
White people, terrible dancers.
I've seen a couple good ones, man. You can dance? I know you're white, black. I know.
Bro, no. The only reason I can is my mother taught me, if you ever want a good woman, you need to learn how to cook and how to dance.
Oh, I can't cook worth a shit.
Bro,
but
me and my girlfriend had a dance party in the kitchen last night with a phenomenal, like, early 2000s mix.
I'm happy for you,
and
man.
I fucking cut it loose, and I was breaking ankles, you know what I mean? Like, bro, when I dance, like, it is all out. It's a borderline, like, sea walking fucking, and she's like, "I've never seen you
pop, yeah,
popping and locking." You know,
popping
she's like, "I've never seen you dance like that." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to do that in public.
I got a lot of boxes left unlocked. I got a lot. There's more than meet the eye.
But here's the thing: if you go to dance with your lady in public, and you cut out full out, and she's like not used to hip hop dancing, you're an asshole.
Yeah,
because you're going to make her look like shit. So I don't do that. But when we're alone in our kitchen and I don't even have pants on, I'm going to fucking call it out Allen Iverson. I'm going to break them ankles.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that, man. So I still can't get over you and that army chick that we ran into at Anthony's afterwards.
That shit was so fun. And this is, oh man, like this is the beauty. The number of times I put my foot in my mouth, I offend somebody, it's a lot. But the few times where it legitimately pays off is so worth it. And this was exactly one of those. So we sat down after packing up our buddy's apartment with his sister, and that was 310% brutal. And Eddie, you put it best when you called me. You were like, I know you can hit that emotional switch. And I did. But then we both knew, because God damn, that was rough.
Gotta flip the switch back on eventually.
It's like, okay, we got to decompress here. And so we grabbed your wife, Rhiannon, and we went to dinner at, was it Anthony's?
Yeah, Anthony's. Right.
And we sat at the bar. The bartender was super cool.
Even though it was like 2 minutes from closing when we sat
down. It was, but he didn't give two shits. We asked politely, like, hey, we will bounce. We didn't realize you're about to close at 8 o'clock or
like
9
5.
o'clock.
It was like 5 something.
No, dude, it was no way it was 5.
Was it 9? Oh no, we left Andrew's place at 5. I picked up Rhiannon. I was like shaking the whole way.
Leave Andrew's at 5.
Okay. Whenever it was like 8.
Yeah, it was like 8 or 9. Yeah, I digress.
Yes, I digress.
So,
degrees.
Yeah. Drowning in oil, I digress.
Yeah.
That's my homie Adam's lyric, by the way. Out of one of his songs.
We'll keep it.
We sit down and I'm just cracking wise. And as always, anybody that's not Navy will make gay jokes about Navy. It doesn't mean we hate gay people.
God.
Or give anything about it, but that's just the way it goes. So like I'm upset. And
it's like a time-honored tradition.
When I'm upset is I make jokes as a coping mechanism. And so as we're sitting there, I ask Eddie, I'm like, hey man, is it true that like they put like an additive into the food when you guys are out on Navy ships so that when you poop it makes your butt numb so sex life is easier? And the bartender looks at me, looks at him, tightens up and walks away. I can hear the lady 3 bar stools to my right kind of chuckle. And she's an older gal. And I'm 38. Eddie,
definitely in our 50s.
Eddie, how old are you?
I'm like freaking 29 at the time.
Right. 29 at the time. Motherfucker, it was like 3 weeks ago.
I was 28 at the time.
So, what? When was your birthday?
You were there. It was 2 weeks ago.
I remember that. So.
Trauma fucked up the memory, guys, just so you know.
So, she laughs, and I kind of look over, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Because it's a female. And I'm like, God damn it. We carry on, blase, blah. And then the bartender comes back, and you know, we're chopping it up
drinking
appropriately,
Blanton's, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Lost a buddy. Got to drink up.
Yep. And that is the whiskey to do it too. So we're doing that, and they're like, all right, yeah, we'll all get a shot. And the lady 3 bar stools to the right went, can I get one of those shots too? I would love to toast your friend if you would let me. And after we had done
that triggered everything.
Vulgar shit, Eddie and I both look over and we're like, okay. And the best part is I kept saying I'll buy her shots, and then you covered the tab.
A gentleman can only outdo other gentlemen when the other gentleman leaves the spot open. So it is what it is.
But more importantly, this is why as elevator guys, we like hanging out with other elevator guys. Because anybody else we hang out with, like, I'll get the tab.
So the bartender definitely gave us a fatty discount. He was missing drinks and shit.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, man. I didn't see the paperwork.
Well, I didn't see until after.
And then I was like, wait a second. I was doing the math on the way home when I was trying not to cry.
So she toasted a couple of times. Yeah. Turns out she's an old Army lady. You know what I mean? Been there, done that kind of chick. And so like she wasn't. I'm like, I am so sorry. I lack a situational awareness. I said some shit I should not have said with a older female sitting right there. Like, I'm so fucking sorry.
You definitely caught yourself.
Like, are you kidding me? That shit was hilarious. And then come to find out she's prior service, army lady. You know, it's like, okay, I get it. That's what's up.
God, man.
Yeah, dude, that was a good time.
Jesus Christ. It's so awesome. It's like how do I say this? It's like a circuit. Like a whole track. Like you're about 90% done running a full lap around a track, and then that last little 10% is the veterans are outside randomly. You don't even know they're there, but they're always out there. Right. You can always rely on them to help. Just, I don't know, kind of patch up a situation, no matter what it is. I've ran into the most amazing people I've ever met are older people in the military, and like my wife got done with her school just the other day.
Oh yeah.
And we went to Applebee's, and I saw this dude, and I saw this weird little purple heart on his hat, and I'm like, oh, I know what to do here. And I said, so we're starting to pound drinks, and I'm like, wait, I know. Wait, I have cash in my pocket. Ooh, got a couple $100, right? Whatever. So I walk over, and I say, hey, brother, and I see third Marine Division is on his hat. I'm like, oh, I it's either third or the 8th of the night. I don't know which number.
3rd Infantry Division?
I think so.
Was it a square with like horizontal lines canted off to the right?
I'm not good with Marine insignias. I'm not really
no, that's Army shit.
Into that. Yeah. No, but it was definitely the Marines, and I was like, oh, you're in the Marines. I'm like, yeah. And it was it said I think it was either Vietnam or Korean War. I can't even remember. I was in a state of shock.
Old head,
motherfucker. Okay. Yeah. And I was like, immediately I saw the purple heart, and I'm like, he's been wounded. I know what to do here.
Please tell me about his move.
I know. Oh, much better. I was overwhelmed with emotion as soon as I saw this person, because being in military servitude has always been so dear to my heart. My father on my dad's side was in the Vietnam War. Okay. He was in special forces, and he came home and ended his own life, sadly. My stepdad, his dad, was an excellent superstar.
Do you have his records? Because if he was SF in Vietnam, I know 2 people that might know him. Because there ain't many. No, just saying.
I can look it up. I'll look it up.
Yeah. Let's touch base on that.
Yeah, later. Let's do it.
Delete if you want that to. But
no, we're fucking rocking. Right. Yeah. But I my stepdad's side, dad flew in Vietnam in the Air Force. Stepdad was an Air Force, little chair force bandit his whole life. Oh my goodness. Hotels and nice salads, chicken salads. His career.
You want to know
his hardest day was when he got told no.
Now fuck that. 4 things that fucked me up the most about the Air Force. 1, when you go to their DFAC dining facility, for those that don't know,
it's fucking nice.
You leave your tray on the table and walk away.
No way.
Swear to God. Like, I watched them do, I'm like, holy shit, are you trying to get your fucking ass kicked? And like, what? I'm like, you left your tray. Like,
who's gonna come pick it up?
I'm like, what? They have civilians come do it. When their fucking laundry is dirty, they put it in a bag outside their door. It comes back folded at the end of the day.
That's sacrilegious. You're supposed to give up more sleep.
And I said this earlier, I know, and I'm sorry for repeating it, but when they are downrange, when they're deployed, they go for 90-day rotations. And they get $33.33 a day per diem. Army gets 33 cents, period, with apparently no limit on how long you get deployed. Just saying. Fourth MCE had fucking phone tents on the other side of the airstrip. It was like Army side, Air Force side, right? At BIOP.
There's the I'm a Barbie Girl theme song over there on the other side. Ken's pulling up in his convertible to take them across the base.
Well, I wish I was in a Barbie world.
Yeah.
I would have loved to be in that world.
I would love to be in the Barbie world.
We had phones where you like press 0 3 times, and it's like a shitload of static, And then an operator would be like, hello, what number do you want me to dial? And then you would try to yell.
And you're out of minutes.
What?
You're out of minutes by that time?
There's no minutes.
Oh, fuck.
No, there's no minutes.
No.
This is basically a phone call on an old Singar radio.
Oh, so they got like plugged into different slots.
At best. So you call a hub in New York City, and these old like Brooklyn bros like, hey sweetie, where you trying to call? And you're like, 206. And like, okay, 407.
Oh my God.
You're like, no ma'am. No ma'am. And then you'd have 5 minutes on the phone, might get through to one number.
Yeah.
And then rotate out. But then like it was a sign up call sheet rotation list.
I want to come back and circle back to the phones. I want to make sure we cover this fully.
Dude, the line at the phone was the saddest place.
Yeah. Well, we'll touch base on that. I just want to wrap this up real quick. So I was sitting there walking up to the guy, and I'm like, oh, he's sitting right behind me. I can't just sit here. Fuck. So I get up, I turn around, I walk over to him, I grab his hand. And you don't just grab a veteran's hand unless you're like pretty normally confident about what you're about to do. So he was like caught off guard.
Bro,
like,
that's a bold move.
He like freaked out, right?
Why would you do that?
And I'm like, hey, brother, you were in the Marines. Anything? Yes, I was.
A former Marine.
Completely cut off. It's like, yes, I was. And I said, I want to thank you for what you did. I see you have a Purple Heart, and I'm gonna take care of you today, and a couple more days. And I handed him all the cash was in my pocket, ended up in his hand. Fucking turned around and walked away. He didn't realize until he was done eating. He didn't like that. That's what told me it fucked me up. He did not count the money until he went to pay his bill. And he walked over, smacked me on my hurt shoulder.
This just happened.
No, this just happened. He smacked me on my hurt shoulder and said, and he had tears in his eyes, and he said, "Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough." And I said, "Please don't thank me. Please, just be you, and know that you're appreciated." And Rhiannon and everybody else at the table got all teary-eyed and emotional. I don't know. I'm not gonna say teary-eyed, okay? But they gave you the little puppy face look, right? And then I got all teary-eyed and emotional, of course.
Oh yeah.
But that was moments like that I live for, man. How special is it that you can thank somebody for your pansy ass not getting drafted? I had the pleasure of signing my name on the list. I enlisted. I had the pleasure of doing that. And not being drafted like one of these other communist fucking countries that sign your ass up at 18 to go murder people somewhere else just because someone else said so. So I'm thankful. Fucking A. I thanked him. Yes, Lord.
You're getting real now.
I didn't want to go off the deep end, but it is what it is.
It is called off the deep end, ain't it?
Yeah. I thanked his ass. Thank you. Thank you for that. I could have grown up like that.
I will tell you what fucked me up was two things. So coming back to meet Astasia, I landed Christmas Day 03. That was 97 hours of straight travel. Didn't sleep the whole time. Fucking so many
stories. So you're hearing voices and shit at this point.
No.
What?
No, this is nothing new.
Oh, you're just like mentally.
Bro, I don't think you realize like
you're like screwed up at this point.
Well, I mean, like going like 3-4 days straight was. I mean, I'm not gonna say normal, but like.
Do you get like 10-minute power nap or whatever?
No,
no REM sleep whatsoever.
Going like, fuck, I got it written down on my PT cap at my house with the date. I remember the date was August 17th, 03.
Mm-hmm.
I think I worked like 112 hours straight.
You're seeing purple people eaters?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hallucination is insane.
It was like walking was getting blurry. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh shit. But like, here's the thing, like going back to like basic training and like all that bullshit and all that we went through, I remember like, is this my breaking point? As a human being? And given what I just told you, I haven't found it yet.
I don't recommend you try.
I'm fucking curious though. You know what I mean? Like
I feel you.
Like if I can go through all of that and still manage shit. What is the breaking point?
Well, I got a couple YouTubers. We can set this thing up. Like we can take 5 days off of work and stay up for 5 days and see who can complete basic tasks nonstop.
Oh, can I tell you a story about Alan that he won't tell?
You tell me any story about Alan, I'm gonna wave it in front of his face and laugh later on.
Should this be?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
okay.
letting this shit ride.
So this is third hand. So there's a camp called Man Camp. I've been invited many times, but I had next. It was I never went.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. And Alan
Was this a military camp or
no, fuck no. It's Evan, Alan, Ryan, L.
Okay.
A bunch of elevator guys and other dudes. Alan got waylaid, like sitting in the chair. Like he's talking.
Oh, he's
talking
he's
cursive.
Speaking a third,
like he ain't even slurring. He's talking cursive. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh, we're going shooting. We'll go shooting."
Drunkard, yes.
Right. And they're like,
beyond,
"Yeah, you're not going."
Drunk.
And Alan's like, "Fuck you. Rangers lead the way."
No, he said that in English.
I'm not saying he did, but I
he tried.
No, honestly, that's just when I'm interjecting in the situation. All right. I don't know if he said that, but I guarantee he did. So he fucking talks them into letting him go shooting. And there's a motherfucker on either side ready to grab the barrel if he goes off course, right?
Okay.
High, low, left, right. If he leaves range. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I'm just saying some muscle memories. Tat 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 tat. Didn't miss a fucking shot. Reload was clean. Handed it off, cleared. Sat down, started laughing, went muscle memory, motherfuckers.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I've heard this story quite a few times.
Right? Which
is it true? So it's true then.
Oh,
I haven't heard it from you.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You know, I talk about this a lot with my friends.
There's another story that follows up on that for that night.
Okay.
That is off the money.
Let's not probably share that. I know quite a few people who talk about what elite means. The word elite. The word elite to me means no matter what fucking time of night, of day, whatever status I'm in, I can still do this because I can do it. I've done it occupationally for so long that I'm at a elite level.
Yeah, train as you fight.
Yeah.
So where that gets fun is just went down to our union presidents, J. Lou. We'll just say J. Lou. Went down to J. Lou's last April. And dude, every year I go there, I get so nervous. Because like these guys, in all reality, are a bunch of rednecks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get nervous around them too.
They hunt all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't shoot that often. Truth be told.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna drive past your house. I'm gonna grab you.
You drive past my house every time you go shoot.
I might.
I tell you what. The next time you come past my house, and we don't either jump in the pool or bust out some quads, we're gonna have an issue.
I promise. We're gonna go shooting.
Anyway,
let's do it.
They shoot all year round.
In the backyard,
I literally just shot clay pigeons for the first time.
I've never shot a clay pigeon. I'll miss that bitch.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Guess what I thought? That's why I didn't want to do it in front of public.
Okay.
And then I did it in front of public with a turkey choke, which necks it down, and nobody else could hit a clay. And I was like, let me see that gun. And I went like 3 for 3. I'm like, what's the problem here? Mm-hmm. Muscle memory, right? Mm-hmm. So we go down to J. Lou's, and I'm like, every time I'm like, oh my shit. Like, because they're like, oh, you were in the army, you were deployed, blah, blah, blah. I bet you're fucking great. And I'm like, I mean, probably not comparatively, because you guys do this all the time, every year.
People always tell me all the time, oh, you're in the Navy, you ain't shooting at guns. And I'm like, okay, we'll figure it out.
Here's where it gets fun is Lou hands me one with he hands me his AR with 2 mags setting down.
Was it pretty? Or was it like a stock build?
Have you seen the pictures from?
No. Was it like a pretty with like a stock build iron sights or what?
It's fucking gorgeous. Okay. And he's like, dude, that red dot is dialed.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was like, is it? Fun. And he goes, make him sing. His entire
Said make him sing.
His entire the whole back of his property is reactive steel targets, and I'm not joking at all. He had a 5-gun tournament set up. Like, you can step on pedals and clay pigeons come flying out from behind
you
trees.
can call me anytime. When you're in a dangerous environment like this, you can always call me. I'll
will
come,
be there
I'll
next
bring my
year.
guns.
So here's what's fun is Lou already knew. Lou already knew like where I'm at with like I know how these guys think I should shoot, but they shoot regularly. I don't. Can I stack up against it? He hands me that and goes, "Dot is dialed. Make it sing." And I was like, "Dialed for what?" And he's like, 75 yards.
Did you have occupationally back in your day? Did you have an optic on top of your rifle, or did you use irons?
No, irons.
Okay, so are you used to an optic at all?
I am now.
Yeah.
And so I grabbed his shit, and like it was like bing, 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 and I found 3 plates. Bing, bing, and I played Mary Had a Little Lamb. And then went over and fucking made these ones dance, and then I had this one that was just swinging, and I just kept hitting it. I got it to wrap up and over. Like, dudes are coming out like, who the fuck is doing that? And I was like, yes.
Badass,
still
man.
got it.
Still got it, baby. Look out.
But like in the moment of the ultimate, like, don't fuck
fuck.
up now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like riding the bike, and I'm like, Lou, I can't believe I just did that. And he's like, like, you guys hunt, this, that, that. And he's like, yeah, but you got to realize, like, when you were in the Army, you conservatively shot probably 10,000 rounds a year.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking back, I'm like, yeah, you're probably right.
Well, I think whether or not you are a shooter or not, I think it's essential that you understand how to operate firearms, how to do them safely, effectively, and what instead of worrying about what to shoot and how to shoot and all these things. Step one for me and the screening doctrine in my family was what not to shoot.
Right.
Yeah. When do you not shoot? We're not at this. My household is not necessarily occupational related firearms household, but we're gun toting, barrel smoking motherfuckers. Everybody in this house shoots. If you're in this home and you haven't shot, it's like my goal to teach you to shoot. And so when there's a 10-year-old in my household who can probably operate an AR or a pistol, probably better than most adults in the United States of America, I'm comfortable with that because we preach gun safety religiously. Yep. How important is gun safety drilled in the Army? Because I know that I've heard that rumors that you spend 3 hours learning one type of here's how you do attack reload or versus emergency reload.
So that kid that I told you about in basic that was just not worth the shit, would shit himself on the runs, wouldn't want to shower, all that, we'll call him B.
Okay. B nasty.
B was nasty. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't think of somebody else. B nasty had a malfunction at the range. And like when you're at the range in basic, like or any fucking military range except for Butler Range, which I did have the picture of that you saw. That was where we ran convoy security to all the time. He fucking turned with his rifle in his hands.
No fucking way.
Drill Sergeant Jones broke his fucking jaw.
Yeah.
He kicked him in the face.
You gotta disable somebody.
And he was justified in kicking him because after the dude with the whole grenade in the pocket thing, like the drill sergeants were fucking weapon status red, like round in the chamber, 9mm in hand.
Yeah, you will be dropped.
It's nothing but a safe flick. Yeah.
I have a little argument with a lot of people about safeties on pistols when it's your EDC. I don't have my EDC doesn't have a safety on it.
For those that don't know, EDC is everyday carry.
Yeah, everyday carry. So every day when I have my fucking gun on my body, so I can deal, harmful things to people who are harming other human beings in like a death dealing way. Like if somebody's stabbing somebody, they're not gonna stab that person in front of me.
But only if it is 100%
warranted.
Yeah,
100%. Deadly force is not something to talk about like it's normal. No. It has to be employed properly. So, but with my ADC, I don't have fucking safety on my shit. So I'm like, oh God, we can't deal with this at all. This is
Right.
unacceptable. To have a safety on my firearm, because I need every single millisecond, passed over to me to control the situation so I can complete my OODA loop. Do you guys believe that a safety is good on? Do you believe a safety is good on pistol?
I 100% leave that up to the person
Yeah.
and how they feel about it.
Okay.
So like me personally, my XD45
Mhm.
is my absolute favorite gun. Not helpful for EDC because it's fucking huge. 'Cause it's a double stack 45.
Oh yeah.
But if you're on the back of the handle and the front of the trigger, well then you mean something.
Mhm.
And
Does it have a trigger safety?
yeah, so
Okay.
it's a little so it's right on like the back hammer. If you grab the thumb and then front of the trigger, if you grab the side of the trigger, either side, nothing happens. You have to depress the extended lever. Like if there's 3 parts to the trigger, the middle one is forward.
Yep.
You have to depress that.
Yeah.
And the one in the back, and then it'll go.
Yeah, I like trigger safeties. I'm not a big fan of thumb safeties, but they're very functional, and I think that they have a purpose. They do serve a purpose on the guns that they're on for 100%.
So I got a good buddy that got pulled over. Any weapons? And you don't have to legally disclose that, but he did. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, do you have one in the chamber? And he's like, yeah. He's like, that's technically illegal. He's like, no, it's
The
not.
fuck it is.
The fuck it is. Exactly. And the cop was like, well, I mean, you really shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, if anything happened,
Shouldn't? That's not law.
and
There's
then,
nothing law,
and then it was fucking Evan. He's like, oh, wait, so then why do I have to drive my seatbelt? Maybe I'll just slap it on before the accident happens. And the cop was like,
He's never been in a gunfight.
nope.
Yeah, maybe he should leave one out of the chamber too and see how well his life goes. It wouldn't go too well when you're. So he's more prone to be in a deadly force encounter than the average citizen.
Yeah.
However, he is also an average citizen. So yeah, man, there's so many different facets I love about shooting, and I would almost call it therapeutic to me at a certain point.
It is.
Working with a bunch of other different people
who
are vets and shit. Like,
dude, it's like drifting a car or riding a wheelie.
Or baking cupcakes.
No, because shooting is controlling something that should be uncontrollable. Like something outside of your bound of control, but you're making it happen. And then there's the smell and the recoil and the whatnot. But yeah.
Smell cupcakes,
Okay, now I got it.
Yeah, I definitely benefit from meeting up with other vets, or just any human being, just finding a community. There's no community better than a community that's trying to better itself. Facts. One thing that everybody can agree on is the importance of protecting, children.
Yep.
Stopping and also, protecting our families. The police, they show up after the fact, and that's not to discredit them. They can only do their best. But when they're not going to always be there to save you.
Law enforcement is not a prerequisite.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not. And criminals are going to do what the fuck they're going to do. The best thing I've been able to do to make me feel happy, I feel happy. I feel better going to bed at night knowing that I spent 10 minutes or even 5 minutes of today bettering my family as far as not just the firearms, first aid. Oh, what happens if somebody has a cut on their finger?
First aid and land nav.
Yes, first aid and lab nav. It brings it back to it. But the community that is surrounding gun safety is huge. I've unfortunately had I wouldn't call it a pleasure. I would call it the horrible experience of having a friend that I was deployed with lose his son into a gun range, gun negligence, ignorance. I would call it a gun ignorance situation, and building a community around gun safety is huge to me. So in my family, that's a main priority.
Yeah, my younger daughter lost her best friend at the age of 12.
It's tough.
To a misfire.
It's tough. It's tough stuff, man. It's tough stuff, and that's why I think bringing people together. I wouldn't call it camaraderie.
Hang on, real quick.
Okay.
Like people want to chime in when it comes to like suicide or what happened to Sid. and be like, oh, it's nothing compared to, downrange shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. Anybody that is listening to this that has never been in the military or deployed, do not think that you are void or in any way that our shit and what we went through is harder than any loss you've had on the civilian side of life. And my reason for saying that is this. When we were deployed and somebody had some shit happen to them, that is getting punched when you're inside the boxing ring. To anyone that has never been in the military, that has ever experienced a suicide, unpronounced death, like random tragic accident, witnessing a horrific event, please know that what you went through comparatively was worse. Because I got punched in the face when I was in a boxing ring. You got punched in the face walking down the sidewalk.
I never looked at it like that.
I have, because I've literally had people be like, "Oh, it's nothing compared." I'm like, no, that's way worse.
People's perspective,
dude. That was
huge,
just your average Tuesday morning, and then you found that. That's so bad.
Perspective.
Well, it's all relative. Yeah, everything in life is relative,
and people will like put down their perspective to try to kind of find a common even keel with you, and I don't think it's
common
right.
denominator.
Yeah, you can't find a common denominator if you don't put down your personal experience, your personal suffering. That leads on a path of negativity. When you're sitting there and saying you're dehumanizing your emotions or discrediting them and calling them not what they are, you lose sense with yourself. And we all need more community building, and the community building starts with finding common ground. And common ground is important. I believe the number one most important thing to combat suicide is commonality. I don't know, you're not the same skin color as me, Telo, but you know what, I can tell you this right now. You're a nice person and you've gone through some shit. And I would tend to say I try to be a nice person. I've gone through some shit. I bet you and me can sit down and find commonality, and that's going to build our community better. The biggest issue I've ever seen with veterans is them, like you said before, alone, lost. They feel like they have to be something they're not. It's not authentic, and eventually it sits on their shoulders, and then the weight comes too fucking much, and they break their back.
No. Are we off?
No.
How much time we got?
We got plenty of time, man.
Okay. So for veteran suicide, the first point I want to make on that, and I since the start of COVID, I have had 14 people kill themselves. Like,
that's steep. That's steep, dude.
It wasn't last summer, the summer before. Dude, it was like one a week for like 5 fucking weeks. I see a counselor regularly, weekly, for the last 3 years, if not every other week. And I have no problem admitting this. She works for the vet center. The beauty of the vet center, if anyone's listening, is the VA cannot request vet center records. The reason the vet center was created was Vietnam vets didn't trust the VA.
Surprise, surprise.
I can honestly say I do feel at this point in time the VA is doing anything and everything they can. Like they're really kind of crushing it, dude. They're looking into meditation, like all kinds of other stuff just to help people out. They are doing their damnedest from what I've seen. But my VA counselor or my vet center counselor, she's been doing this for a long time, and she said I'm within like the top 3 people that she's ever talked to that have lost this many people to suicide. And I feel like a major part of that amongst the veterans is the lack of camaraderie. And what I mean by that is we could sit down and chop it up and have some racist ass conversations.
Yeah.
Like if anybody else was listening, they would be fucking mortified. But we would have formations where our platoon sergeant would be like, okay, tomorrow's the platoon barbecue. Monahan, being me, the white dude, be like, hey, you're up for cheese sandwiches, extra mayonnaise. You know, look at the Filipino kid and be like, I swear to God, if you show up with Chihuahua meat, and then look at the black dude and be like, okay, you're obviously bringing chicken.
And that's just the chop
Right.
talk, right?
Yeah, and that's just chopping it
It's
up.
just military speech.
Nobody took any fucking offense ever, because I don't give two shits what color you are. When it comes time to sling lead, like we're all in this together.
100%.
And then so then you come out of that, you come from that, and then come into society now. Society now, where just if you say anything about any of that, there's so many snowflakes that are going to get pissed.
Yeah.
And what's so rough is human beings identify with each other through culture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what culture are you? Are you into hip hop? Like, are you an OG, like, Flatland BMX dude? I didn't realize that's an odd reference. Whatever it is, so be it. Politics, religion, that was always on a side burner.
Yeah.
But now politics has become culture.
And not just for memes. Like I normally post political memes as like a joke.
Not for memes.
Conversation
like for real,
starter,
dude.
but for real,
I have
people,
seen
some people
so
are
many
going
people
crazy.
on both sides of the fence
Insane.
be like, if you voted for somebody on
then
the other side of the fence,
you.
and defriend me.
And mean it.
I'm like, oh my
delete you out of their life.
dude.
They want to live in an echo chamber almost. It's fucking weird.
So, but where that gets so hard for fucking veterans is like, we're not used to that shit at all.
At all.
At all. It's everybody love everybody, same team, same fight. And like most of us, like I know for a fact, man, I watched somebody burn the flag in front of me, and a buddy was like, you gonna do anything? I'm like, no. That's their First Amendment right. Freedom of speech.
I've had it happen.
Do I like what they're saying? No.
No.
Will I defend it? Yep.
Only time I like to see an American flag is when it burns, when it's being put to rest or whatever. Because I look at them, but that's just me though. I have a pretty extreme. Like when I look at the American flag, I see my wife, I see my stepfather who left out my front door when 9/11 happened. That's what I see, and I see you.
That's not me. Did I tell you that I have both my grandfathers now?
You're one of the colors, motherfucker. Okay, red, white, and blue.
Okay, listen. Just because I identify as a Smurf, I don't think that allows you to call me blue.
Okay.
I feel like that's a hate crime.
All right, I repent. I apologize. I'm sorry for offending you.
No, but the deal, like forever, man, it's been like, what are you into? And that defines your culture. Well, now politics defines your culture. And that is fucking these dudes up.
Yeah.
You know, on top of that, veterans tend to have a healthy distrust of the government. You know, like the
it's not really surprising.
It's not State Farm. What's the insurance commercial? We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. You know,
I think I have a healthy distaste for the government. I think that the government's become,
dude, that's a whole nother topic.
A whole nother topic.
And I didn't give a shit when Trump was in office. I don't give a shit that Biden's in office. Either way, like, they're not there for us.
No, fuck no.
Like, if you're way to the right or way to the left, the problem is you've gone too far.
You've gone too fucking far. Any amount of extremism is
live in
pathetic.
The middle. Yeah.
And if not a political moderate, you're not living as an American should live.
Yeah. The other thing that I want to hammer down is the facade. And man, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, I was nervous. I haven't been this nervous to come on here and talk about this since like a junior high dance. Straight up. Like, this is shit that I don't talk about. But I'm down to do it. And if anyone else can listen and relate, then fucking how could I not? One of the biggest things that I want anyone that has been there, done that, to hear out of this is this whole facade that we can handle it, no need to talk about it, fuck that, I'll handle it on my own, is the biggest bunch of bullshit ever.
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 Ever. Like, I grew up a runt, so admitting that I can't hack anything in life is a serious fucking thing for me. You know? Dude, I love you to death. And I've never called you going, I can't fucking, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely should have a few times.
Yeah, I'm not gonna beat you up for it, man.
I know.
Just want to let you know that
I'm
I'm
just
always
saying,
here.
like, I don't have it in me.
Mm-hmm.
When I suck, I disappear. Like, what fucks me up the most in life, honestly, is like when I'm having a legit bad day, like when there's some shit going on
Mm-hmm.
with my youngins outside of my control and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, we end up having a safety meeting, and I just act like a regular person. And everybody's like, what's wrong with you?
Well, when you're not sending me random ass songs that have an emotional thing that makes you have like a crazy ass reaction. Like, oh my god, Eddie would love this fucking song. I'm gonna send it to him. Middle of the night, fuck it. Or you're not calling me randomly. Hey, guess who I'm sitting here with? All of your friends, and you're not here, so fuck you. Like it.
Or I just walk in at the yard house and you're there with everybody else.
Yeah.
And like 7 people throw their hands in the air like, what's up? And I literally dismiss them and walk up and just give you a hug.
Yeah, that's how I know I'm hot shit. I know. But that is when I know, you know.
Hot shit like a poop in a jacket.
If you don't fucking do random shit like that, I know something's off. That's where the red flags start showing up.
Yep. But just to drive that last point home, just so everybody knows, from what I've talked to through the counselors and the VA and the whatnot, like combat experience is like a beach ball. And imagine you're swimming. You can try your fucking damnedest to hold that ball underwater. It'll come up eventually. And here's the crazy part. And what really fucked me up is when all this started bubbling up, it was like 15, 16 years after, you know? But I've been just trying to fight that monkey off my back. And my VA lady was like, yeah, no, 15 years is typical in males, 10 years for females. I was like, oh. Like, dude, she's been doing this for a long time.
She's been doing it for a while.
She's been doing it for 23 years all around the world, and she just actually it was after we I almost said his name. After we cleaned up that apartment, I talked to her, and she was like, "How was that? Rough?"
Yeah.
You know, like, and she was like, "God bless." And then she was like, "Just so you know, I've been doing this for 23 years, and you are top 3 of anybody I've ever met that has had that many people take themselves out."
And you're still here?
Yeah, but here's the beauty in that. Here's the beauty that I found in that sentence. Thank God. Thank God that not everybody else is dealing with loss like this. That made me feel so much better.
Amen, brother.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm so glad that the general population isn't losing folks like this. Like, I'm glad that everybody else isn't having to, you know what I mean? and
Absolutely.
And the whole, like, you'll never be given a challenge you can't handle. I really lost sight of that for a little bit, but I've had some shit kick off here in the last couple weeks, and I was like, yep, if that would have happened a year and a half ago, I think it would have, I don't know, I'd have lost my shit.
Yeah. You never know what you can handle until you've gone through the trials, tribulations. But I think the great thing I can say about people who have gone through horrible experiences in their life is that they learn to persevere, and persistence is not something that you just are just I'm just some great kindred spirit. I'm gonna go ahead and go through this, and I'm touched by God. I can persevere through anything, and it's not something you have to experience.
But that's the crazy part. All the way through Iraq, we legitimately thought we were unkillable.
Yeah, man.
Straight up, like for what we went through and came out of, like straight up, we were like, we are like I literally got to be fearless. Like,
I'm happy. I'm happy that you didn't find out that you were wrong.
But then when fucking Brock took himself out, it was like, oh my God, we're fucking mortal. And like God. That ruined everybody.
Moments like that suck.
Yeah.
I've only had it happen once, man. I'm not gonna talk about it on here, but
yeah,
moments where you really really feel how much of a human fucking being you are. So
we're still recording.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go over what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not gonna go over that instance, but it was definitely alarming to experience the idea of fucking goddamn, I could die tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was this close to death, and I held death in my hands. And losing a friend in your arms is not a great thing that I want anybody to experience. And especially when it's in a life where it's not right for youth to be involved in. And it disqualifies me from a lot of shit. I had dreams when I was a kid of being a cop, of helping people other than myself. Anyone who knows me now knows that I want to help other people, and I can't do that because of the things I've done in my life. I can't even pass a lie detector test. I'll tell you what, they've been relaxing these goddamn police standards for a while now.
I tell you
and
what,
all they got to do is get rid of that damn lie detector test. I am in.
I dare you. Bro, would you really give up elevator life to go do cop work?
At a certain point, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
What's a certain point?
At a certain point. My certain point, honestly, if I was happy.
You're not?
I'm happy right now, so I'm staying in.
Word.
Yeah, but if I become unhappy, I've seen a lot of people, because my mother, work 2 jobs and do things to be unhappy. Just, did we go to just to work? Oh, working 9 to 5, stay alive. 9 to 5, stay alive. 9 to 5, stay alive. Absolutely not. I told my wife just the other day, I'm so excited that you get the opportunity to, finish hair school, and now you can work for yourself. And you decide if you're going to work in a salon, you can decide that. If you don't want to, I don't give a shit. Do what makes you happy.
Right.
Being able to see my wife smile and create her own path is everlasting, just euphoria. And I want that for her. And I'm happy with my job because I get to meet wild motherfuckers like you. And I think everybody should.
So, like, I have found that being an elevator dude is quite similar to being in the military. Like, we tend to gravitate towards each other because when you go to talk about what your day was like, unless you're in the same occupation, whichever you want to call it, you're not going to understand.
Absolutely.
You have no idea.
No. It's a wild world out here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One of the most dangerous jobs in America, for sure.
So, one other thing to hammer down before we cap this off is back to the VA.
Okay.
Like, they're looking into so many different things right now. They are practicing meditation techniques. We did hear cleaning out that guy's apartment. His good friend said that psilocybin mushrooms could quite possibly be legal here soon. And I have a buddy that gave me a whole bunch.
I've seen the studies.
Do like the microdosing.
I've seen the studies.
Yeah, me too. And I've heard the testimonials.
I think they.
It sounds great.
If it is what it is,
I've yet to do it. I just haven't done it.
Yeah. Well, I think it might be something that, if it does become legalized, I hope that it is.
Yeah.
Based off of the studies I've seen, if the studies are true, it can help a lot of vets out there, and I hope that it'll stop them from just having these mental cusps that put them to negativity.
And for anyone that is listening to this on YouTube, if you just look up
Duncan Trussell
guided sleep meditation, there is so many things on there where it's enough for you to listen to, but not get hung up on to where you can fall asleep, but it will occupy your brain enough to listen, but let you fall asleep. Because I know for me personally, like when things aren't going well, I cannot fucking sleep because my brain won't shut off.
I need
It's
a fan. You need a fan. I can't do
it
TV
doesn't
anymore.
matter, dude. It is so.
Yeah.
With the little ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just can't shut the brain off.
Can't shut the fucking brain off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, the interesting thing about science and all these things is that it's going to keep improving, and hopefully it keeps improving for our veteran community, man. Because
It
I
is.
can't
It is.
tell you how
And,
shit it is to lose
what's
your
really
friends.
what's really cool about the VA and all that vet center,
Mhm.
blah, 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 science and whatnot, is they are now going more towards the natural path.
Mhm.
Like,
Good.
okay,
These pills are
man,
fucking driving people crazy.
yeah.
I can't tell you how great it is
I
that
have
we have
4 friends
you
that
know,
have fucking OD'd.
Yeah.
From the VA giving them, holy shit, what was the
shit you can't
last
even
one?
pronounce, man.
100, no, fucking I can pronounce.
Oh god.
192 Vicodin a month. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, they're either going to be
Sorry about your
addicted to
knee pain.
heroin or just fucked.
Nah, or OD. But
Yeah.
yeah.
What a shit show, man.
Right? Well,
Yeah.
fuck, man. I tore my shoulder, got medically discharged at 0% disability.
How that worked out, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Simon.
I think there's hope for the future, man. I really do. You know, with the studies they've been putting out, I'm gonna be really excited because it really sucks, and I putting this in words really sucks as well. How the fuck do we send our young men and women overseas? They get shot at or whatever have you. They almost die a bunch of times, right? You're scared shitless. Their fucking blood's running all the time, high pressure. They can't come home. They can't sleep. They can't eat. They can't hear fireworks. They can't sleep right. I wake up in the night. I have issues. I wake up in the night and I try to attack my wife sometimes, and it's not a cool thing. And these things that we're left with, none of that fucking kills us, and we're out here ending our own lives. And I know we're not supposed to talk about union business or not. There was this one time, and I don't know if you were there or not, but this individual said in front of everybody, "You guys are out there killing yourselves," and it really set a couple people off because, and it was talking about our dangerous work that we do, and safety and stuff. And it wasn't, and it triggered a couple people that
Okay,
but it set a couple people off the wrong way for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Like choice of words might not be the best thing, but I can't wait for the day where we're not killing ourselves anymore. Because if we go over to these war zones, we get sent over here to end lives of other people's children and what have you. And we come home, we're surrounded by everything we left, and we remove ourselves from existence. That is the number one biggest issue I have in my life right now is my friends committing suicide.
Yeah, me too.
And I wish that more of them would just open up so we can move past these things. Or if that's not the case,
unpopular opinion time.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh fuck, dude, this is gonna sound so shitty. I have talked to so many people like within a day or two, and they've been down.
Yeah.
You want to be angry at them, like how fucking, because like suicide is the ultimate fuck you to anyone that ever tried to help you. But what you have to understand is those that bow out when they do, it's so bad. It's so bad that as much as they love you, they just can't anymore. You know?
Yeah.
And so, in a horrifically sad way, you have to understand that part.
Absolutely, man.
But the absolute truth, is that they don't feel like they can talk to anyone. And so after homeboy Brock dropped himself, my unit like low key created like a phone tree. Like there's a whole bunch of us that talk that never used to. And we check in on each other regularly. Like, fuck that. Actually, while we were talking earlier, I got a text of a buddy that was living in his car a couple hours south of here and now is in Korea and not doing great.
It fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah, right? I was like, okay, all right. Like, should I call him now? I was like, nope, not now. You know? I what absolutely fucking destroys me, like literally is soul crushing. The fact that we all made it out, like, dude, the whole time we're in Iraq, we didn't have one armored vehicle. Not one. And as many of us made it as we did, like percentage wise, we had like the lowest casualty rate. Because we always kept a hard target. Fuck you, you're out of ammo. Keep that rifle out the window. Lowest casualty rate. But we did get fucking bombed the shit out of. Mortared like a motherfucker. IEDs. Do fucking piano wire? Did you ever hear about that shit in the underpass? I only ever popped one, and that scared the fuck out of me. Shit. So when you would go into the overpass, you would drop down if you're a gunner and put the 50 barrel up, and they would put piano wire out trying to take our heads off. So we ended up building spears off the front bumper, but you drop down, let the 50 barrel handle it. And that's how we would make it through.
So I really think that that we can make a difference just by talking to other people. Other veterans, let them know that they're not alone in this shit, and that it's not a matter of being hard or of solid as a rock. You know, we're all human beings. What was, just to kind of wrap this thing up, what was the wildest thing you've ever done while deployed or you've ever experienced?
That would be the wig. 100%. Fuck me. How did that start? Okay. This is going to be a bit of a long story. Okay. So there was a kid that I loved a lot. Great dude. Super soldier. Ridiculously homophobic. And I never understood that. Ever. But this is the point where we're late in the deployment. So, like, we have shower tents. And everybody had a memory stick around our neck. You know, personal family shit, pictures, whatever. So, home dude hung his memory stick up, got in the shower. I'm getting out. I grabbed his memory stick. I sprinted to tent 131 where I lived. And home dude is tatted up on my arm here. I kicked him in the head and I'm like, dude, get your camera and your computer. You are not going to like this. So me and my buddy Vaughn from Alabama, Vaughn Eccles, shout out, illest honky ever. We did skits all the time. So when I came back from my 2-week R&R, I had a Foot Locker full of wigs, dresses, fucking skit shit. Okay. Dude at TSA opened it up and was like, what the fuck? Because this is 03. I'm in DCU's Desert Combat uniform. Mm-hmm. And he's looking at me, looking at the dresses.
Trying to put 2 and 3 together.
Looking back at me. And I winked at him and went, don't ask, don't tell. Straight up.
So you freaked out?
He shut it, locked it, sent us through. And so I had this wig. Smash ass back to my tent. Brock is sleeping because I think he was on QRF the night before, and this was early morning. And I kick him like, dude, computer, camera, you're not going to like this. And he's like, I fucking hate you. And he sits up, sets his shit up. And I tucked my dick and balls between my legs and put on a blonde wig. And they just made like a big announcement from like brigade down. Like, yo, we got some Iraqis that are working on posts now that have been vetted. No porn of any kind. No chicks. Like Maxim magazine, not allowed. It's that level of So I put on a blonde wig, tucked my dick and balls between my legs, made a fancy pose. Brock took a picture, and we put it in every folder of this dude's memory stick. And as the background of this dude's memory stick. And then went and hung it back up. And then I went and told his platoon sergeant, who was Tom Evchek. I hope you hear this. Love you, buddy. I'm like, hey, Sergeant Evchek, this soldier has porn everywhere. So he went and looked everywhere. And he just kept. And now keep in mind, I have a fucking eagle tattooed in the middle of my chest since the day I turned 18. My old man drew this tattoo.
Okay.
It's obvious it's me.
Okay.
And he's like, oh, you motherfucker. I looked at that picture like 74 times. You son of a bitch. Like, that shit went so far as to, like, I ran into generals from other spots, and they're like, Monahan? Good to see you not in a wig. I'm like, oh,
no
fuck.
fucking way,
fuck.
man.
Yeah, no, for real, for real.
So this is what you tell me. This is what 16 months of deployment led to. This tomfoolery.
I have only begun to defile myself.
Oh my god. Well, let's keep it at that. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Well,
you invited me, bro.
I know I did. Well, there you have it, folks.
No, I'm not done.
You got worse?
I have only begun to defile myself.
Okay.
Yes, brother.
Okay.
So that gets passed around, and I got fucked up, dude. I did like probably 4,000 push-ups over that shit.
Yeah.
Between different people that had to see it. I digress. We had a female commander named Captain Cackley in HSC. Not a great fit.
Yeah.
And I'm at the DFAC dining facility, and she was like, hey, Monahan, good to see you in men's clothes. And I was like, well, only because you started locking your doors. And she tried to fucking file a complaint on that.
Oh my god.
I'm like, okay, she started it, for the record. So here's where it gets wild. Is my platoon sergeant, how did this start? So when Burger King showed up at buyout, I would make a fucking like $300 a week by walking over and getting Burger King and coming back because nobody wanted change. You'd have to stand in line for like 2 hours. Actually, to this day, I can't eat Burger King. That shit is dead to me because of that. So go do that, come back, and I was supposed to watch some weapons, I think. And Sergeant Hopper had a burger that he wanted. I'm like, yeah, man, can't help you out. I'm way too busy watching these weapons. And I'm absolutely full of shit. And he knew I was full of shit. So he walked over into the bay that I was in. And I'm just sitting there. And he's like, you motherfucker. And he busted my balls. I was like, okay, I got you. So I had like 11 people with small like walkie-talkie radios. not the big cigars, but the small ones, on the same channel. And I gave my weapon to somebody that I will not name. I gave my weapon to him, and then the instruction was, and this was the first time I ever let our first sergeant Smith, was an absolute piece of shit, and I don't give a fuck if that's on the mic. First Sergeant Smith is a wife cheating, soldier abusing piece of shit. But he had the best angle for the camera. And so I'm like, hey, First Sergeant, do you want to be in on a joke for the first time ever? And he's like, yeah, I would love that. I say, okay, I'm going to take my camcorder. I'm going to set it right here. Sergeant Hopper is going to come in here madder than a motherfucker. And I want you to play into that. And you demand that you want my rank. And he's like, why? And I was like, well, I'm going to make it sound like my weapon was found on one of the Iraqi workers. And he was like, holy fuck, dude, you're playing a steep game. I'm like, I know, but it's going to be funny. You want in or not? He's like, in. Dope. So I'm sitting in the porta potty with my little walkie talkie listening to this go down. And this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever orchestrated. I had Sergeant Hopper go to like 17 different tents after one of my buddies came up and brought my weapon, my real weapon, to Sergeant Hopper and be like, hey, I found this on one of the Iraqi workers.
Jesus Christ.
Right. This is a serious game. So then he brings it, and like he's getting called all over. And then First Sergeant Smith, total piece of shit, calls Sergeant Hopper's like, what the fuck? I just heard that fucking Monahan's fucking weapon. And Sergeant Hopper's like, it's right here, and slams it down. And he's like, you go get me that fucking kid. I want his rank on my desk tonight. Here comes the fun. Sergeant Hopper done Ben fucked me for like 3 weeks in a row. I just did the wig and the dick thing to Sergeant F-Check. I had everybody lined up. Sergeant Hopper went to like 11 different tents.
Okay.
Oh, Hurry's over there. He's over there. And I'm listening. And then when he's like, fuck it, I'm coming back. I come barreling out of the porta potty wearing nothing but my PT shorts and a blonde wig. And I duck into the first sergeant's tent where Sergeant Hopper lives. But I went 2 steps past that. Hey, don't tighten up on me now, Eddie. I slid into his fucking sleeping bag with the PT shorts and the wig, and I laid there. So like I'm
some Major Payne shit.
Yes.
Oh,
no, dude.
no.
Major Payne ain't got nothing on this.
Oh man.
So I laid there with the cover over the head, wig on, and I let Sergeant Hopper come back. Be like, I can't figure out where that motherfucker is, but I swear to God, if you don't take my weapon, I'm gonna fucking shoot him when I kill him. And do you remember Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
So he comes in, he does that, blah, 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 and First Sergeant Smith is fixing to lose it. In which case, I sit up, and he doesn't know I'm there. I come up out of his own sleeping bag with a blonde wig on. And I'm like, hey there, Sergeant Hopper. I heard that you were feeling ill, headache, fever, and a chill. Well, I have come to warm you up because I'm the nurse who likes to fuck.
Oh.
And he's like, motherfucker. God. And I was like, hey there, Sergeant Hop. I know you're mad, but you got to ask yourself right now, am I wearing shorts or are my dick and balls tucked while I'm in your cot? And he picked up the whole cot and fucking threw me. Dude, he threw me over like 4 other cots.
Oh my God.
Like that shit hurt real bad. 100% worth it. 300% worth
it. So what became all this?
Just a lot of good stories.
Did he laugh?
And then running into like fucking, oh man, the first time I ever met General Martin Dempsey. He was a 2-star at the time.
Yeah.
And he was like, You the one with the wig?
Oh no!
Swear to God,
it was that fucking.
it went that far. It went
Oh my
that
God.
far.
I'm gonna have to
I
talk.
was like,
I'm gonna have to talk to the people about this wig because they
I
might.
bet you know. I bet you know.
Jesus Christ!
And the best
man.
part is like, he was like, so how's it going? I'm like, well, honestly, it fucking sucks. He's like, what do you mean? I said, well,
Well, I get shot at during the day, and at night I get fucking.
no, fuck all that. I said, I am inside the wire, 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 and it's 117 degrees outside, and I'm in full fucking battle rattle, guarding a gate that has zero need to be guarded because we're inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire, inside the wire.
Ugh.
What the fuck are we doing?
Ugh.
And not to mention, like, you don't want us to like reach out to the mailroom chicks and fuck them. But at the same point, the only place we have to whack off is in the fucking porta potty. And you think my life doesn't suck? And he's like, oh. I'm like, yeah, you have your own room.
Morale's real high here, buddy.
You get to whack the pud in peace.
Oh my God. Insanity.
And then from then on, that dude always came straight. Oh, fuck. And that was the other thing. He was like, well, how are your weekends? I was like, what's a fucking weekend? And this is where I got in legit trouble. We'd been in Iraq for 9 months. And he comes by, how's the weekend? Like, we haven't had one yet. Because we worked 12 to 16 hours a day for that entire time. I'm like, we ain't had a weekend. What the fuck you talking about? And he flipped around to like my command, like my brigade command. Is like, what the fuck? Everybody else has been taking like 2 to 4 day weekends. And I'm like, what the fuck? And from then on, dude, every time he came by, he was like, Monahan, what's up?
Man, General Dempsey. That's a name that kind of resonates throughout that area.
Uh-huh.
For some individual reasons. Man, you done some crazy ass shit. I've never heard of anything like that my entire life.
Bro, fucking met George W.
Oh yeah, I ever met G-Dub. G-Dub, baby.
Yeah, but not in Iraq.
Yeah.
I remember what fucked me up about that is going into that town. Oh my God. So I had worked on this is some shit that I wrote down in the bill of my patrol cap. When fucking G-Dub showed up, it was Thanksgiving 03.
Green bomber jacket.
I was so fucking pissed, dude. I had strep throat and I had just worked like 72 hours straight between convoy detail, QRF,
or whatever the fuck else.
I don't even remember what else. But they're like, hey, you and Eccles have to go. Eccles is Vaughn. Like, that's my other half from Mobile, Alabama. And, like, they did not mix their words. They were like, you two go there and be as much of an asshole as you can be. Be dicks. That way, they won't want us to send people there in the future because we got shit to do. So that's where we went. And they took our weapons. Bro, they took our knives. And I was like, what the fuck? Like the last, I think Prime Minister is the technical term of Iraq. Like the last two, I met with a round in the chamber, standing there talking to
Yeah,
them.
but it's a G-Dub. They don't care.
Right.
Shit.
No, we do care. We do care.
Well, yeah, we do care.
They're good people.
Yeah.
Like for real, for real. Some of the best people I've ever met in my life.
Well, yeah, but this we're talking about G-Dub, G-Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta keep them safe. Yeah, you can't trust the people that are
right.
Sworn to protect them.
So we get there, and like we get wanded. I'm like, what the fuck? We go inside. I have strep throat, bro. They had real turkey. And then I realized the last two convoys full of reefer vans that would not drive at night, like Pakistani dudes running reefer vans. If it's dark, they won't convoy. Get it? We'll circle up around them. Here's the weirdest fucking thing about Pakistani culture. Like the hookah, it's just charcoal. Like it does nothing for you. You know what I mean? You're just smoking shit to smoke shit. But when they pass it over, like imagine this little thing and you reach for it, like reach out and then hand it to you. They straight ass slap your hand. I'm like, oh, Like the first like 5 times, I'm like, what am I doing wrong here?
Yeah.
They're like, no, it's a sign of respect. It's just, hey, I got it. I'm like, you slapped the shit out my hand, bro. And they hated Gatorade.
Who?
The Pakistani truck drivers.
Oh, yeah.
So
they're bringing turkey
they're
over?
not used to that level of sugar. But where it fucking rocked is like right behind their diesel tank, like what would be where most truckers would keep like their straps and shit.
Mm-hmm.
These boys would drop it out, slide it out, and fucking 2 Bunsen burners. We're talking fucking goat meat, sheep meat, potatoes. They throw it in there. It's like, oh.
And this was a Thanksgiving meal?
No, that was just their we're on the road meal.
Okay.
It was rad. It was so dope. It was so dope. I guess one other thing I really want to fucking lay down is the worst of the worst people I've ever met were definitely in Iraq. But some of the best people I've met were also in Iraq. Like to those that are like, oh, we should just drop a nuke on the country.
It's not a
you're
good
so
thing
fucking
ever.
wrong. You are so fucking wrong.
It's insanity.
You are so wrong. Like they thought we had air conditioners built into our shit. Once they realized we didn't, everyone there would just come out and give us not some of the ice. They would give us all of the frozen ice they had. All.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Just random acts of kindness can change the world, man, for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, I really do appreciate having you on, man. And thank you for sharing
way too much.
The goddamn wigs. And way too much is kind of what the world. I think the world needs a little bit of honesty. There's too many people who fabricate bullshit, adding lie on top of lie to cover up what they don't like about themselves. And I appreciate you being honest and sharing your shit, man. There's not a lot of people in the world that have the ability to just be raw authentic is what I call it. I don't like fake motherfuckers. If you could sum this question in just one like paragraph, what is one thing that you've taken from your life and if you could just give this one thing back in this world, what would you give back? And all the things you've experienced in your life. What do you want to be remembered for?
Well, that's 2 different questions.
Okay, well, I choose
give back or be remembered.
Well, get the same thing.
No.
Well, your memory. Okay, so just let's go with be remembered for, because your memory is all that's going to be gone after your bones.
If there is nothing else in this world that I could be remembered for, first off, honestly, I would like to think that I was a good dad. Second off, I would love more than nothing else that after I'm done and gone or past or whatever, that people could sit back and be like, man, that guy made my life better. And I'll fucking hang my hat on that.
Badass, man.
Call it square there.
100%, brother.
And I hope to shit that's the case.
I think it will be. Everybody, thank you so much for joining me today on the Off Deep End podcast. I want to put out a disclaimer. This is going to be a definitely rated R episode. So if you have young ones or if you're easily offended, I recommend you might want to kind of slide out of this one. This is a story about a combat veteran from his experience back in the 2000s. This has nothing to do with modern day. He's going to tell it as it was back then. He's going to use the same jokes. He's going to kind of put you in a position of the type of humor that comes along with coping with combat and having to deal with live fire between you and another human being in a country that you might not even be supposed to be in. So I ask that you take this with a grain of salt and take the time to listen. Some of these parts might be monotonous. Some might be amazing. Some might blow your mind. Some might make you upset. We're going to be covering veteran suicide. We're going to be covering civilian suicide. We're going to be talking about death, abusive families. We're talking about violence, drugs, and how overall you could be a better human being by just talking to somebody and letting the ego go and putting the macho away. So thank you for tapping in. I'd like to introduce you to somebody who is absolutely outstanding to me and cannot stop making me laugh most days. So Telo is somebody who is an instructor. He's also a father, a veteran, an amazing human being, and somebody who will go out of their way just to make sure that you're not hurting yourself, and that he is well known to be present in your life if you have no one else. He is one of the most outstanding human beings I've ever met. You have to be an outstanding human being to really persevere through 16 months deployed in a country nonstop. So I can honestly say that having been around him and seen the light inside of him, there's nobody better that I would rather have for my first episode of Service and Sacrifice. Now, there's going to be parts of this that are, like I said, maybe hard to listen to for some people who are easily upset about suicide. So if you're having difficult, bad thoughts, one, please reach out to somebody. And two, don't hesitate to reach out to me. My phone is always on. You can get a hold of me on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. I will come to you and we'll figure this shit out. It's not worth it. Don't pass the pain to somebody else. So without further ado, let's get into my guy, Telo. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with me this long. I know this is probably the longest podcast I've ever had. When you get into these dark subjects, usually the mind will throw things in front of it. And as you go through these doors, you just unlock more and more of the difficult things that you experience and how you got past that. Sometimes it can be pretty alarming to hear from somebody the things they've gone through and how they can take that and turn it into doing well around other people. And there's a lot of stuff that we didn't cover, a lot of the stuff that should not ever be recorded and put out to the universe. But me and Telo got a chance to talk offline, and I'm thankful for his experience. I'm thankful for his heroic actions in a different country, saving children that had nothing to do with him. And I'm thankful that we have people who will step up and serve so we don't get drafted. It takes a special kind of somebody to give part of their life to something other than themselves. Whatever reason they do it for, people that serve are veterans. They are my personal heroes. I don't have people that I don't keep up with the Kardashians. I don't have a favorite NFL team. All my heroes and the people I look up to usually have a American flag over their casket, or they have a lot of medals on their chest. So I'm thankful for it. And I hope that this benefited you. It's in one way or shape or form. If you guys want to have any other discussion about this, please feel free to reach out to me on Instagram at This Is Eddie Lowry or on Facebook at Eddie Lowry. So thank you so much for tapping in. This has been another episode of Off the Deep End. From here on out, we're going to go with another 4 veterans for this series, and we're going to be talking about what it means to be an Army Ranger, what it's like to have multiple reconstructive surgeries, what it's like to be part of a veteran Overwatch program, and what it's like to be in the Air Force. Oh, God, it's going to be good. There's going to be some shit talking. So thank you for listening. And if you're in the Navy, fair winds to follow and seas, my brothers and sisters. You take it easy. Thank you for tapping in.